Yeah. Because, Garfield, I'm not like that, but guess who is? My friends. So if they're at risk in a way, and I let everybody know about it. Then there we go. That's what schizophrenia can do for you. If we almost caught him now. Have we though? Yeah, I forgot a couple things. And they know that too. Pum 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 Parisha Irisham Parum pum pum Shalisam Parisum Irisha Harisir Shampalampar Shampar. Love you, Garfield. Garfield. That was a hard one. 7 obstacles for the assholes. Could be. It's Fool's Day. I'm not dumb. Been a 222 on the door or the window for a long time. See, a really long time. You got a strong little wrist, Garfield, and you're wristed. And you can almost be an 8 with those wrists, almost. I mean, not even though, but like, right. See, I'm an 8, so I know what I'm talking about. Look at a gibbon. Look at a human. Tell me, like, they're not, like, related. What did Adam look like? Not like that guy at all. 9/11. Garfield. Big George, Precious. You go back.
Of the 3 perceptions, but with an account of how things come into being based on nutriment. Another way of saying how they arise and subsist based on causes. He notes that both a learner, one who has gained the eye, and the fully awakened arahant see that this comes into being based on nutriment, and that it is subject to cessation based on the cessation of that nutriment. MN9 indicates that this here denotes suffering and any of the factors of the 4 noble truths and dependent co-arising that lead to suffering. In fact, these statements about nutriment are a shorthand version of the 4 noble truths. This would be the truth of suffering. Nutriment would be the truth of the origination of suffering. The cessation of this and its nutriment would be the truth of the cessation of suffering. And MN9 indicates that the practice that leads to the cessation of the nutriment would be the truth of the path of practice leading to the cessation of suffering, the noble 8-fold path. Where the learner differs from the arahant is that the learner, having seen how the nutriment is, in turn, nurtured by passion, practices to develop more dispassion for its total cessation. In other words, the learner sees not only the principle of causality at work here, but also the fact that that principle is generated through mental acts. Our experience of these things comes from our passion for them. That's why dispassion can bring about total cessation. As for arahants, they don't have to work any further at dispassion. They've already developed enough dispassion for these things so as to be totally released from them.
I ain't worried about it now. They're gonna give me or not. You know me.
In every bite and half the calories.
The Garbos 4. This one.
Stuck at the DMV and I think I'm late on my car insurance.
Good thing the General gives
I'm worried about it.
flexible payment options.
Keep your break while you wait.
What is this place?
This is our DMVIP.
Vending machine charcuterie.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
So this is what's meant by knowledge and
You're
vision
probably
of
up.
things as
You're
they've come
probably
to
up.
be.
You know,
You've gained enough mastery of cause and effect to undo those causes, bringing about at least a glimpse of the cessation of suffering in the experience of unbinding.
You're just
That
like,
way, you've directly
look
seen
up.
that all
No,
results
yeah.
subject to origination
It
are,
often works,
in
yeah.
fact, subject to cessation. You've seen them being originated. You've seen them cease. And when they've ceased, you've seen what isn't originated and doesn't cease. This is how both of the terms normally used to support the idea of awakening as assenting to the three perceptions. Whatever is subject to origination is all subject to cessation, and knowledge and vision of things as they've come to be actually support a totally different view of awakening when they're correctly translated. The Buddha recommended the three perceptions, not simply to gain the assent of his listeners, but to have an effect on their minds. In the context of the Four Noble Truths, these perceptions are used not just to indicate how things are, but also as part of a larger program, using knowledge of how things have come to be in order to reveal an unexpected aspect of how things can be, how inconstant and stressful fabrications can be turned into a path of virtue, concentration, and discernment in order to develop dispassion for all the mind's activities, resulting in the unending freedom of the deathless. When the reality of this possibility appears in the heart, it has a much greater impact than a mere act of assent or affirmation. Having stepped outside of the six senses, you now view all the events in the six senses in a radically new light. This upends many of your old preconceived notions of what's possible and what's not. No wonder then that when the Buddha fully awakened to the total release provided by this truth, the earth shook. And no wonder that when he was able to teach his first noble disciple to gain a glimpse of that same truth, the earth shook again.
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals. And AI transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Wix.
What is wisdom? How is wisdom measured in Buddhism? The story of wisdom, around 130 BCE in the region of Bactria, India, there was a king named Milinda who was exceptionally intelligent and deeply understood many matters of the world, including the principles of major religions. He posed a question to a meditating sage who had attained enlightenment and was known for his wisdom, named Nagasena. After a discussion about the function of wisdom, likened to a person holding a bright lamp entering a dark house, thanks to the lamp's light, the path, exits, and every nook and cranny become visible. Where there is a chair, a cupboard, a bed, etc. The bright lamp represents wisdom, and the household items represent the events and objects in life, as well as the shifts in human consciousness. Thanks to the light of the lamp, the darkness vanishes, just as through wisdom, ignorance itself is eradicated. But then the king provocatively asked, "Tell me, where does wisdom reside?" Nagasena replied, "Wisdom resides nowhere, thus it cannot be pointed out to reside at a specific place." The king retorted that perhaps there is no wisdom then. Monk Nagasena then countered, "Then where does the wind reside, your majesty?" It cannot be pointed out. If so, your majesty, perhaps there is no wind. King Melinda suddenly burst out laughing. You are indeed very clever. The purpose of Buddhism is to eliminate suffering and bring joy to all beings, but only the wise can discern the path that leads to peace and happiness. The goal of Buddhism is liberation and enlightenment, and wisdom, panya, alone, is the sole means by which humanity can reach the shores of liberation and enlightenment. Therefore, the role of the wise and the role of wisdom occupy a pivotal position in all the teachings of our founder, the Buddha. We can say that Buddhism is the way of the wise, a path of enlightenment, aiming to find a satisfying definition of Buddhism. Chapter 1. Bud is awakening. First, we should distinguish between an intellectual person as commonly understood and a wise person as defined in Buddhism. An intellectual is someone who may have a profound knowledge about a subject and can analyze and articulate that subject in detail. However, such a person possesses knowledge without practice and can still be dominated by the issue, lacking freedom from it. For example, someone might know a lot about alcohol, understanding its components and its effects on the body. This person is considered knowledgeable about alcohol, but still drinks, gets drunk, and is controlled by alcohol. Therefore, this person does not possess wisdom regarding alcohol. On the other hand, someone who understands what alcohol is, knows its dangers, and has the ability to not be controlled by alcohol, who does not drink, is not addicted, and does not get drunk, is considered to have transcended alcohol's influence. This person is seen as having wisdom concerning alcohol. Some might ask, if a person is not knowledgeable about alcohol but chooses not to drink, are they considered wise? Obviously not. Such a person still enjoys the benefits of not drinking, like not getting drunk or addicted due to their abstention. However, in some particular circumstance, due to a lack of ability to resist the temptation of alcohol, this person might start drinking, leading to drunkenness and addiction. Chapter 2. The Role of Wisdom in Buddhism. With this distinction, we can understand the broadly defined concept of wisdom as articulated by the Buddha in his teachings. This differentiation helps us identify two common types among Buddhists. One type includes those who are deeply learned in Buddhism, extensively knowledgeable about the scriptures, yet are not considered truly wise. This group is prevalent among scholars who solely study Buddhism, proficient in all three baskets of the scriptures, both the early and later collections, but only engage in study without practice. They may talk eloquently about meditation, but do not practice it, and discuss the miraculous uses of wisdom, but do not cultivate it. Thus, they are not truly wise. Another type consists of those with genuine faith who follow the Buddhist precepts diligently, but their faith has not yet transformed into wisdom. Therefore, they too cannot be considered truly wise, as they are still subject to greed, hatred, and delusion, and hence not yet wise. However, the truly wise are frequently mentioned in the Buddha's teachings, and wisdom here is described as a type of conscience that helps us discern right from wrong, good from evil, purity from impurity, joy from suffering, and superior from inferior. Crucially, wisdom here is not seen as a rare and unique characteristic, but rather as an ever-present conscience within us, acting like a guiding light that helps us choose between good and evil, right and wrong, enabling us to discern what should and should not be done, guiding us toward peace and ration. This marvelous utility of wisdom is skillfully described by the Buddha in terms of the characteristics, attitudes, and actions of two types of people, termed the foolish and the wise. As we read the scriptures that describe the foolish and the wise, our own conscience becomes vivid, helping us clearly understand what is beneficial and what is detrimental for ourselves and others.
You know Harbor Freight for affordability, but durability goes right along with it. You see, we test and then we test again. Now it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
He is coming. He is coming to us. Nosferatu is here.
Chapter 3. The difference between the foolish and the wise. In the monastic discipline, the stark difference between the foolish and the wise is clearly stated. Accomplishing 3 things, the foolish are known. What are the 3? Acting evilly by body, speaking evilly by mouth, harboring evil thoughts. Accomplishing 3 things, the wise are known. What are the 3? Acting virtuously by body, speaking virtuously by mouth, harboring virtuous thoughts. And 3.1. In this context, the Buddha further said, "Whatever fears arise, O monks, all such fears arise from the foolish, not from the wise. Whatever dangers arise, all such dangers arise from the foolish, not from the wise. Whatever calamities arise, all such calamities arise from the foolish, not from the wise. Thus, the foolish experience fear, the wise do not. The foolish face danger, the wise do not. The foolish encounter calamities, the wise do not. O monks, there is no fear coming to the wise, no danger, no calamity." And 3.1. This is a very clear testament to the difference between the foolish and the wise from the perspective of one who is enlightened. Another distinct difference between the foolish and the wise relates to sensations. When the foolish encounter bodily suffering, they often grieve, lament, cry, and might faint from distress. The Buddha compared this to someone who falls into an abyss, not standing on the edge, nor having a safe foothold. On the contrary, the wise, when experiencing bodily suffering, do not grieve, not lament, not cry, not beat their chest, and do not faint. Thus, the Buddha taught that such a person is called a noble disciple who has heard much, standing on the brink of the abyss, has reached a safe foothold. SN 36.6. The master further added, "The foolish and ignorant who have heard little, when experiencing emotional suffering, grieve, lament, and faint." Thus, there are 2 types of sensations, bodily sensations and mental sensations. The Buddha likened it to being struck by 2 arrows, suffering both physically and mentally. Moreover, the foolish and ignorant who have heard little, when they feel emotional suffering, feel anger, thus allowing resentment to exist and grow. They seek escape from suffering through sensual pleasure, having found no other escape. Due to this pursue pleasure, craving related to pleasurable sensations exists and grows. They do not truly understand the origin, cessation, allure, danger, and escape from these sensations. Therefore, ignorance related to neither painful nor pleasurable sensations exists and grows. Thus, if they feel pain, they feel pleasure. They feel neither painful nor pleasurable sensations. They feel as if bound. Here, the Buddha taught, the foolish and ignorant who have heard little are bound by birth, aging, sickness, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. I say that they are bound by suffering. SN 36.6. Conversely, for a noble disciple who has heard much, when experiencing emotional suffering, does not grieve, lament, cry, beat their chest, or faint. They only feel one type of sensation, namely bodily sensations, not mental sensations. The Buddha likened this to being struck by a single arrow, suffering physically but not mentally. Furthermore, the noble disciple who has heard much, when feeling emotional suffering, does not feel anger, thus, resentment does not exist or grow. They find an escape from suffering outside of sensual pleasures. They do not delight in sensual pleasures. Thus, craving related to sensual pleasures does not exist, does
Oh, yeah?
not grow. They truly understand the origin, cessation, allure, danger, and escape from these sensations. Therefore, ignorance related to neither painful nor pleasurable sensations does not exist, does not grow. Thus, the noble disciple who has heard much feels pain, pleasure, and neither painful nor pleasurable sensations is not like one who is bound. Here, the Buddha taught the noble disciple who has heard much is not bound by birth, aging, sickness, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. I say that they are not bound by suffering. SN 36.6. Ignorance, suffering, and liberation. When asked about the difference between the foolish and the wise in relation to the bodies obscured by ignorance and bound by evil attachments, which give rise to the notion that this body exists, that there are forms and names externally, and due to this body, there are 6 sense bases and the experience of pleasurable and painful sensations. What then is the difference between the wise and the foolish? The Buddha taught, O monks, covered by ignorance and bound by craving, this body of the foolish is produced. This ignorance, the foolish do not eradicate. This craving, the foolish do not eliminate. Why is this?
Bum, bum, bum,
O
bum,
monks,
bum,
the foolish
bum.
live a
Bum,
life
bum,
not
bum, bum,
aimed
bum,
at the true
bum.
ending of suffering. Therefore,
Om
when
sum
the
bum
body
bum bum. Om
decays and
sum
life
bum bum
ends,
bum.
they
Bum bum
move
bum
to
bum
another
bum
body.
bum.
By moving to another body, they do not escape from birth, aging, sickness, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. I say that they do not escape from suffering. SN 12.19. And O monks, covered by ignorance and bound by craving, the body of the wise is produced. This ignorance the wise eradicate, this craving the wise eliminate. Why is this? O monks, the wise live a life aimed at the true elimination of suffering. Therefore, when the body decays and life ends, they do not move to another body. By not moving to another body, they are liberated from birth, aging, sickness, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. I say that they escape from suffering. SN 12.19. Wisdom and everyday life. Another subtle distinction is that the wise prefer silence like the vast sea, like something brimming, like a pond full of water, whereas the foolish are noisy like a mountain stream, like something empty, like a jar with water. Learn from the streams. The mountain stream flows noisily. From the deep ravine, the great sea is full, silent. S&P 720. What's empty shouts loud, foolish like a jar with water. What's full remains quiet. The wise are like a full pond. S&P 721. Someone asked, why do the wise, who live deeply in the forest, eat once a day and possess wonderfully serene complexions, while the foolish wither away like green reeds detached from their stalk? The Buddha replied with these verses. Living often in the mountains are holy men dwelling deeply in virtue. Eating once a day, why is their complexion so splendid? They do not grieve over the past, nor do they yearn for the future. They maintain themselves with the present. Hence, their complexion is splendid. Because of longing for the future, because of grieving over the past, the foolish wither away, like green reeds fallen from the stalk. SN 1.10. Further distinctions between the foolish and the wise are skillfully expressed in the following verses. Regarding the non-profligate behavior, the foolish, lacking wisdom, specialize in a profligate life. The wise do not indulge, guarding it like precious treasure. DHP 26. The wise forsake frivolity with a life of non-profligacy, climb the high tower of wisdom sorrowless, viewing the sorrowful. The wise stand on high peaks, watching the foolish on flat ground. DHP 28. Regarding life, the attitudes of the foolish and the wise differ greatly. Come, look at this world. Like a royal chariot splendid, the foolish are enchanted by it, but the wise are not deluded. DHP 7. Many differences between the wise and the foolish. The difference is but an inch. Advancing becomes foolishness, stopping becomes wisdom. The fool thinks they are foolish, thus they become wise. The fool thinks they are wise, truly deserving the name of fool. DHP 63. Another clear difference is the attitude of the foolish and the wise towards the Dharma. Though the foolish live a lifetime, beside someone wise, they know not the Dharma, like a spoon tastes no soup. Though the wise stay but a moment, beside someone wise, they instantly know the true Dharma, like the tongue tastes the soup. DHP 64, 65. Here, we see why the foolish often misrepresent the teachings of the Buddha, while the wise always maintain a correct attitude, faithful to his teachings. O monks, there are two kinds who misrepresent the Tathagata. What two? Those who assert that the Tathagata says or teaches what he does not say or teach, and those who assert that the Tathagata does not say or teach what he does say or teach. O monks, there are two kinds who do not misrepresent the Tathagata. What two? Those who assert that the Tathagata says or teaches what he does say or teach, and those who assert that the Tathagata does not say or teach what he does not say or teach. Both these kinds do not misrepresent the Tathagata. And 2.23. As we come to understand the definition of one who is wise through some of the teachings of the Buddha, we now have the capability to present the fundamental definitions of wisdom, panya, in Buddhism, and how wisdom leads to enlightenment and liberation. First are the basic definitions of wisdom. What is called wisdom? Because of understanding, it is called wisdom. What is understanding? Understanding is this: suffering, the origin of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the cessation of suffering. Because of understanding, it is called wisdom, MN 43. Thus, wisdom is knowing with understanding, knowing events, knowing the arising of events, knowing the cessation of events, knowing the path leading to the cessation of events. Expanding this definition includes understanding the allure, the danger, and the escape from phenomena, and thus generally involves all 7 areas that must be understood for any phenomenon or event, whether good or bad. Like taking desire as an object, one must understand desire, the arising of desire, the cessation of desire, the path leading to the cessation of desire, the allure of desire, the danger of desire, and the escape from desire. Knowing this is called understanding, What is the power of wisdom? Another definition related to wisdom is addressed. What is the power of wisdom? Here, a noble disciple possesses wisdom, accomplishing wisdom concerning birth and cessation, penetrating deeply into the noble path that leads to the cessation of suffering, in 7.4. The specific Pali term is Ariyaya Nibedhikaya Sama Dukak Hayagaminiya, DN 34. Here, Nibbid Hikaya can be translated in 2 ways. One is penetration, going deep into the path that has the potential to end suffering, that is, leading to liberation from suffering. The second translation suggests the capability to pierce through the defilements of desire, existence, and ignorance or greed, hatred, and delusion, ultimately ending suffering. Thus, wisdom, in addition to the ability to understand arising and cessation, also has the ability to pierce through ignorance to ultimately achieve liberation. Another definition further clarifies the miraculous function of wisdom, panya. Wisdom means to know thoroughly, abhinyatha, to comprehend fully, paranyatha, to eradicate, pahanatha. Thus, wisdom has the ability to know through deep meditation, and here meditation refers to the fourth jhana of immobility. It also has the ability to fully comprehend through complete understanding, and finally, the ability to eradicate the defilements of desire, existence, ignorance, ending greed, hatred, and delusion, and ceasing suffering. To clarify further, we need to distinguish between conceptual knowledge, sanjanati, brought by perception, sanya, cognitive knowledge, vihanati, brought by consciousness, vijnana, and intentional knowledge, janati, brought by intention, mana. Conceptual knowledge, cognitive knowledge, and intentional knowledge are the three common forms of worldly understanding leading to knowledge in science, technology, philosophy, and scholarship, etc. Buddhism contributes additional forms of knowledge through supermundane insight and wisdom, understanding through meditation, providing the strength necessary for humans to master themselves and their circumstances. Wisdom leads to a comprehensive, fulfilling understanding capable of piercing ignorance, ending greed, hatred, delusion, and leading to the cessation of suffering. However, wisdom is not the ultimate refuge, but merely a means to achieve liberation. With such wisdom, one becomes disenchanted, dispassionate, eradicates, and ultimately abandons, leading to liberation as follows. From disenchantment comes dispassion. From dispassion comes liberation. In that liberation, the mind arises and knows, I am liberated. One knows, birth is extinguished, the holy life has been lived. What had to be done has been done. There is no return to this state again. SN 22.76. Thus, the role of wisdom is to select objects for reflection, to understand through wisdom, and through wisdom lead to disenchantment, dispassion, eradication, abandonment, and ultimately liberation. The objects are numerous, depending on the method chosen and the practitioner's disposition. But even if the objects differ, the meditation practices vary. The process of liberation can be considered the same or nearly the same. Chapter 4: Wisdom, Dependent Origination, and the Four Noble Truths. In the Alagadupama Sutta, MN 22, the objects that must be insightfully contemplated are the five aggregates: form, feeling, perception, volitional formations, and consciousness, whether past, present, or future, internal or external, gross or subtle, inferior or superior, far or near. Each of these five aggregates must be insightfully contemplated. This is not mine. This is not I. This is not myself. Through such contemplation, a well-learned noble disciple becomes disenchanted with form, feeling, perception, formations, and consciousness. Through dispassion, they become liberated. Upon liberation, the knowledge arises, I am liberated. They know, birth is ended, the holy life has been fulfilled. What had to be done has been done. There is no more returning to this state. In the greater discourse at Asapura, MN 39, the object of insight should be suffering and the defilements. The practitioner should insightfully understand. This is suffering. This is the origin of suffering. This is the cessation of suffering. This is the path leading to the cessation of suffering. These are the defilements. These are the origin of defilements. These are the cessation of defilements. This is the path leading to the cessation of defilements. Through such understanding and knowledge, their mind is liberated from the defilements of desire, existence, and ignorance. As one who is thus liberated, they understand. Birth is ended. The holy life has been fulfilled. What had to be done has been done. After this current life, there is no further becoming. In the discourse to Kunda, MN 8, the objects of contemplation are various views. Here, Kunda, certain views arise in the world tied either to theories of the self or to theories about the world. Wherever these views become established and wherever they proliferate, they should be seen with right wisdom as, this is not mine, this is not I, this is not myself. Doing so, these views are abandoned. These views are relinquished. In the Honeyball Sutta, MN 18, the chosen object is the proliferations of perception, papancha sanyasanka. O monks, from whatever source some speculative views might afflict a person, if there is nothing found there to delight in, to welcome, to cling to, then this is the end of the underlying tendency to lust, the end of the underlying tendency to aversion, the end of the underlying tendency to view, the end of the underlying tendency to conceit, the end of the underlying tendency to ignorance, the end of clinging to rituals and practices, divisive speech, and speculative views. Right here, these unwholesome, unskillful states cease without remainder. In the two kinds of thought, Sutta MN 19, the Buddha recounts his experience when he was not yet enlightened, how he used unwholesome and wholesome thoughts to maintain the precepts, concentration, wisdom, ultimately leading to liberation and enlightenment. He categorized thoughts into two types. Unwholesome thoughts are thoughts of desire, aversion, and harm, and wholesome thoughts are thoughts free from desire, aversion, and harm. When thoughts of desire, aversion, and harm arose, the Bodhisattva insightfully understood. These unwholesome thoughts have arisen in me, and they lead to self-harm, harm to others, and both, they obstruct wisdom, participate in distress, and do not lead to nibbana. As the Bodhisattva reflected in this way, the unwholesome thoughts vanished, and he continued to abandon, dispel, and terminate any arisen unwholesome thoughts. When thoughts free from desire, aversion, and harm arose, the Bodhisattva insightfully understood. These wholesome thoughts have arisen in me, and they do not lead to self-harm, harm to others, or both. They foster wisdom, do not participate in distress, and lead to nibbana. If at night I ponder on these thoughts free from desire, aversion, and harm, no fear arises in me from that cause. If during the day I reflect, contemplate on these thoughts free from desire, aversion, and harm, no fear arises in me from that cause. And if I ponder too long, my body may tire, which disturbs the mind. When the mind is disturbed, it strays from stillness. Then internally I soothe the mind, settle the mind, bringing about one-pointedness and mental stillness. MN 19. With such mental stillness, the Bodhisattva eradicated the five hindrances, attained the first, second, third, and fourth jhanas, developed the recollection of past lives, the divine eye, the knowledge of the destruction of the taints, and ultimately achieved liberation and enlightenment. Now, we mention dependent origination to explain the role of wisdom, taking the person as the object for contemplation, and from here, finding both the formula that leads to the presence of a person and the arising of all five aggregates, and also finding the formula for dependent cessation, leading to the ending of birth and death in all five aggregates, as described in the Greater Discourse on the Destruction of Craving, MN 38. First, the Buddha addresses the presence of a person, bhuta, which arises dependent on the four nutriments, is conditioned by them, brought into existence by them, and once these four nutriments are completely cut off, so too is the presence of this being. A being is thus arisen from the four nutriments. Craving arises from feeling, feeling from contact, contact from the six sense bases, the six sense bases from name and form from consciousness, consciousness from volitional formations, and volitional formations from ignorance. Thus, dependent on ignorance are formations. Dependent on formations is consciousness. Dependent on consciousness is name and form. Dependent on name and form are the six sense bases. Dependent on the six sense bases is contact. Dependent on contact is feeling. Dependent on feeling is craving. Dependent on craving is clinging. Dependent on clinging is existence. Dependent on existence is birth, and dependent on birth are aging and death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. Thus is the arising of the entire mass of suffering. Thus, due to dependent origination, there is aging and death. Due to existence, there is birth. Due to clinging, there is existence. Due to craving, there is clinging. Due to feeling, there is craving. Due to contact, there is feeling. Due to the six sense bases, there is contact. Due to name and form, there are the six sense bases. Due to consciousness, there is name and form. Due to volitional formations, there is consciousness. Due to ignorance, there are volitional formations. Thus, the Buddha confirms the formula of dependent origination. When this exists, that exists. From the arising of this, that arises, SN 12.21. From the principle of dependent origination, the Buddha moves to the principle of dependent cessation. Because ignorance is completely abandoned, formations cease. Because formations cease, consciousness ceases. Because consciousness ceases, name and form ceases. Because name and form ceases, the six sense bases cease. Because the six sense bases cease, contact ceases. Because contact ceases, feeling ceases. Because feeling ceases, craving ceases. Because craving ceases, clinging ceases. Because clinging ceases, existence ceases. Because existence ceases, birth ceases. Because birth ceases, aging and death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair cease. Thus, the entire mass of suffering ceases. Thus, due to the cessation of birth, aging and death cease. Due to the cessation of existence, birth ceases. Due to the cessation of clinging, existence ceases. Due to the cessation of craving, clinging ceases. Due to the cessation of feeling, craving ceases. Due to the cessation of contact, feeling ceases. Due to the cessation of the six sense bases, contact ceases. Due to the cessation of name and form, the six sense bases cease. Because consciousness ceases, name and form ceases. Because volitional formations cease, consciousness ceases. Because ignorance ceases, volitional formations cease. Thus, the Buddha confirms the formula of dependent cessation. When this does not exist, that does not exist. When this ceases, that ceases. SN 12.21. The practitioner, with wisdom knowing both the formula of dependent arising and dependent cessation, after maintaining the precepts, after achieving the four jhanas, when the six senses contact the six objects, does not cling to either desirable or undesirable objects, dwells mindfully on the body with a boundless mind. They truly understand the mind's liberation, insight liberation, and through these, all unwholesome states are completely eradicated. Conclusion. Thus, the practitioner abandons any reactive tendency to sensory experiences, not delighting in, welcoming, or becoming absorbed in them. Because they do not engage in delight, welcoming, or absorption, if any craving for pleasure, nandi, arises towards these sensations, that craving is extinguished without remainder. With the cessation of craving, clinging ceases. With the cessation of clinging, existence ceases. With the cessation of existence, birth ceases. With the cessation of birth, aging and death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair cease. This is how the complete cessation of all five aggregates occurs. Thus, with different objects such as the five aggregates, suffering, defilements, views, speculative proliferations, unwholesome and wholesome thoughts, and the principle of dependent origination, wisdom plays a crucial role in the responsibility to insightfully understand these objects, fully comprehend them, and finally eradicate the defilements to achieve the state of an arahant. To further clarify the definition and role of wisdom, here are a few teachings of the Buddha from the Pali Canon to substantiate the explanations above. All formations are impermanent. With wisdom, one sees this. Disenchantment with suffering, this indeed is the path to purity. All formations are painful. With wisdom, one sees this. Disenchantment with suffering, this indeed is the path to purity. All things are not self. With wisdom, one sees this. Disenchantment with suffering, this indeed is the path to purity. DHP 277, 279. Seeing suffering and the origin of suffering, seeing the cessation of suffering, seeing the noble eightfold path, that leads to the cessation of suffering. DHP 191. The eye of flesh, the divine eye, and the supreme eye of wisdom, all three eyes have been declared and taught by the Supreme Person. From here, wisdom arises. The eye of wisdom is supreme. Whoever realizes this eye is liberated from all suffering. It's 61. Do we misunderstand the Buddha? 14 questions the Buddha refused to answer. Not only those outside the tradition misunderstand, but also those within the tradition still harbor misunderstandings. Even during the Buddha's time, there were disciples who misunderstood him, with some misinterpreting the Buddha's teachings on the practice of contemplating the impurity of the body to the extent that they went on to commit suicide. Thus, occasionally in the scriptures, we hear the Buddha lament, "I did not say that. I did not teach that. I did not advocate for the theory of annihilation and nihilism." It is natural for Western scholars to misunderstand the Buddha's teachings while studying Buddhism. We misunderstand the Buddha, then convey his teachings inaccurately, leading to misunderstandings among future generations. Many people mistakenly believe nirvana to be eternal death. However, nirvana represents the supreme happiness of those who are liberated. It is a happiness that we can experience here and now because of our freedom, especially freedom from concepts. Part 1. The Buddha attained enlightenment on the mind, not the world or the universe. Science and the Buddha share a common purpose and desire, which is to end suffering. However, science, with its understanding based on the principle of mind knows objects, has assumed that reality is the material world. It is influenced by the understanding of suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the path to the cessation of suffering, the Four Noble Truths, as belonging to the external world. Specifically, suffering, its cause, and its cessation depend on the world and living conditions. Naturally, The path to ending suffering is seen as changing the world and living conditions. Because of this understanding, science endeavors to explore the material world to change the world, conditions, and living circumstances so that people can be free from suffering. Reality is sensation. Contrarily, the Buddha, through observing and contemplating the interaction between the six sense bases and the six sense objects, realized that reality is sensation, is mind and not objects, based on the principle of mind knowing mind, not mind knowing objects. Therefore, he attained enlightenment about the mind, not about the world or the universe. He realized the Four Noble Truths as truths about suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the cessation of suffering, the Noble Eightfold Path pertaining to the mind, not to the objects, the world. Thus, the path to ending suffering is about changing the mind, not changing the world as understood by science. Therefore, the Dharma that the Buddha realized and preached is about exploring the mind, changing the mind, not about exploring and changing the world like science. For someone who has attained enlightenment, after correctly understanding and practicing the Dharma as preached by the Buddha, having ended suffering, having eradicated suffering, all necessary actions are completed. There is nothing more to do except maybe sharing their realization with those who are destined. But that is not a mandatory task. For them, whether the universe is square or round, long or short, impermanent or permanent, finite or infinite, the origin of humans and the world are no longer concerns to explore. Later, Buddhist schools failed to grasp the Buddha's enlightenment as being about the mind, not about the world. Due to their ignorance and understanding based on the principle of mind knowing objects, they attributed to the Buddha enlightenment about the world and the universe. Therefore, their commentaries, interpretations, and scriptures primarily discuss the world, whether relative or absolute, attributing these ideas to Buddha. Many people, even the majority of Buddhists, failing to understand the Buddha's enlightenment about the mind, mistakenly believe that the advancements of modern science increasingly validate the Buddha's pre scientific understanding of the world. Part 2: 14 Questions Not to Answer. There was a disciple of the Buddha named Malunkyaputta who often asked questions about the world, the future, and humanity. Questions of a metaphysical nature, such as: will the world exist forever, or will it one day be destroyed? Does the world have a boundary, or is it boundless, finite, or infinite? The Buddha typically did not answer these questions, so Malunkyaputta became very upset and stated, "If the Buddha does not answer my questions, I will cease my practice." The Buddha called Malunkyaputta and asked, "Did I promise you when you took ordination that I would answer such questions?" "No, the world honored one did not promise that." "Then why do you say that you will cease your practice if I do not answer those questions?" The Buddha then told the story of a man who was shot with a poisoned arrow. When a doctor was called to treat him, the injured man said, "Wait, first I want to know the name of the person who shot me, why they shot me, whether they had any grudge against me or my family. I want to know all these details before I agree to be treated." The doctor said, "If you spend your time trying to find out all these answers, you will die from the poison before all your questions are answered." The Buddha taught, each of us has our own sufferings and pains. If we only wish to ask such questions, then our sufferings and pains will never be cured. Therefore, I only teach what is beneficial to help you transform and heal your sufferings and pains. Realm of is and is not. The Buddha's teaching is practical in nature. The world honored one taught only about suffering and the methods to transform suffering. Although he could answer the metaphysical questions, he chose not to because he knew they were not beneficial for practitioners. Furthermore, there are questions that cannot be answered, not because the world honored one did not know the answer, but because those questions cannot be answered within the binary framework of is and is not. Once, when the Buddha was in Kosambi, after a walk for meditation, he held a handful of simsapa leaves in his hand and asked the monks, "Monks, are the leaves in my hand more or less than the leaves in the forest?" The monks replied, "Blessed one, the leaves in the forest are far more than the leaves in your hand." The world honored one said, "Just so. What I know is like the leaves in the forest, but what I have taught you is like the leaves in my hand." Why? Because what I teach is crucial for your transformation and healing. The things that do not aid in your transformation and healing, I do not teach. This story illustrates the Buddha's teaching's very practical purpose. We must devote our time to transformation and healing. However, people, including kings, officials, and even the Buddha's disciples, often enjoy asking metaphysical questions. There are altogether 14 unanswerable questions which the Buddha never wished to answer. The world is permanent, impermanent, both permanent and impermanent, neither permanent nor impermanent. The Buddha did not answer the aforementioned questions because any proposition among the four given would be incorrect. These four propositions are known as the tetralemma, and the Buddha's wisdom transcends the tetralemma, known as transcending the fourfold negation: finite, infinite, both finite and infinite, neither finite nor infinite. The Buddha also did not answer these four questions because they are undetermined, avyakarta, meaning they are not declared or specified. The state of the Tathagata, the Buddha, after death is exists, does not exist, both exists and does not exist, neither exists nor does not exist. These questions fall into the same category of being undetermined, and the Buddha refrained from answering them to avoid engaging in speculative views that do not lead to the cessation of suffering, the ultimate goal of his teachings. The soul and the body, are they one? Are they two? Louis de la Valle Toussaint, a renowned Belgian Indologist and scholar of Buddhism, proficient in Chinese, Sanskrit, and Pali, made significant contributions to Buddhist studies in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. He taught at the Institut Catholique Paris, translated important works like Vasubandhu's Abhidharmakosha Shastra and Xuanzang's Cheng Weishi Lun, treatise on the establishment of consciousness only, and raised critical questions regarding the Buddha's teachings. Cycle of karma and rebirth. Lavalle Poussin noted the Buddha did not explicitly detail the mechanism of karma and rebirth. Without a self, Atman, or ego, Atma, who generates karma and who experiences its results? While the concept of reincarnation and karmic retribution is straightforward in Brahmanism due to the belief in an eternal soul, Atma, or life principle, Jiva, Buddhism's doctrine of non-self, Anatta, complicates this understanding. How can karma, its retribution, and the cycle of rebirth be explained without a self? Who is the doer of actions and the experiencer of their results? These concerns are highlighted in his last book, Le Dogme et la Philosophie du Bouddhisme, The Dogma and Philosophy of Buddhism, indicating his continued contemplation on these subjects despite his extensive studies and translations. Nature of the soul. The Buddha did not clearly define the nature of the entity that undergoes rebirth, the soul. Who
Cannot
or
tell
what
unless we have a
undergoes
pair of
the
eyes to
cycle
tell.
of rebirth?
Often and often.
Nirvana. Lavalle
Let's work with someone
Poussin
else
questioned
on the
whether
outside.
nirvana is a realm,
Often
and
often.
if so, where it is located and how one reaches it. The clarity
the devil,
regarding the
literally.
nature of nirvana remains
Often,
ambiguous
often,
to scholars. though he personally believed the Buddha provided clear teachings about nirvana. We also need to understand the questions posed by scholars to find ways to explain to those who study Buddhism later. The sutras mention two kinds of non-self. Personal non-self. Human beings, person, are described as non-self, anatta or nairatmya in Sanskrit. Upon closer examination within us, there is no permanent, unchanging entity that persists indefinitely. The self is defined as something permanent and unchangeable. If we analyze a person, we find five aggregates: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. All five aggregates are impermanent and change from moment to moment. Nothing is unchanged, from physical form to feelings, cognition, and consciousness. These five streams are always changing. Nothing is permanent or eternal. Therefore, there is no self beyond these five aggregates. Dharma, non-self. Looking at objects like this table, that mountain, or the river, we also don't find anything that is permanent or everlasting. Thus, there is no self in beings, nor is there self in phenomena. Impermanence is the starting point. Everything changes. All phenomena are subject to momentary arising and ceasing, meaning they change at every moment like frames in a film. Many people feel negativity towards impermanence, but in reality, if there were no impermanence, there would be no life. It is because of impermanence that life exists. If there was a button to stop the world, everything would freeze and life would cease. Similarly, during a movie projection, if we press pause, all motion and images on the screen halt. Life exists thanks to impermanence. Without it, a corn seed would forever remain just a seed, never growing into a corn plant for us to harvest and eat. If things were not impermanent, a baby would always remain a baby and never grow up. If everything were permanent, sickness would never heal. Impermanence is wonderful, but why do we feel negative and pessimistic about it? In truth, impermanence is the foundation of life. Without it, there would be no life. Therefore, to say that impermanence is suffering is incorrect. The sutras often repeat the Buddha's dialogue with his disciples. The Buddha asked, "Is form permanent or impermanent? Are sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness permanent or impermanent?" The disciple answered, "They are impermanent." The Buddha asked, "If they are impermanent, do they lead to suffering or happiness?" The disciple responded, "Impermanence leads to suffering." This is not the Buddha's intention, but a misinterpretation in transmission. The Buddha had very intelligent disciples, but also some who were not. The notion that impermanence leads to suffering is not what the Buddha meant. Without impermanence, how could we attain enlightenment? We would remain ignorant forever. It is through impermanence that afflictions can become enlightenment. Impermanence is the root of transformation and peace. The obsession with the idea of suffering and the cycle of rebirth has distorted the Buddha's teachings. The dialogue between the Buddha and his disciples should go like this: "Is form permanent or impermanent?" "Venerable sir, it is impermanent." "If it is impermanent, is there a self?" "Venerable sir, there is no self." Impermanence negates the self because the self is something permanent, an owner. Thus, non-self and impermanence are one. Where there is impermanence, there is non-self. The soul is not a permanent self. Saying the soul and body are one is incorrect, but saying they are two is also incorrect because there is no unchanging permanent soul. In the Milinda
Yeah, they got my
Panya, a
phone.
dialogue between the monk Nagasena
Someone just came to my
and
phone
King
and bought it.
Melinda,
No, they're
Menander,
driving around.
is recorded.
Now it's gone.
King
That was
Melinda
0%.
asked,
Now it's gone.
"Venerable
So
sir,
here, no, they
are the
don't.
soul and the body one or two?" True to the spirit of the Buddha's teaching, Nagasena did not directly answer. King Melinda said, "You agreed to answer any question I ask. Why do you not answer now?" Nagasena asked, "Your Majesty, Are the mangoes in your royal garden sweet or sour? The king could not answer because there were no mangoes in his garden. Nagasena then said, similarly, how can we talk about the soul being one with or separate from the body when there is no eternal soul? This is a profound response. There is nothing permanent and unchanging, no self. So, discussing whether the soul is one with the body or separate from it is incorrect. For example, a man commits an action in the year 2000. Let's call him the actor. By 2013, the consequences manifest, and we refer to the one experiencing these consequences as the recipient. People ask the Buddha, is the doer and the sufferer the same person or two different people? According to conventional understanding or relative truth, the doer and the sufferer are the same. The one who sows maize harvests maize. The one who plants beans harvests beans. The one who sows the wind reaps the whirlwind. However, from the perspective of absolute truth, it's not so because everything is impermanent and subject to change. From 2000 to 2013, the man has undergone significant changes in terms of form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Comparing the doer with the sufferer shows significant differences. To say they are the same falls into the erroneous view of eternalism, clinging to self. Conversely, saying they are entirely different falls into another wrong view called annihilation.
Drop my phone here now.
Therefore, the Buddha stated,
I cannot leave.
I avoid both
Leave him back to our
extremes
storage
and
now,
preach
so-
the Dharma from the middle way. The middle
Well,
way
find it again.
transcends
I
both
cannot.
extremes. Thus, all 14 questions mentioned cannot be answered because those questions imply that the world, the Tathagata, or the soul are permanent entities with a self. If the world is impermanent and subject to change, then saying the world is permanent is incorrect. Saying it is impermanent is also incorrect in the sense that it doesn't capture the full nuance. Saying it is both permanent and impermanent is incorrect. And saying it is neither permanent nor impermanent is also incorrect because such statements still trap one in the concept of self. If the world is without self, lacking any eternal, unchanging essence, then saying the world is finite is incorrect. Saying it is infinite is incorrect. Saying it is both finite and infinite is incorrect. And saying it is neither finite nor infinite is also incorrect, because such views still entangle one in the notion of an inherent self. Understanding the concept of personal non-self, anatta, and dharma, non-self, dharma nairatmya, helps us see why the previously mentioned questions are misguided, much like King Milinda's question to Nagasena. Are the body and soul one or two? Without an eternal soul, without a self, such a question cannot be answered as either one or two. Not answering does not mean not knowing, but from the perspective of the middle way, those mental categories cannot convey the truth. Categories like existence, non existence, arising, ceasing, being, non being, subject, and object are all mental constructs, and any answers derived using these categories are incorrect. Therefore, all 14 questions remain unanswered, for answering them would contradict the middle way, which transcends wrong views, including views of existence, non existence, permanence, annihilation, coming, going, unity, and diversity. In the Katyayana Sutra, the Buddha states that right view is seeing beyond the categories of existence and non-existence. Transcending these categories also means transcending the concepts of arising and ceasing. In the Anuradha Sutta, when Anuradha was confronted by teachers of other sects, asking whether the Tathagata exists after death, does not exist, both exists and does not exist, or neither exists nor does not exist, Anuradha refused to answer. The world-honored one, my teacher, never taught me to answer within those four categories. He said such questions are undetermined, unanswerable. The outsiders thought Anuruddha was unable to answer their questions due to his novice status and let him go. Anuruddha then went back to the
Put them in
Buddha
my house.
and recounted
Yeah,
the
only those
incident.
people, pretty much.
Blessed one, this morning I was
Except for a couple of
confronted
them.
by
Yeah, the younger
teachers
ones.
of other sects.
The other ones I don't even know
and my
about.
response. Please guide me so that I may
But they've been here,
answer
I know it.
next time if confronted again.
My phone's missing now.
The Buddha clearly taught,
Okay, I'll leave.
Anuradha, I am sitting right here in front of you. Look at me. And
I can't
answer
afford to replace it.
is the Tathagata this form? Venerable sir.
See if it reappears.
Then,
Oh, shit,
do you
sometimes
mean
it does.
the Tathagata exists apart
Now
from
it's nighttime.
form?
A little
No,
bit.
Venerable sir. Can the Tathagata be found in sensation? No, Venerable sir. Can the Tathagata be found outside of sensation? The Buddha asked Anuradha such questions, moving from form to sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. The Buddha said, Anuradha, I am sitting right here, yet you cannot find me, cannot find a Tathagata who is eternal and everlasting, even while I am still alive. How could you possibly find the Tathagata when this form is no longer present? If you cannot grasp the Tathagata while I am alive and present right before you, why would you think you could grasp the Tathagata after my parinirvana? The Buddha was explicit. One can never find an eternal, everlasting Tathagata, even while the Tathagata is still alive. We do not answer the 14 questions, not because we are incapable of answering them. To answer would be incorrect since those questions are based on conceptual categories such as arising and ceasing, existence and non-existence, unity and diversity. If we look through the lens of the middle way, concepts like being and non-being, existence and non-existence, sameness and difference, finiteness and infiniteness, and so on, are merely mental categories that fail to convey reality accurately. Therefore, any answer given cannot fully capture the truth. This is not because we don't know and thus don't answer, or know but refuse to answer. According to modern science, matter and energy, from clouds to flames, abide by the first law of thermodynamics, indicating neither creation nor destruction. Antoine Lavoisier, a scientist, stated this. If all phenomena neither
Pissed
arise
off.
nor cease, then they also do not exist
We are
in the
pissed off.
binary terms
Garth,
of
we are
existence
pissed off at
and
you too.
non-existence, since the concepts of
That's why you sit
arising,
fucking still
ceasing, and existence
sometimes
or
when I'm trying to fucking find
non-existence
myself.
are interdependent. If there is no birth or death, how can there be eternal death or eternal life? If there's eternal death by principle, shouldn't there also be
that's what happens,
eternal
Garfield.
life?
You get up and down, you get distracted. They can come to our house, and I don't want to fucking door right away. We'll steal my fucking
Part 3. Conclusion. The Buddha's teachings, skillfully presented, are thus known as well-spoken, sanditiko. While extolling the Dharma, if we do not articulate skillfully, listeners may misunderstand, potentially causing harm. We must be adept in speaking the Dharma, ensuring that all we say is well spoken. Listeners of the Dharma also need to be skillful in grasping the true Dharma without getting stuck in words and personal biases. There must be cooperation between the speaker of the Dharma and the listener. The speaker needs to understand the mindset of the listener. We must speak in such a way that what we say directly touches the heart of the listener.
Yeah, as far as I can tell.
Listeners of the Dharma must open their hearts and let go
Turns
of
up,
their
turns up. As far as I can tell, they took my
prejudices to
fucking
truly
phone.
receive the authentic
So you had to try
Dharma.
to kill me dead.
Otherwise, what they perceive
The neighbor
will
with the
end up
fucking
being
mustache or
harmful.
something. I
The
thought.
parable of the
It's
snake
the image I got just
tells
now.
the story of a teacher named Asla who misunderstood the Buddha's teachings.
Which
and
one? There's a few of them with
practiced
mustache.
incorrectly, stubbornly refusing the advice of other teachers. The Buddha called Asela and questioned.
Probably
"I
not
did
them.
not
Probably the other
teach
guy.
that way. Why
Yeah, I
don't
think I
you
knew who it was.
understand
The
this?"
only guy's ever done
He
anything
then
like that.
illustrated with the example
I
of
thought
catching a
about it.
snake. If one does not know how to catch a snake
Who needs
properly,
a phone?
they could be bitten and
Doesn't
killed.
have a phone.
A skilled person
Don't
uses
raise
a
your phone
forked
for that.
stick to pin the snake's head down and grabs it directly behind the head, not by its tail. Similarly, when listening to the Dharma, if we are not careful to understand it correctly, it could turn harmful to us. The parable of the snake is a unique scripture, for no other teacher has declared that their teachings, if misused, could be dangerous, much like medicine that can save lives but can kill if used improperly.
Problem has more. I can see the shit now. Well, that's what it is. What it has to be.
Jesus and Buddha, perspectives from contemporary spiritual leaders. This podcast aims to explore the profound teachings and philosophies of two of history's most influential figures, Gautama Buddha and Jesus Christ. Both are revered not only as spiritual
How you doing, Garfield?
leaders, but also as beacons of wisdom and virtue who have shaped the moral, spiritual, and cultural landscapes of societies across the globe. Through an examination of their lives, teachings, and the scriptures that document their words, this article seeks to uncover both the divergent and convergent paths of Buddhist and Christian thought. Gautama Buddha, the Enlightened One. Gautama Buddha, born Siddhartha Gautama, is the founder of Buddhism, a spiritual tradition that emphasizes personal spiritual development and the attainment of a deep insight into the true nature of life. Buddha's teachings focus on the Four Noble Truths: the truth of suffering, the cause of suffering, the end of suffering, and the path that leads to the end of suffering. This path is encapsulated in the Noble Eightfold Path, which guides adherents in practices that encompass wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental discipline. Buddha's insights into the nature of suffering and the liberation from it through mindfulness and ethical living have resonated through centuries, offering a roadmap to enlightenment that emphasizes the potential within every being to attain profound peace and wisdom. Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Jesus Christ, a central figure in Christianity, is celebrated as the incarnate Son of God, whose life and teachings are chronicled in the New Testament of the Bible.
The American justice system.
His teachings,
That's a lot better used to be.
parables, and life events focus on love, forgiveness, and the kingdom of God. Jesus' message of salvation and eternal life presents a pathway to
What?
spiritual and moral
The
redemption.
company's getting
through
on
faith.
it.
His commandments
So is the
to
millions
love
now.
God and love
In a way
one's
better way
neighbor
than they
as
used to.
oneself summarize the
Some still try to do the
profound
old-fashioned way,
simplicity
which
and
isn't
depth
working.
of his moral teachings. Jesus' life, marked by miracles, parables, and ultimately his crucifixion and resurrection, offers a foundation for Christian faith that emphasizes grace, redemption, and the transformative power of love. The importance of comparative analysis. Comparing the teachings of Buddha and Jesus provides invaluable insights into two of the world's largest religions, Buddhism and Christianity. This comparative analysis not only highlights the unique theological and philosophical aspects of each, but also reveals commonalities that may bridge cultural and religious divides. By examining how both leaders address human suffering, ethical living, and the quest for spiritual enlightenment, we can deepen our understanding of each tradition and foster a greater respect for their impact on individual lives and on global cultures. This exploration is especially pertinent in today's globalized world, where interfaith dialogue and mutual understanding have become crucial for peaceful coexistence and mutual enrichment among diverse populations. Chapter 1: Historical Context. The life stories and teachings of Gautama Buddha and Jesus Christ not only provide spiritual
You're good, Garfield,
guidance,
I'm
but
mad at you.
also reflect the historical and
I'm gonna
cultural
phone computer now.
context in which they lived. These contexts significantly shape their teachings and the ways in which their messages were propagated and
Someone knows they have my
embraced
phone
by
right
their
now.
respective followers.
And they know they're going to go to
Gautama
prison for it,
Buddha,
don't they?
the seeker of enlightenment. Gautama Buddha, originally Siddhartha Gautama, was born around the 5th
Unless they
century
did save my life,
BCE
which
in
could
what
be
is
their
now
excuse.
modern-day
Unless they just come
Nepal.
and get me.
He was born into the royal family of the Shakya clan, a small kingdom at the
Unless I
foothills
lost
of the
it, which is
Himalayas.
possible.
The historical
But doubtful
backdrop
at this
of
point.
Buddha's life was marked by spiritual and philosophical exploration, a period in ancient India when people actively questioned the traditional Vedic religious practices. This was a time when numerous philosophical movements, now collectively known as the Shramana movements, challenged
But
the
no, they probably did
rituals
need
and
fun. They've been just
authority of
me
the
for a
common
long time. Really
priest
long
by
time.
advocating
Guys over there,
paths
guys over there
to
too.
spiritual liberation through meditation,
Some are young too.
asceticism,
Been trained well.
and ethical living.
And
Buddha's
rich.
journey to enlightenment began with his profound dissatisfaction with the suffering he witnessed around him. Despite his privileged upbringing, he was moved by the inevitability of suffering caused by sickness, old age, and death. At the age of 29, he renounced his royal heritage and familial obligations to seek answers, embarking on a quest for spiritual understanding. After years of rigorous ascetic practices and deep meditation, he attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya, India. His subsequent teachings, spread by his followers, laid the foundation of Buddhism, emphasizing the middle way, a path between severe asceticism and worldly indulgence. Buddha's impact on Indian culture was profound, promoting a religion that emphasized internal spiritual development over external ritual and caste distinctions. Jesus Christ, the proclaimer of the kingdom of God. Jesus of Nazareth, born in Bethlehem around the beginning of the first century CE, lived during a period of socio political upheaval in Roman occupied Judea. His birth occurred in a humble setting, a stark contrast to the royal lineage traditionally associated with religious saviors. The Jewish people at this time were under Roman rule, and there was a palpable yearning for a Messiah who would deliver them from political oppression and restore the kingdom of Israel. Jesus' teachings, however, focused less on political liberation and more on spiritual salvation and ethical transformation. His message centered on the kingdom of God, a concept that he described using parables and teachings that emphasized forgiveness, love, and a radical commitment to the welfare of others, particularly the marginalized and the poor. His ministry, which lasted approximately 3 years, included healing the sick, uplifting the poor, and teaching through parables that challenged the religious and moral conventions of his time. Jesus' crucifixion by the Roman authorities and subsequent resurrection, as documented in the Christian Gospels, cemented his central role in Christianity, influencing Western culture and philosophy profoundly. Influence on their respective cultures and religions. Both Buddha and Jesus challenged the existing religious structures of their times, promoting spiritual practices and ethical frameworks that extended beyond the existing norms. Buddha's teachings led to the establishment of Buddhism, which offered a non theistic path to spiritual liberation accessible to all, regardless of caste or social status. His approach appealed to the common man and woman through its practical emphasis on mindfulness, ethical conduct, and mental development. Jesus' teachings, while rooted in Jewish traditions, introduced concepts like the universality of God's love and salvation, ideas that transcended Jewish law and appealed to a broader audience beyond just the Jewish people. The early Christian communities, formed after his death, spread these teachings throughout the Roman Empire, emphasizing a personal connection to God through Jesus and ethical living as a manifestation of faith. In conclusion, the historical settings of Buddha and Jesus were catalysts for their revolutionary teachings. Both figures left indelible marks on their respective cultures and the world's religious landscape, promoting paths to spiritual insight and moral rectitude that continue to resonate across centuries. Their lives and messages have inspired countless individuals to lead lives of compassion, piety, and ethical integrity, shaping the moral foundations of societies around the globe. Chapter 2: Teachings on Suffering and Salvation. The teachings of Gautama Buddha and Jesus Christ offer profound insights into the nature of suffering, the path to salvation, and the overarching concept of divine love. Their approaches provide a framework for understanding the human condition and offer solutions for transcending it. Buddha's teachings on the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. Buddha's fundamental teachings, encapsulated in the Four Noble Truths, address the reality of suffering, its cause, cessation, and the path leading to its cessation. The first noble truth, dukkha, acknowledges that life involves suffering, which includes pain, dissatisfaction, and distress. The second noble truth, samudaya, identifies desire or attachment as the primary cause of suffering.
Right over there,
The
huh?
third noble truth, nirodha, suggests that eliminating desire can extinguish
there.
suffering.
I knew that too.
The fourth noble truth presents the Eightfold Path as the means to end suffering. The Eightfold Path is a practical and systematic way involving right understanding, right intent, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. These steps are designed not just to follow one after another, but to be developed simultaneously, guiding individuals toward ethical living, mental discipline, and wisdom. Jesus' teachings on salvation and divine love. Contrasting with Buddha's path of self-liberation through insight and ethical conduct, Jesus' teachings focus on salvation as a gift from God, accessible through faith in Him. Central to his message is the concept of divine love, encapsulated in the greatest commandments: to love God with all one's heart, soul, and mind, and to love one's neighbor as oneself. Jesus' portrayal of divine love extends to the unconditional love of God for humanity, which is most profoundly expressed in his sacrificial death on the cross, intended to redeem humanity from sin. Jesus' sermons and parables, such as the parable of the Good Samaritan and the Sermon on the Mount, emphasize mercy, forgiveness, and the need for a transformational relationship with God. Salvation, in the Christian sense, is thus not just freedom from sin, but also the promise of eternal life in communion with God. Analysis and comparison. Through the lens of scholars, modern scholars like Clifford Jones and Thich Nhat Hanh provide insightful perspectives into how the teachings of Buddha and Jesus converge and diverge in addressing human suffering and offering salvation. Clifford Jones argues that both Buddha and Jesus taught ways to transcend human suffering. Buddha through the cessation of desire, and Jesus through a transformative relationship with God. Both paths, though seemingly different in methodology and objective, aim toward liberating the individual from the bounds of worldly pain and suffering. Thich Nhat Hanh, a renowned Buddhist monk, finds similarities in the emphasis on compassion and active love. In his dialogues and writings, he often points out that both Jesus and Buddha sought to bring deep peace and happiness to individuals and society, highlighting practices such as mindfulness in Buddhism and prayer in Christianity as methods for achieving this goal. Moreover, both religious paths advocate for a form of selflessness, Buddha through the concept of anatta, non-self, and Jesus through the act of self-sacrifice and service to others. This philosophical crossroads suggests a meeting point in their teachings: the diminishment of egoistic desires as a way to spiritual freedom or salvation. Both Gautama Buddha and Jesus Christ offer paths to overcoming suffering, grounded in profound philosophical and theological frameworks. While Buddha's teachings provide a methodical approach through self-effort and moral discipline, Jesus' teachings offer a relational path centered on divine grace and love. Scholars like Clifford Jones and Thich Nhat Hanh help bridge these teachings, suggesting that despite their differences, both paths aim toward the ultimate goal of human flourishing and liberation from suffering. This comparative analysis not only enriches our understanding of these spiritual giants, but also encourages deeper interfaith dialogue and mutual respect.
All I know is it good. Can't find
Chapter
anything.
3: Teachings on Love and Compassion.
Leave my shit in all covered places. All the time, all the time, all
Both
the time.
Gautama Buddha and Jesus Christ emphasize love and compassion as central tenets of their teachings, albeit with different nuances and expressions. Their messages have inspired countless followers over millennia, offering pathways to achieve peace and harmony through altruistic behaviors. The insights of modern thinkers like the Dalai Lama and Bertrand Russell further enrich our understanding of these virtues. Buddha's directives on compassion and interconnectedness. Buddha's teachings on compassion are rooted in the principle of karuna, which is an active desire to remove harm and suffering from others. He emphasized that true compassion is not merely an emotional response, but a commitment to alleviate suffering wherever one encounters it. This is evident in the Metta Sutta,
One have to obey any
the
human
Sutta
laws.
on loving kindness,
Basically,
where Buddha teaches that one should
that's
cultivate
the
a
human treatment I
boundless
get treated
heart towards all beings, loving them unconditionally
by my
without
loving
attachment
people
or
around.
discrimination. Additionally, Buddha introduced the concept of pratityasamutpada, dependent origination, which expresses the interconnectedness of all things. This doctrine underpins the understanding
blind my
that
whole fucking
individual
life, pretty
actions can affect others due to the interconnected nature of the world, thus emphasizing the importance.
Instead of helping me
compassion
one time
in
get for
daily
glasses, they say,
actions.
what?
It leads to a recognition that
Get me away from
personal
them, Steph.
well-being is
And then they go with that story for the rest of their
integral to
fucking
the
lives sometimes.
well-being
Good
of
for them.
others,
Good for them.
fostering a compassionate attitude towards all living beings. Jesus' directives on love and forgiveness. Central to Jesus' teachings is the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself, which highlights the
1040.
significance of love in Christian doctrine. This
Huntersville?
principle is
Think
demonstrated
about that one.
powerfully
See me?
in the parable of the Good Samaritan, where Jesus extends the definition of neighbor to include all of humanity, regardless of social, religious, or ethnic boundaries. This radical inclusivity challenges followers to transcend prejudices, to act with kindness and mercy towards all. Furthermore, Jesus placed a strong emphasis on forgiveness, which he linked to the love of God. In the Lord's Prayer, Jesus taught his disciples to ask God to forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, thus establishing forgiveness as a fundamental aspect of the Christian life. This teaching is pivotal during his crucifixion, when Jesus asked for forgiveness for his executioners, exemplifying unconditional love and forgiveness even in the face of death. Views of the Dalai Lama and Bertrand Russell on love and compassion. The Dalai Lama, a contemporary spiritual leader in Buddhism, often discusses the universality of compassion. He believes that compassion is the foundation of peace and survival, transcending religious boundaries. His teachings echo Buddha's principles, but are delivered in a context that is accessible to a global audience, stressing that the practice of compassion is essential not only for personal happiness, but also for global stability and harmony. Bertrand Russell, though not a religious figure, also valued the role of love and compassion in human relationships. As a philosopher, he argued that love is both a constructive and a necessary condition for a fulfilling life. Russell often criticized the rigid structures of organized religion, but agreed with the moral teachings of Jesus and Buddha concerning love and compassion as essential for a just society. Conclusion: Both Buddha and Jesus articulated profound insights into the practice of love and compassion, which continue to resonate across cultures and religions. Their teachings suggest that true compassion and love are active choices and practices that require commitment and understanding. The perspectives of the Dalai
Yep.
Lama and
I like that,
Bertrand
huh?
Russell, coming from
Oh,
very
fucking
different
well, right?
backgrounds, reinforce the timeless and
It's like that,
universal
huh?
appeal of these teachings. They remind us that compassion and love are not passive emotions but active engagements with the world, crucial for the sustenance of humanity and the fostering of global peace. Chapter 4: Methods of Practice and Worship. The religious practices and rituals of Buddhism and Christianity reflect their foundational teachings and spiritual philosophies. While Buddhism focuses on meditation and mindfulness as methods to achieve enlightenment, Christianity often emphasizes rituals and the belief in miracles as ways to experience and manifest divine grace. Buddhist meditation practices as taught by Buddha. Gautama Buddha emphasized meditation as the core practice to attain enlightenment and understand the nature of reality. The practice of vipassana, insight meditation, and samatha, tranquility meditation, are central to Buddhist practice. Vipassana aims to cultivate a deep, penetrating insight into the nature of objects and phenomena, leading to the realization of impermanence, suffering, and the non self. On the other hand, samatha involves concentration and mindfulness exercises that calm the mind and prepare it for deeper states of meditation. Buddhist teachings also include the practice of metta, loving kindness meditation, which involves directing thoughts of unconditional love and goodwill towards oneself and others. This practice is intended to develop compassion and empathy, overcoming anger, hatred, and ill will. Christian rituals and miracles as taught by Jesus. Christianity incorporates a variety of rituals that signify believers' faith and adherence to the teachings of Jesus Christ. The sacraments, particularly the Eucharist, communion, play a vital role in Christian worship. The Eucharist commemorates Jesus' Last Supper with his disciples, symbolizing his sacrifice and the redemption of sinners through his blood and body. This ritual underscores the Christian
Oh, you really
themes of
want to snap?
sacrifice, atonement, and the mystical union with Christ. Moreover, Jesus' teachings often included references to miracles as signs of God's kingdom and grace. These miracles, ranging from healing the sick to turning water into wine, demonstrate his divine authority and compassion for human suffering. They are celebrated in Christian liturgy and are seen as manifestations of divine power and love, strengthening the faith of believers. Chapter 5:
Yeah, look at this
Philosophical
right here.
Differences.
Of course, it'd be right.
The philosophical teachings
I found
of
it.
Gautama
I like
Buddha
that.
and Jesus Christ offer profound insights into the nature of the universe, existence, and the human condition. Their views on free will and determinism provide a stark contrast between Buddhist philosophy and Christian
See,
doctrine,
everybody.
enriching our understanding of both
It is, that's
religious
what happened.
traditions. The commentary
he's
from
like everybody.
esteemed physicist
And the
Stephen
cops know it.
Hawking further illuminates
The
these
cops mean the
differences
spooks, all of
from
them.
a
They work together.
scientific
We know that.
perspective, bridging ancient wisdom with modern scientific thought.
And they won't care when he gets killed
Philosophical
off.
views on the universe and
So when he
existence
loses
by
his
Buddha
stuff
and
and set on surface he
Jesus.
cannot see,
Buddha's
with his eyes,
philosophical stance
he
is grounded
looks
in
like
the
an idiot.
principles of
But then he makes
anicca,
the clouds move, and they don't look,
impermanence,
they don't even care.
dukkha, suffering, and anatta, non-self. He taught that all conditioned phenomena are impermanent, that life inherently involves
This
suffering,
motherfucker better be
and that
going
there
nowhere
is
soon
no
without getting in
unchanging
shape.
permanent self.
Otherwise, you're
Buddha
gonna
viewed
lose
the
one of the most special
universe
people that
as
ever
a
lived. And I
vast,
kind of know it's it.
interdependent network where
I'm just probably
everything
one of
affects
those things.
everything else through the law of
Gerber's
karma,
right there.
action, and resultant effect.
You see me do it.
This view underscores a cyclical understanding of existence, known as samsara, where life and death are continuous until enlightenment is achieved. In contrast, Jesus' teachings, as presented in the Christian scriptures, often emphasize a personal relationship with a sovereign and eternal God who created the universe with purpose and order. Jesus spoke of a divine plan where individuals have inherent value and an eternal soul. The universe, under this view, is governed by divine
Since you
providence,
can't do it, you can't get
and
it done
human
like that.
beings play a
We're gonna have to
significant
do
part in God's
the little pet
eternal narrative.
projects and try to like
Jesus'
control my
message
pet,
about the kingdom
or try
of
to kill
God
him, try to
suggests
replace him,
a
try to kill him,
linear
replace him,
and
kill him, replace him, kill him,
teleological
replace him,
view
till you
of
have a better
history,
one.
which culminates in the ultimate reconciliation of the world with God.
Till what I get a dog.
Differences in views
I'm gonna
on
sink your whole
free
fucking
will
ship.
and determinism. The concept of free will versus determinism is another area where Buddha and Jesus provide differing insights. Buddhist philosophy, particularly through the lens of dependent origination, suggests that all events and conditions arise from a web of interconnected causes and effects. This perspective implies
You
a
know, Tails there?
form of
No, they let him do it on
determinism
purpose.
where
Which
free
is what
will
pissing him
is
off right
often
now.
seen
They
as
knew
an
it was there.
illusion,
Like what
as
for everything else, like
individuals'
everything else, like
actions
everything
are
else.
influenced
You
by
get loud
past
about it again.
karma and
Why?
current
So it gets
conditions.
embarrassing again. Why? Because they
Conversely,
let him do
Christian
that. Why? Because
doctrine,
they're
as
Buddhists.
influenced by Jesus'
And he just
teachings,
loud at everything.
strongly advocates for the existence of free will.
So he's going out there
According
getting
to
loud, getting
Christian
loud, getting loud.
theology,
But guess what? He can't
God
even leave
grants
yet.
humans the freedom to choose
And they
between
want to
good
kill
and
him.
evil, making them morally
They don't care
responsible
like
for
that.
their
They kind of do.
choices.
You don't care
This
like that.
free
We kind of
will
do.
is central
They
to
don't
the
care, but they
Christian
kind of do too.
understanding of sin
They're like,
and
but they,
redemption,
yeah, they do care.
where
It's like, I'm
individuals
tired of
must
this shit.
choose to accept God's
Like, well,
grace through faith in Jesus Christ. Insights from scientists like Stephen Hawking on these differences. Stephen Hawking, a renowned theoretical physicist, provided a scientific perspective that can be seen as a secular
I
echo
understand
of
that.
these philosophical
I've been
debates.
doing this for a long
Hawking's
time. A really long
exploration
time.
into the origins and structure of the universe, detailed in works like A Brief History of Time, discusses determinism in the context of physical laws governing the cosmos. He suggested that if we could know the position and state of every particle in the universe, the future and past would be completely deterministic. However, he also acknowledged the limits of this view, especially with the introduction of quantum mechanics, which
Oh, God, will.
introduces elements
Me
of
all the time.
unpredictability
You gonna
or
leave soon? Yeah.
randomness at
That's
the
soon? No.
subatomic level.
Well, I have to snow.
Hawking's insights resonate with Buddhist notions of interdependence and
Right.
impermanence, as well as with the Christian
Same with you.
understanding of an orderly universe governed by discernible laws, yet with room for divine or existential mysteries. His work invites both religious traditions to reconsider the nature of free will and determinism in light of contemporary scientific understanding. Conclusion: the philosophical teachings of Buddha and Jesus on the universe, existence, and free will offer rich, divergent perspectives that have shaped the spiritual lives of millions. These teachings not only reflect the distinct historical and cultural contexts in which they arose, but also offer modern adherents and scholars valuable frameworks for understanding the complex interplay between determinism and free will. Insights from science, particularly those from figures like Stephen Hawking, further enrich this dialogue, suggesting that both religious and scientific communities can benefit from an ongoing exchange of ideas on these profound topics. Chapter 6: Buddha and Jesus, Osho's perspectives on suffering, death, and transformation. In the exploration of spiritual teachings, few voices are as distinct and challenging as Osho's. His interpretations and teachings provide a unique lens through which to view the messages of Gautama Buddha and Jesus Christ, particularly concerning the nature of suffering, death, and the potential for human transformation. This chapter delves into Osho's provocative insights, drawing on his numerous discourses and interactions to contrast and illuminate the teachings of these two pivotal figures. Understanding Death and Suffering through Osho's eyes. Osho's discourse on death offers a radical departure from traditional religious teachings. In one poignant story, he speaks of a grieving mother in a village whose child has just died. Buddha advises her to find a household that has never experienced death and obtain food from there to revive her child. This impossible task, designed to demonstrate the universality of death, underscores Osho's view that death is an essential, inevitable aspect of life. He criticizes the superficiality of seeking miracles to avoid or reverse death, suggesting instead that understanding and accepting death's inevitability can lead to profound personal growth and peace. This no mind is originally unborn and undying and without illusion. Not realizing this, thinking that thoughts are existent things, you roam around in the routines of birth and death. Osho, contrasting teachings on resurrection and miracles. Osho often contrasted Buddha's teachings with those of Jesus, particularly in the context of miracles. He points out that while Jesus performed miracles such as resurrecting Lazarus, Buddha would likely never have engaged in such acts. For Osho, these miracles, while compelling to believers, do not address the fundamental issue that all living beings must face death eventually. Even if Lazarus was revived, it made no difference. He still had to die. Finally, Lazarus had to die. So this miracle was of no use, of no ultimate value. Osho. Osho argues that true compassion and sensitivity involve helping individuals understand and accept life's impermanence rather than shielding them from it with miraculous interventions. This perspective challenges followers to confront their fears and illusions directly, fostering a deeper, more genuine engagement with spiritual growth, the inevitability of death, and the illusion of historical significance. In his discussions, Osho frequently revisited the idea that history and its events are less significant than the eternal truths of existence. He critiqued the Christian emphasis on historical narrative, particularly the division of time into before and after Christ, suggesting that such distinctions are both arbitrary and misleading. The real division happened 25 centuries ago with Gautam Buddha. An authentic history should refer to Gautam Buddha. Any incident has to be described as either before Gautam Buddha or after Gautam Buddha. Osho. This assertion places Buddha at the center of historical consciousness, emphasizing his role in transforming human awareness. Osho's critique extends to the broader understanding of religious teachings, advocating for a direct experiential approach to spirituality that transcends historical and cultural boundaries. Osho's call for a return to source, echoing Jesus's misunderstood teachings on repentance, which Osho translates as a call to return to one's source. He invites a re-evaluation of spiritual practice. This reinterpretation aligns closely with his broader teachings on consciousness and self-awareness, where the ultimate goal is not adherence to religious dogma, but an awakening to one's true nature. The only way to understand Christ is to become a Christ. Never be a Christian, be a Christ. Never be a Buddhist, be a Buddha. Osho. By advocating for personal transformation over religious identification, Osho challenges followers to transcend traditional labels and achieve a direct, personal understanding of spiritual truths. Conclusion. Osho's perspectives provide a challenging yet enriching complement to the teachings of Buddha and Jesus. His emphasis on understanding the nature of suffering and death, his skepticism of miracles, and his advocacy for a direct experiential approach to spirituality encourage a deeper, more personal exploration of one's spiritual path. Through his teachings, Osho not only elucidates the messages of historical spiritual figures, but also invites modern seekers to engage in a transformative journey toward understanding and enlightenment. Chapter 7: The Importance of Interfaith Dialogue. In a world increasingly interconnected yet plagued by religious and ideological conflicts, interfaith dialogue emerges not only as beneficial, but essential. The teachings of Gautama Buddha and Jesus Christ, though rooted in different traditions, offer profound wisdom that can significantly contribute to mutual understanding and respect across diverse faiths. Figures such as the Dalai Lama and Thich Nhat Hanh have been instrumental in promoting this dialogue, emphasizing the shared values and facing the challenges inherent in these cross-cultural exchanges. How their teachings can support interfaith dialogue. Buddha's teachings on compassion, impermanence, and interconnectedness lay a foundation for open dialogue by fostering
Center disease control somewhere in green chamber.
and understanding
With an IV in his mouth. Yeah. My
His
cat,
doctrine
George.
encourages seeing beyond one's
That's what I saw. He was in the
perspective,
airport for a while.
recognizing
He
the
was
deep
transferred.
interconnectedness of all beings, which can alleviate conflict born from ideological rigidity. Similarly, Jesus Christ's teachings on love, forgiveness, and the
He's
kingdom
know where he
of
is. He's
God
in pain all the time.
encourage
All
an
the time and all the
outreach
time.
towards others, emphasizing the need for love to transcend all boundaries, including those of religion.
He wants to become saving, but he
parable
doesn't
of
know.
the
He knows I
Good
can't get to him.
Samaritan, for
I
instance,
guess, but he doesn't know
serves
that.
as a poignant reminder that assistance should extend beyond one's community or religion, promoting a universal brotherhood. These teachings
Who
collectively
did it? An
advocate
old
for a
man,
dialogue
tall,
rooted in
white
mutual
hair, white
respect,
skin.
where
Yeah, put the fucking
differences
cloak
are
on.
not merely tolerated, but valued as essential
Let's rip people
components of
apart.
humanity's complex mosaic.
Yeah, with his hands.
The
We get
role
over
of
it.
thinkers, like the Dalai Lama and Thich Nhat Hanh, in promoting mutual understanding. The Dalai Lama, a figure of immense moral authority and spiritual insight, has consistently highlighted the importance of understanding and learning from other religious traditions. His engagements with leaders from various faiths, including Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism, demonstrate a living example of Buddhist principles applied to foster global peace and understanding. His book, Beyond Religion: Ethics for a Whole World, outlines a framework for secular ethics that transcends religious boundaries, advocating for universal human values. Thich Nhat Hanh, renowned for his approachable style of teaching and emphasis on mindfulness, has brought Buddhist insights into dialogue with Christian practices. His book, Living Buddha, Living Christ, has been influential in showing how followers of Buddhism and Christianity can find common ground in their practices of mindfulness and devotion, enhancing their spiritual lives while fostering a deeper appreciation for each other's paths. Challenges and opportunities in Buddhist Christian dialogue. While there are many opportunities for enriching understanding, interfaith dialogue also faces significant challenges. Differences in doctrine, historical conflicts, and contemporary political tensions can overshadow the shared values and mutual respect that dialogue seeks to promote. For instance, the exclusivist claims of some Christian denominations can conflict with Buddhist teachings on non-self and emptiness, potentially leading to misunderstandings about the goals and nature of salvation and enlightenment. However, these challenges also present opportunities. Engaging with difficult questions can lead to a deeper understanding of one's faith and an appreciation for others' beliefs. For example, discussing the concept of salvation in both Buddhism and Christianity can help clarify misunderstandings and reveal underlying similarities, such as the transformative journey of the soul towards enlightenment or union with the divine. The efforts of the Dalai Lama and Thich Nhat Hanh, along with the foundational teachings of Buddha and Jesus, provide vital blueprints for interfaith dialogue. By focusing on shared values while respecting doctrinal differences, they pave the way for a future where religious and spiritual traditions can coexist peacefully, contributing to a richer, more compassionate global community. The ongoing dialogue between Buddhism and Christianity not only bridges two major world religions, but also serves as a model for other faiths to engage in meaningful and constructive interactions. Conclusion: embracing diversity for a peaceful future. Throughout this exploration of the teachings and philosophical viewpoints of Gautama Buddha, Jesus Christ, and modern thinkers like Osho, we've traversed a vast landscape of spiritual and intellectual thought. Each chapter has not only presented the core ideas and practices of these influential figures, but has also highlighted the profound necessity of understanding and appreciating the diversity within our global spiritual heritage. This concluding chapter aims to encapsulate the main points discussed, underscore the importance of interfaith study, and advocate for continued dialogue and research as tools for building a more harmonious world. The teachings of Buddha and Jesus, as analyzed through various lenses, including those of respected philosophers and modern mystics, offer us timeless wisdom on suffering, salvation, love, compassion, and the practical applications of these teachings in daily life. Buddha's Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, alongside Jesus' message of divine love and redemption, provide foundational insights into overcoming personal and collective challenges. Meanwhile, figures like Osho challenge us to reconsider the nature of these teachings, urging a return to the source and an introspective journey that transcends traditional religious boundaries. The philosophical discussions highlighted differences in views on the universe, existence, free will, and determinism, revealing a rich tapestry of thought that spans cultures and epochs. These discussions are not just academic, they have real-world implications for how we understand and interact with the universe and each other. Through the perspectives of modern scientists and philosophers, we've seen how contemporary thought intersects with, and often challenges, traditional doctrines, pushing the boundaries of what we know and how we believe. The crucial role of interfaith understanding. In a world increasingly divided by ideological and religious lines, the study and understanding of different religious traditions are not just academic exercises, but necessary steps toward global peace. Each tradition offers unique insights into the human condition, and together they hold the keys to addressing some of today's most pressing moral and ethical dilemmas. By engaging with these diverse teachings, we not only broaden our own spiritual horizons, but also foster a deeper respect for the beliefs and practices of others. This exploration has shown that despite apparent differences, there are common threads that connect all major spiritual teachings: the pursuit of inner peace, the quest for understanding, and the expressions of love and compassion towards all beings. Recognizing and focusing on these commonalities can significantly enhance mutual respect and facilitate more meaningful intercultural and interfaith interactions. A call for ongoing dialogue and research. The insights garnered from the teachings of Buddha, Jesus, and thinkers like Osho are just the beginning. To truly harness the power of these teachings to effect change and build peace, ongoing dialogue and research are essential. Each generation must take up the torch of interfaith dialogue, not just to preserve these teachings, but to adapt and apply them to the changing circumstances of our world. Academic institutions, religious organizations, and community groups play pivotal roles in this ongoing effort. They are the arenas where challenging discussions can occur and new understanding can be forged. These discussions must be inclusive, involving voices from various religious and philosophical backgrounds to ensure a holistic approach to global challenges. Moreover, as we advance technologically and expand our reach into the universe, these philosophical and spiritual teachings can guide us in maintaining ethical standards and a sense of responsibility towards each other and our planet. The collaboration between scientists, philosophers, theologians, and educators is crucial in crafting policies and practices that reflect our diverse values while promoting peace and sustainability towards a future of peace and understanding. As we conclude, let us carry forward the lessons learned from Buddha, Jesus, and modern philosophers into our lives and communities. Let us strive to build bridges of understanding and open channels of communication that transcend our differences. By doing so, we can hope to craft a world where peace is not just a distant dream, but a present reality, rooted in the deep understanding and appreciation of our shared human experience and diverse spiritual heritage. This journey of exploration and understanding is ongoing, and each step we take towards each other with open minds and compassionate hearts is a step towards a more peaceful and enlightened world. Buddhism, a non religious religion. The religion of the Buddha is not a religion in the conventional sense because it lacks a system of faith, dogmas, and sacred texts. It does not believe in God, souls, or any kind of heaven. It does not require faith, yet it remains a religion. This is a unique phenomenon in the history of human consciousness. No one can compare to the Buddha. He said that God is merely a search for consolation, safety, a refuge. You believe in God not because there is a God, but because you feel vulnerable without that belief. Even if there were no God, you would invent one. That belief stems from your own weakness. It is a projection. Humanity feels limited, powerless, as though victims of circumstance because they do not know where they come from, where they are going, and why they are here. Without God, it is difficult for ordinary people to find meaning in life. They would become chaotic in the absence of God. God is the crutch that supports, comforts, and protects you. They tell themselves, don't worry. God is omnipotent, omniscient, and knows why you are here. He is the creator. He knows why he created the world. You might not know, but he does, so you can trust in him. That gives you peace of mind. Just the idea of God is enough to reassure you that you are not alone, that you are cared for, that this universe is not born of chaos, but everything is in orderly arrangement. The Lord of the universe has arranged everything, and not a single hair falls from your head without his divine will. Everything is planned. You are part of a grand scheme. You might not understand its meaning, but there must be a meaning because God exists. God helps you live joyfully. You can believe that life is not accidental, that there is a purpose, some ultimate goal. God helps you feel secure. But the Buddha said there is no God. That is the proof you don't know why you are here. It speaks to your helplessness. It proves there is no meaning. The idea of God was created to help us endure this futile life. Imagine you are on a plane and someone says, there is no pilot. Suddenly everyone panics. No pilot. If there is no pilot, you are doomed. Then someone says, this plane doesn't need a pilot because it is controlled remotely. Otherwise, how could it fly? Since everything operates so smoothly, there must be a pilot. Maybe we can't see the pilot. Maybe we are not graced to see. But still, the notion that there is no pilot is false. Those deceiving you are not your friends, but your enemies. Because you are nurtured by falsehood, your life is full of falsehoods. You must live in the atmosphere of truth, no matter how difficult, no matter how bitter it may be. Even if persecuted for the truth, it is worth it. Chapter 1. Be more aware, be more awake, be more courageous. The Buddha stated that the religions of humans are human creations. You are governed by external circumstances. You need to accept the truth at all costs without trying to cover it up, polish it, or distort it to suit your preferences. If it disturbs or disrupts you, be ready to face the consequences. If it wounds your ego, be prepared to die from that wound. If you are destroyed by the truth, be ready to be destroyed. The Buddha was dispassionate, yet he opened an immensely profound door that no one else has succeeded in doing. He allowed no room for your ambitions. He said, be more aware, be more awake, be more courageous. Do not hide behind any beliefs, doctrines, or theories. Take responsibility for yourself. Light the inner candle to see the true nature of things clearly. And when you have the courage to accept the truth, you are truly blessed. This is the Buddha's first teaching. He taught that all systems of belief are harmful, all faiths are barriers. He was neither theistic nor atheistic because, as he said, some believe in God, others do not, but both hold beliefs. He didn't believe in God, but he rejected the viewpoints of those who were atheistic. He said their denial of God was like a mosquito biting an elephant's foot. If you are immature, you will find another idol to replace God. What is history then? For instance, Karl Marx declared there is no God, yet his history is filled with every conception of God. Why need God? God is the decisive element, the factor behind every phenomenon. God decides what happens and what doesn't. Marx completely abandoned the idea of God, but history became the deciding factor. History became destiny. History controls everything. What is history? Marx claimed that communism was a historical inevitability, and history had decided that communism would prevail, and all was arranged by history. Thus, history became a sort of super God. Some entity or element must decide. Humans cannot live with a direct reality. Humans cannot accept a reality that is chaotic and random. Humans cannot live with reality without leaning on some idea to give it meaning, appropriateness, and continuity so that the mind can understand, analyze, and discern cause and effect. Freud completely abandoned the idea of God, yet the unconscious became God. Every human action was determined by the unconscious. Humans were merely puppets in the hands of the unconscious. These are the new labels for God. This is the modern myth. Freud's psychology is a new mythology about God. Old wine in a new bottle. The label has been changed. The old label has been removed, and a new coat of paint has been applied to deceive the unwary. But if you analyze Freud's psychology closely, you will immediately realize that the unconscious plays the role that God once did. Charles Darwin, with his theory of evolution, is another example. Darwin said there is no God, only natural selection, and only the fittest survive. Darwin, Marx, Freud, and Nietzsche are considered pioneers of modernism, sometimes also referred to as structuralism. Nietzsche did not propose a theory to replace God, but he demonstrated that God, truth, are arbitrary ideas that change according to time and place. Louis Marcos, from Plato to postmodernism, the teaching company. The person considered the father of modernism is Ferdinand de Saussure, a Swiss linguist. He viewed language as a system where each component is interrelated. He called the words in a language signs, and each sign has two parts. One, the sound. Two, the meaning or concept. Saussure called the sound the signifier and the concept the signified. So why need God? God had to be created to decide something: history, economy, the unconscious natural selection. Chapter 2: When your mind is still immature. If humans cannot be free, then changing myths or doctrines is pointless, whether it's Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. The differences are only superficial. Your mind remains childish, immature. You continuously seek the image of a father figure, or someone who can explain everything, who can provide the ultimate answers. According to Jacques Derrida, the father of the philosophical school of deconstruction, Derrida argues that the entire Western metaphysics, from Plato to today, is a futile attempt to find a logos, called the transcendental signified, that could answer all human queries. But Derrida believes that each time we seek a signified, we discover it is just another signifier pointing to another signified. And if we follow that trail to find that signified, it turns out to be another signifier. Thus, the meaning is always deferred, meaning there can never be one ultimate answer. For further reading, see Louis Marcos, Jim Powell, Deconstruction for Beginners, Glenn Ward, Teach Yourself Postmodernism. The Buddha said, I am not a metaphysician. A mature soul does not seek whether there are ultimate answers or not. That's why the Buddha said, I am not a metaphysician. He had no metaphysics. Metaphysics means the ultimate answer to all queries. He never said, I have explained that mystery. He never said, here, I have revealed the truth to you. He said, the only thing I can do is encourage you, make you desire, help you become alert, aware, alive, so that you live your life fully conscious, filled with light and wakefulness, to the point where all questions dissolve. It's not that you will find one ultimate answer to life. No one has done that. The Buddha utterly rejected metaphysics. He said metaphysics is just a futile search. The first thing he denied was God. Then he denied heaven. He said, your heaven is merely your unfulfilled desires, your unachieved instincts, which you project onto an invisible realm, onto an afterlife. In this regard, he was absolutely right. If you were to describe the heavens of Islam, Christianity, Judaism, you would understand why he said so. What is unfulfilled in this life, you project onto the next. But whether in this life or the next, those desires are no different. Dukkha. Who is ever satisfied in life? Indians talk about wish-fulfilling trees called kalpavriksha. If you sit under one, whatever you wish will happen immediately. The West recently invented instant coffee. India invented the wish-fulfilling tree thousands of years ago, and everyone believed. Sit under it, and whatever you wish, you receive. Dream of a fairy, she appears. Want delicacies? They're yours. Nothing is impossible. Just a cursory analysis shows how few are satisfied in life, and everyone spends their life trying to fulfill their desires. Yet how many are content with what they achieve? So they project those desires into the future. Desire by its very nature is insatiable, whether now or in the future. The Buddha said, the nature of desire is to be unsatisfiable. No matter what you do, you will not be satisfied. That's the intrinsic nature of desire. Desire cannot be fulfilled. Even sitting under a magical tree won't satisfy you. Often you satisfy the things you dream of, but then you dream of something else. The cycle just continues endlessly. The heavens of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and Hinduism are just projected desires, unfulfilled wishes, disappointed dreams. Of course, they console many. If not satisfied here, you will be in heaven. Sooner or later, you will return to God. The only requirement is that you pray and believe in Him. Fear God, then your reward later will be immense. The reward, of course, must wait until the afterlife because the deceitful clergy can't fool you in this life. They know desires are insatiable, so they invented the afterlife. No one knows anything about the afterlife, so it's very easy to be deceived. If someone told you, God will fulfill your desires right now, right here, it would be hard to prove because no one has ever been satisfied right now, right here. Then God would be unmasked. So they had to invent a very cunning plan. They say, it will happen after this life. Why can't your omnipotent God satisfy your desires right now? Why can't your God create a magical tree right here on earth? Why can't your God do anything while people are still alive? If he can't do anything now, what guarantee is there that he will be able to do something in the afterlife? Chapter 3. What is desire? The Buddha said, look into the nature of desire. Observe the movement of desire because it is very subtle. Two things you will realize. One is that desire by its very nature can never be satisfied. And second, once you understand that desire can never be satisfied, it will disappear and you will no longer crave it. That is the state of peace, stillness, and liberation. That is the state of satisfaction. Desire cannot be satisfied by more desire. It can only be satisfied by transcending satisfaction. Desire is a golden opportunity to understand the workings of the mind, how it operates along with its mechanisms. And when you understand that, there will be transformation. Desire will vanish without a trace. And when there is no more desire, no more demands, you will be satisfied. Not that desire is satisfied, but when you transcend all desires, satisfaction naturally occurs. Desire changes with time and circumstances. Religion says desire can be satisfied in heaven. Capitalists say desire can be satisfied in this life. Materialists say desire can be satisfied here. Just change the social structure. Just overthrow the capitalists so the proletariat can lead. The capitalists must be destroyed. Then desires will be satisfied here. Heaven can be established right on this earth. Capitalism says you can be fulfilled if you strive hard. The West is currently doing this. Fight, snatch, win by any means, earn more wealth, more power. This is what politicians everywhere are doing. If you want happiness, the economy must grow, productivity must increase. That's what scientists say. They claim just a little more technology and heaven will be established. And what does your religion say? They say nothing different. They say desire can be satisfied, but not in this life, in the afterlife. That's a very minor difference between materialists and hypocrites. For the Buddha, both are materialists. And for me, both are also materialists. The hypocrites and the atheists are birds of a feather. There is no difference at all. Their attitudes and approaches are exactly the same. The Buddha said, desire cannot be satisfied. He is holy in that sense. You must understand the nature of desire. It cannot be satisfied here or anywhere else. That has not happened and cannot happen because it contradicts the very essence of desire. What is desire? Have you ever observed your greedy mind? Have you reflected on it? What is desire? You want to buy a house, so you work hard for it. You sacrifice your whole life for it. Are you satisfied once you have the house? Once you have it, suddenly you need many other things. Then you want a bigger house. You want to be loved. And when you are loved, you want someone else. That is the nature of desire. It is always ahead of you. Desire belongs to the future. Desire is a hope. Desire can never be satisfied because its nature is a projection into the future. It always lies just over the horizon that you cannot chase. Each time you move forward, It recedes, and the distance between it and you does not change. When you have 10,000, you will want 20,000. When you have 20,000, you will want 40,000. The gap does not change. Regardless of what you have, desire always hovers ahead. The Buddha said, abandon hope, eliminate desire. When there is no more hope and desire, you are thrown back into the present. When you no longer desire anything, you will be satisfied because you are no longer deceived by desire. So when the Buddha says, there is no difference between the hypocrites and the materialists, and he infuriated the Brahmins, they had never been so enraged before. They tried to eradicate his teaching in India, and they succeeded. Buddhism emerged in India, but vanished from India because Hinduism is one of the most materialistic religions in the world. Open the Vedas and you will see prayers, rituals, sacrifices, all asking from one God to another. Every ritual comes from desire. Grant us more, even more. Give us a good harvest, favorable winds, successful work, abundant health, a long life. The Vedas are essentially just magnified desires, and sometimes quite malevolent. They contain not only supplications, but also curses towards enemies, such as, may my cows be plentiful in milk, and may that wretch's cows die or yield no milk. What kind of religion is this? It's even absurd to call it a religion. If this is the righteous path, what then is the wrong one? Buddha studied with many spiritual teachers while seeking enlightenment, but each time he left empty-handed because he knew none understood the nature of desire. These same individuals also harbored plenty of desires. Of course, their desires were projected far into the future, into the next life, but the object of desire was the same. The only difference was the timeline. Some desired things in this life. Others desired things pertaining to the afterlife. But what's the difference? There is none. Their desires are the same. Desire is desire. Buddha studied with many spiritual teachers, but each time he was disappointed. He never met a truly holy person, only hypocrites. These were people who tortured themselves. Some fasted for months, others stood for years, some never slept, and they became living skeletons. You wouldn't call them hypocrites or ordinary people, but if you looked into their minds and asked, why the fasting? Why the extreme effort? They would reply that it was to ascend to heaven, to reach paradise, to receive eternal rewards after death. That is desire. They all spoke alike. Everything is impermanent. This life is just an illusion. Whatever you gain, eventually death takes it all. So why strive? This life will not last forever. Therefore, we seek what is eternal, immortal. We want absolute satisfaction. Only fools seek glory and riches in this life because, in the end, you end up with nothing. You work hard, but what can you take with you when you die? We seek a treasure that we can take with us, which will not perish, that even death cannot steal. Would you call these people holy? They seem worse than ordinary people. They are more materialistic than the materialists. Of course, they cleverly disguise their greed. Their greed appears transcendent, but it's very deceitful. It's like sticking flowers on a pile of dung. The dung is still dung. The flowers only deceive the foolish. The Buddha was not deceived. He saw everything. He saw their greed. If you still have desires, you are mundane and materialistic. Thus, he did not teach about heaven. He did not believe in any heaven. Not that he did not believe in bliss. No, he believed in bliss, but it is not a belief. When all heavens are gone, when all desires have vanished, bliss bursts forth from the deepest core of your being. It demands nothing. No need for virtues, no need for asceticism, no need for offerings. Just understanding is enough. Understanding is Chapter 4, the issue, soul, God, and self. The third aspect is that the Buddha did not believe in the soul, did not believe in God, did not believe in heaven. This seems challenging. We might accept there is no God since no one has ever seen him. It's quite possible that he is just a projection. We might also accept there is no heaven, as it could merely be an unfulfilled desire of ours. But no soul, then there's nothing for you to cling to. No soul? Then what is the purpose of human life? If there is no soul, if death is the end, then all effort is in vain. What's the point of meditation? What use is prayer? The Buddha stated that the idea of the self, of the soul, has been misunderstood. You exist, but you do not have a self. You exist, but are not separate from the universe. Separation forms the basis of the self concept. If I am separate from you, I have a self. If you are separate from me, you have a soul. The Buddha said, existence is one. There are no boundaries. No one is separate from another. We live in an ocean of consciousness. We are one consciousness, but are deluded by the separation of our bodies, deceived by the boundaries of our minds. And because of the body and the mind, and because of the identification with the body and the mind, we think we are separate. We think we have individual selves. The ego thus exists. For instance, look at a map. You will see America, but on the ground, there is no America. It's only on the maps of politicians. On a map, North America and South America are separate, but deep below the ocean, there's only one Earth. All continents are connected. They are just one Earth. We are only separate on the surface. The deeper you go, the more the separation fades. When you reach the core of your being, suddenly it becomes universal. There is no self, no soul. The Buddha was a realist. The Buddha had no beliefs about God, the soul, or paradises. What then did he teach? He taught a way of life, not a belief system. His method was very scientific, based on experience, on practicality. He was not a philosopher, not a metaphysician. He was a realist. The Buddha said, you can change your life without needing to rely on beliefs. Indeed, those beliefs are obstacles to change. The first step is to abandon beliefs, metaphysics, doctrines. Start from zero, with no philosophy, no ideology. Start with emptiness. That's the only way to reach the truth. I have heard a traveler opened a Bible placed by the Gideons in a hotel room. On the first page was printed, if you are sick, read Psalm 18. If your family is in discord, read Psalm 45. If you feel alone, read Psalm 92. The person felt lonely and so open to Psalm 92 and read. After finishing, they saw below, if you still feel lonely, please call 888 1234 and ask to speak to Nani. If you read your holy book carefully, you'll find the footnotes more intriguing. Sometimes they are not clear, but if you pay attention, you will find the appropriate footnote. The Buddha said all your scriptures are just desires, instincts, greed, lust, anger of yours. They are just creations of your mind, so they must bear the traces of the mind. Scriptures are man-made. Hence, all religions try to prove that their scripture is not a product of man. Christians say God authored the Bible. The 10 Commandments were directly given to Moses by God. The New Testament is the direct message of the Son, the only Son of God. It is not man-made. It was divinely revealed. Hindus also say the Vedas are not a product of man, and the story repeats. Muslims say the Quran was read to Muhammad by God. Why do all religions say their scripture is from God, but those of other religions are not? Muslims do not accept the Vedas as from God. Hindus do not accept the Quran. Why is that? Because they know anything man made will bear the marks of the mind, of desires. Buddha taught that all scriptures are man made. He wasn't a fanatic, nor did he identify with any nationality, race, religion, or group. He was simply a beacon of his own light, and his teachings were the purest messages of truth. Here's a story a friend once shared with me. During a period of holy war, followers in Ireland asked their religious leader to select a site for his future tomb, as he might be killed at any moment. 3 locations were proposed, and he chose the least expensive one, against the council's preference. When asked why he chose such a modest place rather than the 2 picturesque locations, he replied, "Dear friends, I appreciate your generosity, but I will not lie there for more than 3 days, so why waste it?" The implication here is akin to the Christian belief that Christ died and resurrected after 3 days. He insinuated he had the same divine power. Such outlandish notions have no place with Buddha, who would hesitate just as Laozi would. Only these 2 figures are known for their reluctance. Sometimes their hesitation may not leave a strong impression on you. In a world full of confusion, you might seek someone with absolute confidence for reassurance. Hence, fanatics, who may have little to say but pound the table emphatically and shout loudly, seem knowledgeable. They're so certain that they create a feeling of certainty, which is what many troubled people desperately need. Meeting a Buddha might not capture your attention, as he doesn't make loud proclamations or display certainty, because he knows more profoundly than anyone that life cannot be summarized in simple statements. No statement can wholly encapsulate truth. Everything is relative. Buddha and Mahavira, the 2 most renowned sages of India, deeply understood the law of relativity, something Einstein only discovered in modern times and introduced to science. Science used to be certain in a dogmatic, absolute way. With relativity, science has become more humble and honest. Classical physics suggested that knowing initial conditions could predict the universe's state at any time. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle countered that it's impossible to know both the position and velocity of a particle at the same time. If you know one, you can't accurately know the other. The more ignorant, the more dogmatic. In India, Buddha and Mahavira introduced the concept of relativity to religion, stating that truth cannot be fully expressed, that absolute declarations are impossible, and at best, we can only hint at it. Any direct pointing is impossible because of the immense and expansive nature of truth. Hence, a truly enlightened person must naturally hesitate. This hesitation is a sign of profound awareness. Unfortunately, the more ignorant are often the most dogmatic. This is one of humanity's sad truths. The foolish are certain, while the wise hesitate. To truly understand Buddha, you must be alert and open to his teachings. He doesn't present truth on a grand scale, but offers guidance and suggestions. And even this is challenging enough. I've mentioned before, Buddha is practical. He seldom discusses metaphysical issues and approaches matters directly and simply. Sometimes his words may not seem profound, but if understood, they are incredibly profound. He doesn't beat around the bush or make grandiose statements. I heard about a young woman just in her 20s engaged to a rising star at a famous company. Everyone thought they were a perfect match, but the real problem was in their intimate life. Before their honeymoon even started, she complained to her friends, "He's a marketing expert, so every night he sits by the bed talking about how wonderful it's going to be." But it never happens. Buddha doesn't need to prepare or advertise what he's about to say. He speaks what needs to be said and moves on. He says, driven by selfish desires, people pursue fame and wealth, but ultimately they waste years. If you're engrossed in worldly fame and forget the spiritual path, You've gone astray, wasting your efforts uselessly. It's like incense. No matter how fragrant, it will be consumed by its own fire. A simple and practical teaching. Driven by selfish desires, people chase after fame and wealth. In common language, a desire is considered selfish if it harms others and you don't care about them. Even if it harms others, you do everything to satisfy that desire. You are said to be selfish if you only care about yourself. But when Buddha speaks of selfish desires, he means if a desire is based on the notion of a soul, it's selfish. For example, if you donate millions to build hospitals, schools, or provide food and medicine to the poor, no one would call you selfish. But Buddha would say it's selfish if motivated by the soul. If you think giving so much money will earn you merit and heavenly rewards, that's a selfish desire. It harms no one. And in fact, you are appreciated by everyone. You are seen as a philanthropist, a virtuous, holy, compassionate person. But Buddha would judge whether a desire is selfish based on its motive. If you give without any motive, it's not selfish. If there's a motive behind it, whether you're conscious of it or not, that you'll be rewarded in this life or the next, it's selfish. Anything driven by the ego is selfish. If you meditate to achieve enlightenment, that's a selfish desire. Buddha often told his disciples, whenever you meditate, after meditating, give back what you've received, return it to the universe. If you feel blissful, direct it towards the universe and don't keep it as a treasure. If you feel happy, share it immediately. Don't cling to it, or else your meditation is just an act of the ego. The ultimate goal of meditation is to discard the ego, the self. That is the disappearance of the self. Buddha said, driven by selfish desires, people chase after fame and wealth. But once they achieve it, they have wasted many years. You might have fame, renown, power, and be respected by everyone. But what are you really doing? Are you aware of your actions? You've missed the opportunity to chase after utterly futile things. You're collecting garbage, wasting time and energy. He said, if you're engrossed in worldly fame and forget the spiritual path, you've gone astray. He calls his path the way, path the way. Chapter 5. There is no death. The Buddha taught not to worry about the outcome, for it will happen on its own. All you need to do is follow the path that unfolds. You don't even need a reason to seek the outcome, as the joy found in meditation, prayer, and giving is enough. You practice the path simply because you enjoy it, not for any merit, and you shouldn't turn it into a commercial exchange. Time flies like an arrow. Each moment that passes will never return. The Buddha said, do not waste time on foolish pursuits. Fame is foolish, meaningless. Even if the whole world knows you, it won't make you richer. How could it make you happier? How could it make you smarter, more aware, more vigilant, more alive? Since you do not cultivate your character, he said, you have strayed and you waste your efforts in vain. It's like burning incense. No matter how fragrant, it will be consumed by its own fire. Life is like that. Every minute that passes is burnt away. You are always on the funeral pyre because with every moment, death comes closer, and with every minute, you become less alive. Therefore, before this opportunity passes, the Buddha said, reach the state of no self. Then there will be no death, there will be no suffering. If so, you will not need fame, power, or reputation. In fact, the more empty you are inside, the more you chase after fame, because it helps you fill that void. The more you lack within, the more you pursue wealth, because it helps you forget that poverty. I often see that when people lack love, they eat like pigs. Whenever they argue with a loved one, whenever they are not loved or cannot love, they eat all day, not knowing whether the food tastes good or not. Why is that? Why do they need to eat? Because they feel lonely and that emptiness frightens them. If you are happy within, you won't care about fame. Only the unhappy seek glory. If you know who you are, why does it matter if others know you? But if you do not know who you are, you will want others to recognize you. You will collect opinions from others, what they think about you. And from those opinions, you create an image. Yes, that's me. People say I'm smart, so I must be smart. You're not quite sure, but if you truly knew, why would you depend on others' opinions? When you look into others' eyes, you see your own reflection. You do not see yourself. So you beg, tell me who I am. Tell me I am beautiful, that I am charming, that I am graceful. Do you see your begging? Talk about my body, my mind, my understanding. Please give me a few words. You will grasp at others' opinions. If the opinion is not good, you will get angry. That person tarnishes your beautiful image if they think poorly of you. If the opinion is good, that person enhances that image, and you feel even more pleased. You rejoice when someone applauds. Why? Because you do not know who you are, you must search. You ask others, who am I? Tell me. So you rely on others. Ironically, they do not know who they are either. Beggars seeking from one another. They also seek you for validation. It's a mutual deception. A man meets a woman and says, "You are so beautiful, so charming." And she responds, "I have never met anyone as handsome as you." That is mutual deception. They might call it love, but it's just mutual deceit. Both want a certain quality and both satisfy each other. Everything is fine until one of them tires and does not want to play the deceitful game anymore. Then the honeymoon is over and they talk about marriage. Then the harmony dissipates. The husband thinks, "I was under a spell, bewitched." The wife thinks, "I was deceived by him." No one deceives you except when you are ready to be deceived. No one deceives anyone if they are not ready, waiting to be deceived. You cannot deceive someone who knows who they are. They will laugh at your opinion. They will say, "Do not waste time unnecessarily. I already know who I am. Say what you want, but please do not worry about me. I know who I am." When the inner self is fulfilled, you will not chase after luxuries nor pursue power. Psychologists observe that when people feel powerless, they seek symbols of desire to compensate. When feeling powerless, one might want a beautiful car to compensate for that loss. He wants the best car on earth. His potency has waned, so he replaces it with something else. He feels exhilarated as the car speeds, as if in the arms of a lover. Speed gives him power. He identifies with the car. Psychologists have observed for years that those with an inferiority complex always have great ambitions. Indeed, no one plunges into politics unless they are full of complexes. Politicians are typically people with complexes. They want to prove their superiority because they cannot live with the feeling of inferiority. What I am saying is, what you lack inside, you will gather from the outside to compensate. If there is no lack within you, you will relax in your bliss. Only then can you see your true beauty. Only then can you truly know who you are. The Buddha said, "People cling blindly to material wealth and selfish desires, so much so that they sacrifice their whole lives for them. They are like children trying to lick honey off a knife blade. The honey cannot satisfy them, but they can cut their tongues on the blade." Your desires cannot be satisfied in this realm. This is a world of illusions. Nothing can fulfill you because only reality can satisfy. Don't you see? When you dream, you may eat all you want from the fridge. Fortunately, it does not disturb your sleep. Otherwise, hunger would keep you awake. The dream compensates for what you lack and allows you to sleep. You think, "I am full now." You have deceived your body. The dream is a deceiver. When you wake, you're still hungry because a feast in a dream is as good as fasting. A feast and fasting are the same in dreams, for dreams are not real. They cannot truly satisfy. To quench thirst, you need real water. Only reality can truly satisfy. The Buddha said you always create opportunities to harm yourself, but you cannot be truly fulfilled in this life. Occasionally, you might taste a few sweet drops, sweet, yet dangerous and never satisfying. And those drops of honey are smeared on a knife's edge. You could easily cut your tongue. Look at the elderly. You will see they are covered in scars. Their beings are nothing but wounds and sores. When a person dies, you see no smile on their face, only the decay of their injuries. If someone has lived not being deceived by dreams and false desires, growing older, they become more innocent. In death, they are even more beautiful. Sometimes you meet an old person who looks more beautiful in old age than when they were young. Bow to them. They have lived a true life, a life full of inner richness. Because if you live truly as you age, you become more magnificent, and a radiant grace surrounds you. An aura appears around you, and you become a temple of the eternal, the absolute. This is as it should be, for life is an evolution. If you age and become uglier, it proves you have licked honey from many blades. You have been wounded often. Old age becomes a dry, tedious affair, and few can close their eyes in peace, because seldom do people really live. If one truly lives, like a candle burning at both ends, their death is a grand spectacle, a sublime beauty. You will see their life shine brightest at death. In their final moments, they become a powerful flame. The essence of their being is concentrated in that moment. A light emanates from their essence. Before they depart forever, they leave a mark on the world. This happened when the Buddha entered nirvana. It also occurred with Mahavira at his death. We cannot forget them, not because they wielded power. They were nobodies in terms of historical impact, but we cannot forget them. Historically, they did nothing. We could erase them from history without any loss. Indeed, they did not exist for written history. They stood alongside history, yet we cannot forget them. In their final moments, they left a legacy for humanity. Their ultimate radiance showed us our own limitless potential. Limitless potential. Conclusion: seeing and believing. The Buddha repeatedly told his disciples, Ehipassiko, come and see. They were thinkers with a scientific mindset. Buddhism is the most scientifically compatible religion in the world. Therefore, as Buddhism grows in popularity, as humanity becomes more enlightened, the Buddha becomes increasingly significant. It must be so. As more people understand science, he becomes more appealing to them because he resonates with scientific minds. He often said, what I teach can be practiced, and I do not say, believe this, but rather, test what I say, experience it, do not just believe. Beyond that, there is nothing that needs to be believed. The Buddha, the great teacher, he who altered the historical roots of human consciousness. He did not found Buddhism. Buddhism is a natural consequence. But he initiated an entirely different kind of religion in this world. He founded a religion beyond religion, initiated not just a religion, but also a faith. And this is the greatest root change in the history of human consciousness. Before the Buddha, there were many religions, but they did not simply arise from spiritual factors. Humanity had not yet matured. When the Buddha appeared, humanity entered a phase of maturity. The entire human race had not entered that phase, that is the truth, but the Buddha drew the path. The Buddha opened the gates leading to this path. It takes time for humanity to understand that profound message. The message of the Buddha is the deepest message in this world. No one has done what the Buddha did in the way the Buddha did it. No one else has emitted that pure fragrance. The founders of other religions, the enlightened beings, compromised with their listeners. The Buddha did not compromise, hence, he remained pure. He did not care whether you understood or not. He only cared about what is truth, what is reality. He spoke without worrying whether you understood or not. In a sense, this seems harsh, but if viewed differently, this is indeed compassion. The truth must be spoken in its original way. The moment you compromise, the moment you bring truth down to the normal human perception, truth loses its soul. It becomes fake. It becomes a dead object. You cannot bring truth down to human perception. Humans must be raised up to the level of truth. That is the great work of the Buddha. Part 1. Remember this: Buddha is freedom. The Blessed One, Gautama Buddha, commonly known as the Buddha, the Awakened One, or the Enlightened One, embarked on the spiritual path in a manner of freedom, independent of any ideology. This is an extremely rare phenomenon. The conventional spiritual path, the one you often encounter, is restrictive. It depends on restraint. It does not transform individuals. It merely cripples them. It does not liberate. It enslaves. It is suffocating, ugly. Remember this: Buddha is freedom. If you see any Buddhist monk repressing, surely they do not understand Buddhism. They have imposed their own malady onto the teachings of the Blessed One. And the Buddha does not adhere to any ideology. He has no ideology because all ideologies belong to the mind. And if they belong to the mind, those ideologies cannot lead you beyond the mind. No ideology can serve as a bridge to transcend the mind. All ideologies must be discarded. Only then can the mind be discarded. The Buddha also does not believe in ideals because all ideals create tension and conflict within individuals. Ideals cause division and suffering. You are yourself, but ideals want you to become someone else, and you are torn between these two. Ideals create pain. Ideals lead to schizophrenia. Only consciousness free from ideologies is not divided. And if you are divided, how can you be happy? How can you be silent? How can you know anything about peace, tranquility? A person with ideals will constantly struggle with themselves. Every moment is a conflict. They live in conflict. They live in a state of confusion because they cannot determine who they are, whether they are living according to ideals or reality. They do not trust themselves. They become insecure. They lose confidence. And once confidence is lost, that person will have nothing to be proud of. At that point, they are ready to become a slave to anyone, to priests, to politicians. At that point, they are ready to fall into some trap. They need someone to tell them who they are. They need an identity. They have forgotten themselves and their essence. The Buddha taught a way of life that is free and non-idealistic. That's why he does not speak of a supreme being. He does not talk about the path to enlightenment. He does not talk about the future. He does not give you anything to cling to. He takes everything from you. He even takes away your sense of self. He constantly takes everything away, and ultimately, he takes away the idea of self, ego, the I. He only leaves emptiness. And this is very difficult. It's difficult because we have completely forgotten how to give. We only know how to take. We just keep taking and taking. I take a wife. I take a husband. Even a spouse. You try to take. You don't respect others. A wife is not property. You can take a house, but how can you take a wife or husband? Languages express what is happening in the mind. We don't know how to give, how to abandon, how to let go, how to let things happen freely. Nirvana is always there. The Buddha takes away all these ideals, takes away the entire future, and ultimately takes away something that we find very difficult to relinquish: your ego, leaving behind pure, pristine emptiness. He calls this pure emptiness nirvana. Nirvana is not a goal, but rather the emptiness within you. When you abandon all that has been accumulated, when you no longer hoard, when you are no longer a miserly beggar, a clinging parasite, suddenly emptiness will arise. It is always there. Emptiness is always present. You have accumulated so much clutter that you cannot see the emptiness. Just like in a house, you keep accumulating belongings until you no longer see any empty space. And then there is no emptiness in the house. One day, even moving around in the house becomes difficult. Living in it becomes difficult because there is no empty space. But the emptiness hasn't gone anywhere. Think about it. Meditate on it. Emptiness doesn't go anywhere. You have accumulated too much furniture, chairs, TVs, radios, pianos, and all these things are there. But emptiness doesn't go anywhere. Remove the furniture, the clutter, and emptiness will appear. It's always there. It's hidden beneath the clutter, but not destroyed. It doesn't leave the room, even for a moment. The Buddha does not teach you mysteries. The Buddha does not bestow nirvana upon you as an ideal. The Buddha gives you freedom instead of imposition. The Buddha teaches you how to live, not for any goal, not to achieve anything, but simply to enjoy blessings here and now, in this very moment. He teaches how to live in awareness, not in the sense that awareness will bring you something. Awareness is not a means to achieve something. It is itself the ultimate result, both a means and an end. Its value is intrinsic, it is inner. The Buddha does not teach you mysteries. This must be clearly understood. Human beings belong to this world, yet monks keep teaching about another world. That other world is not really mysterious. It cannot be mysterious because it is just a higher form of the world you are living in. How can you create another world? You only know this world. You can upgrade it, decorate it, remove some ugliness, and replace it with what you consider beautiful. But this will be a product created from your experience of this world. Therefore, that other world is no different. It cannot be different. It is a continuity. It arises from your mind. It is the play of imagination. All scriptures talk about the path of meditation, and the meditation path in the scriptures is nothing but similar stories. It may be printed on artistic paper with better ink, using more modern printers with more colorful illustrations, but the story remains the same. It cannot be different. The Buddha does not speak of another world. He only teaches you how to be here, in this world, how to always be mindful, aware so that nothing can affect your inner emptiness, so that your inner emptiness remains unpolluted, uncontaminated, so that you can live here and still remain untouched, still pure, so that you can be in this world and this world is not within you. Mystical spirituality is stifling, destructive, full of suffering, in short, diseased. The spirituality of the Buddha brings it a different flavor, the flavor of non-idealism, the flavor of no future, the flavor of no other world. It's the flower that is here and now. It demands nothing, for it has everything. It simply asks you to become more awake so that you can see more, hear more, and exist more. Remember, you only exist to the extent of your awareness. If you want to exist more, be more aware. Consciousness creates existence. Unconsciousness has no existence. When you are drunk, you are not present. When you fall asleep, you are not present. Can you see it? When you are awake, you have a different quality. You become centered, grounded. When awake, You feel the solidity of existence. It is almost tangible. When not aware, it just slowly fades away. In a state of drunkenness or sleep, your awareness of your existence diminishes. Therefore, the entire message of the Buddha is to be aware. Not for any reason, simply to be aware, because consciousness creates existence. Consciousness creates you, and it creates you in a way that is very different from your current self, from what you can imagine. It creates you where the I disappears, where there is no longer any idea of I, nothing shaping you, a pure emptiness, an endless emptiness. The difference between Buddhism and traditional religions. Nirvana is a unique concept in the teachings of the Buddha, describing the highest state of consciousness, which is liberation from all desires. The Buddha used this term, although it was not previously associated with any spiritual meaning. According to the Buddha, our self is like a flame fueled by endless desires. However, as these desires gradually fade away, our self also subsides and merges into the universe, leaving no trace of separate existence. In the state of nirvana, all sense of individual identity dissolves, and we become indistinguishable from the vast universe. The Buddha chose the term nirvana instead of other affirmative words because he realized that all affirmative words can evoke a sense of self-importance, illuminating the ego that must ultimately be liberated. Nirvana does not cause spiritual pollution because it cannot be tainted. It is the non-existence of all desires. Although the initial sense of hearing the word nirvana may not evoke excitement or longing, the Buddha believed that this is its beauty. Words that stir up desire only lead to suffering and tension. Nirvana, on the contrary, brings absolute freedom, without tension, without longing. The Buddha emphasized that we should be ready to embrace this dissolution, because even in the absence of the self, nirvana maintains its purity. Nirvana remains the purest concept after many centuries. Its sound, whether we understand the meaning behind it or not, still brings a sense of peace and tranquility that no other words can. When hearing the word nirvana, time seems to stand still, with no destination in sight. That moment is when you can completely dissolve, merge into the infinite, leaving no trace of individual existence behind. Part 2. The Buddha's Quest for Truth. When the Buddha was born, astrologers warned the king, "The gods are anxious that your majesty should know this. The prince who has just been born will either become a Chakravartin, a universal ruler, or he will become an ascetic monk. These are the two extremes." The king was aging when the prince was born, and this was his only heir. He requested the astrologers to find a way to prevent the child from becoming an ascetic and renouncing the world. These astrologers knew nothing about the mind and psychology. Perhaps they only knew about the stars far away, millions of light years from Earth, and how foolish humans are to believe that their fate, their destiny, is determined by the millions of stars far away. There is a reason for the meaningful existence of astrology. It gives you satisfaction to think that the entire universe cares about you. Even the stars far away are striving to do something for you. You are not ordinary. You are not nothing. The stars far away don't even know about you. They couldn't possibly, but your ego feels stroked. Astrologers have exploited this since the early days of humanity. Of course, they exploit you. You have to pay them, but somehow you feel deserving. They give you a big ego. You become grand, more important than the biggest star in the sky. They all revolve around you. But these poor astrologers are not even as clever as Sigmund Freud. They told the king, "If your majesty wants the prince not to renounce the world, the gods need to perform some rituals. In India, there are 3 distinct seasons in a year. Nowadays, this has changed. But before, every year on the same day, the rain would start, and also on a similar day, the rain would stop. In the winter, it arrives on the same day and ends 4 months later on a similar day. Throughout the centuries, the seasons unfolded this way. Nowadays, it has changed, but in the time of the Buddha, it was like this. The king father had 3 palaces built, each for a season. In the summer, the palace on the hilltop was always lush and beautiful. Every detail was meticulously arranged so that Prince Siddhartha never felt disappointed with this world. In the winter, a warm atmosphere enveloped the palace. The astrologers told the king, "From the outset, let the prince live among beautiful maidens, so that by the time he becomes a young man, the prince will have all the beautiful maidens of the country." They went even further into detail, saying that the prince should not see the elderly, for seeing the elderly would make the prince question, "Is this the fate of everyone?" Never let the prince see the dead. Absolutely do not let the prince know about the reality of life. Keep the prince in the idyllic fairyland. Their argument was that when one has everything, why would one want to renounce it, to resist it? The prince was cared for by the country's wise men. Even the gardeners in the palace were ordered that the prince should not see a flower about to wilt or a leaf about to change color. When night fell, anything signaling death had to be removed. The prince only saw beautiful, vibrant flowers. He only saw evergreen leaves, and the king could do this. The king ordered it to be done, and this method backfired. Those foolish astrologers did not realize a simple truth. If one has everything and does not recognize the ugliness around, sooner or later he will feel bored. Sooner or later he will start to think, "Is this all there is?" Then tomorrow will be the same. The day after will not change. What's the point? He will become bored. And that's what happened. The prince became bored with the ever beautiful maidens, with the ever vibrant flowers. How long can your mind stay silent? It was the astrologers who caused the prince to renounce the palace. If he had been allowed to live a normal life like everyone else, perhaps there would have been no Buddha. To some extent, the astrologers unintentionally contributed greatly to humanity. Unable to conceal the truth. Every year, the palace holds a festival, and Crown Prince Siddhartha, the heir to the throne, presides over and declares the opening of the festival. The festival lasts for several weeks with all sorts of sporting events and artistic performances. At the age of 29, Crown Prince Siddhartha stood up to declare the opening of this festival. On the way to the festival, every detail was meticulously arranged. Yet, existence always finds its way to reach you. You cannot remain completely closed like a tomb unless you are dead. If you are alive, there will surely be air vents for existence to seep in and make you aware of reality. Astrologers and kings cannot be smarter than existence. Every detail was meticulously arranged along the route from the palace to the festival venue. No elderly, no dead bodies, no funeral processions, anything that could make the prince suspicious. But you cannot avoid reality for long. As the carriage was heading towards the festival, the prince saw an old man. He was deaf and did not hear the prohibition order for that day, that he must stay indoors and not go out. The old man was deaf, unable to hear, so out of his daily habit, he left the house to go to the market to buy food. For the first time in 29 years, the prince saw an old, decrepit man, someone on the threshold of death. The prince asked the coachman, "What is happening? What has happened to that man? I have never seen anything like this." The The coachman loved the prince like his own son. He couldn't lie. Although this will go against the king's order, the deity cannot lie to the prince. Everyone tried everything so that the prince wouldn't see the old man. Everyone has to grow old. The deity will also grow old. This is the law of life. The prince then asked, "Does that mean one day I will also grow old like that man?" The coachman replied, "I beg the deity to be truthful. I hope this will not happen to the prince, but it is the law of life, and nothing can change it. Just as the prince grew from a child to a young man, then from a young man to an old man, and then someone died right there. Now you cannot prevent death. You cannot command death in a way like, you are not allowed to happen on this road, you may happen elsewhere. Death is not within your control. Someone dies, people cry, and the dead body lies there." The prince asked, "What happened? Why is everyone crying?" Crown Prince Siddhartha had never seen anyone cry, never seen tears shed by anyone, never seen a dead body. He asked, "What happened to this person? He isn't even breathing anymore." The coachman said, "This is the next stage. First, the prince sees the old man. Before long, death will come, and it has come for him." The prince asked, "So will I also die someday?" The coachman, though fearful of the king because he was an upright man, answered that, "The truth is the truth, and no one can deny it. Your Majesty will die, I will die, the prince will also die. Death begins on the day people are born. After being born, there is no escape from death." And at that moment they passed by a wanderer, a sannyasa. The astrologers had warned the king, "The prince must not associate with wanderers, for they are against everything. They teach that this world is an illusion, that all desires lead nowhere, that humans are only wasting their lives, and every passing moment brings death closer. We must avoid the wanderers." And for 29 years, Crown Prince Siddhartha had no idea that someone was striving to seek beyond life and death. The wanderer in the red-orange robe looked strange to the prince, who had never seen a wanderer in 29 years, must have been curious. He asked, "And what about this man? I have seen many people, but never anyone dressed like this, holding a bowl. Who is he?" The coachman replied, "This is someone who understands that beauty turns into ugliness, that youth turns into old age, that life turns into death, and he is trying to find out if there is anything eternal. Is there anything untouched by youth, old age, death, or disease? He is a wanderer. He has renounced the mundane world. He is seeking the truth." As they approached the festival venue, the prince ordered the coachman, "Turn back. I will not attend the festival of youth anymore. If youth ultimately turns into old age, sickness, death, and if this will happen to me, then I have wasted 29 years in vain. I have lived in dreams. I am no longer young, and I no longer want to be a prince. Tonight, I will renounce this world and seek the truth." What the astrologers told the king seemed like basic knowledge, but basic knowledge is shallow. They could not imagine one simple thing. No one can keep a person unaware of reality for a lifetime. It's best to let them know from the beginning, or it will be a great shock in their life. And it happened. That very night, Crown Prince Siddhartha left the palace, renouncing everything. Part 3. The Journey Towards Enlightenment. The prince diligently sought truth for 6 long years, and no one accomplished it as fully as he did. He sought out every master to learn from. There was not a single teacher that the prince did not seek out. He devoted himself completely, absorbing fully any teachings imparted to him, to the extent that even the teachers themselves began to feel jealous. But in the end, each teacher had to say, "This is all we can teach, and if nothing happens, we cannot blame you because everything you have done is perfect." We cannot help any further. You will have to seek guidance from someone else. This rarely happens because disciples never fully absorb teachings like that. Usually, a teacher would say, because you did not do well, nothing happened. But Crown Prince Siddhartha did so well, so perfectly that no teacher could say, you did not do well. So they had to accept failure. They had to say, this is all we can teach, and you have done well, but nothing has happened. So it is best for you to seek another teacher. You do not belong to us. The prince wandered and learned from various masters for 6 years, even practicing the most absurd disciplines. He was taught to fast, so he fasted for months on end. He fasted for 6 months, only consuming a tiny amount of food twice a month. He became emaciated, like a skeleton. All the flesh vanished from his body, and he appeared like a corpse. He became so weak that he could not move. Being one's own master. Finally, one day, while bathing in the Niranjana River near the Bodh Gaya monastery, the prince became so weak that he could not swim across the river. He fell down and believed that he was about to drown. It was the final moment, death knocking on the door. He was too feeble to cross. Suddenly, he grasped a branch and leaned on it. And for the first time, he realized, if I am too weak to cross this small river in the summer when the water is almost dry, like a tiny stream, then how can I cross the vast ocean of the world? What is to be done? How can one transcend this world? It seems impossible. I am doing something foolish, he thought. What is to be done? He crossed the river that evening and sat down under a tree, which later became known as the Bodhi tree. And that night, when the moon rose, it was a full moon night. He realized that all efforts were futile. He realized that he had not achieved anything, that the thought of achievement itself was meaningless. He had done everything. He was done with the world of desires. He would be the king of a kingdom and had known every desire, tasted every craving. He was done with it all, nothing left to do, nothing worthy. And for 6 years, he had practiced every method of austerity, every method of meditation, yoga, everything, and nothing happened. Therefore, he said, now there is nothing left but death. There is nothing to attain anymore, and all thoughts of achievement are meaningless. Human desires are just ephemeral. When effort reaches non-effort. Therefore, he abandoned all effort that night. He sat under the tree, relaxed, loosened, with no goal, nowhere to go, nothing to attain, nothing worthy to strive for. When you are in that state, the mind relaxes, no future, no desires, no goals, nowhere to go, so what to do? He simply sat there, like a tree trunk. He slept the whole night through, and in the morning he said that for the first time in his life, he truly slept, because if there was effort, that effort would continue even in sleep. Those who earn money and pursue wealth will continue to find themselves counting money in their dreams. Those who pursue political power will continue to engage in elections even in their dreams. You all know that when participating in a university exam, even in your sleep, you dream of taking the exam. The image of you sitting answering questions in the exam room repeats over and over. So whatever effort it is, it will continue even in sleep, and there is always effort for something. That night, there was no effort. The Buddha said, I slept for the first time in millions of lifetimes. That was the first night I slept. That sleep became samadhi, meditative absorption. And when he woke up in the morning, the Buddha saw the last star disappear. He truly saw, for the first time, his eyes. The Buddha is like a mirror containing nothing, only emptiness, reflecting nothing. The last star disappears, and the Buddha says, with that disappearing star, I also disappear. The star disappears, and I also disappear, because the self only exists through effort. If you make an effort, the self will be nurtured. You are doing something. You are seeking somewhere. You are trying to achieve something. So when there is no effort, how can you exist? The last star disappears, and I also disappear, the Buddha says. I look, the sky is empty. Then I look inside. There is nothing, anatta, no self, no one at all. It is said that the Buddha laughed at all these absurdities. No one can reach anywhere. No one can achieve a goal. No one can attain freedom. No one, no self. Emptiness is not outside. Emptiness is inside. And in that moment of complete non-effort, I have achieved, I have realized. But don't go sit under the tree and wait for the last star to disappear. Don't wait with the thought that when the last star disappears, you will also disappear. Those 6 long years are the precondition for that disappearance. So, the point here is, no one achieves anything when not striving, and no one achieves anything when striving. When effort reaches a state like non-effort, awakening occurs. Part 4, the greatest offering, Vipassana meditation. The Buddha introduced a completely new concept of meditation to the world. Before the Buddha, meditation was something you had to do once or twice a day, an hour in the morning, an hour in the evening, and that was all. The Buddha brought a whole new understanding of the entire meditation process. He said that the kind of meditation you do for an hour in the morning, an hour in the evening, or maybe 4 or 5 times a day is not of much value. Meditation cannot be something you separate from life for an hour or 15 minutes. Meditation must be in harmony with life. It must be as natural as breathing. You cannot just breathe for an hour in the morning, an hour in the evening, because if you do, the evening will never come. It must be like breathing. Even when you sleep, you still breathe. You may be unconscious, but you continue to breathe. The Buddha said that meditation must be a continuous phenomenon. Only then can it transform you. And he introduced a new meditation technique. His greatest offering to the world was Vipassana. Vipassana is a Pali word, the language the Buddha commonly used to speak, because as a prince, he was taught Sanskrit, the language of literature. But when speaking, he never used this kind of language because it was the language of ascetics, intellectuals, not of the common people. Sanskrit has never been a language used for everyday life. It carries a unique quality compared to all other languages in the world. It is only used by intellectuals, scholars, and because of its incomprehensibility, the crowd finds it mystical. If translated, it is nothing special, even meaningless, but its sound is full of musicality. It possesses the most perfect structure among all languages in the world. But he decided to speak the language of the masses. It was a revolutionary step because the language of the crowd is not correct in terms of grammar. By being used, by ordinary people changing the sound, intonation, words became easier to use and less complicated. Pali is a simple language, and it is the language of innocent people, uneducated. Vipassana is their language. The literal meaning of this word is to see, and the metaphorical meaning is to perceive, to witness. The Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, chose a type of meditation called insight meditation. All other types of meditation are witnessing in various ways. Witnessing is an essential part of all types of meditation, unavoidable. The Buddha eliminated everything else and retained only the essential part, witnessing. Just observe and do not judge. There are 3 steps of witnessing. He started with the body because that's the easiest way. It's easy when you see your hands moving, your arms raising. You can see yourself walking on the road. You can see each step of yours. You can see yourself eating. So, the first step in Vipassana, the simplest step, is witnessing the body's actions. And when you witness the body's actions, you'll be surprised by that new experience. When you witness the movement of your hand with awareness, recognition, you'll feel the grace, charm, and even the tranquility in your hand. You can move your hand without witnessing. It will move faster, but without grace. The Buddha walked very slowly, so slow that he was asked many times why he walked so slowly. The Buddha replied, "This is part of meditation. Always walk as if you are walking in winter, entering a cold stream, very slowly, attentively, because the stream is very cold, cautious because its flow is very strong, witnessing each step because you might stumble upon stones under the stream." Observe the mind. The method remains the same, only the object changes with each step. The second step is seeing the mind. Now is the time you step into a more subtle world, seeing your thoughts. If you have seen the actions of your body, you will not encounter any difficulty. Thoughts are subtle waves, but they also exist just like the body. They are not invisible, just as the air is not invisible. The air exists like stones. So do your thoughts. They exist and are not invisible. That is the second step, the intermediate step. You are heading towards the invisible, but it still exists, seeing your thoughts. There is only one condition. Do not judge. Do not judge, because the moment judgment begins, you will no longer see. There is nothing wrong with judging. The reason it is prohibited is because the moment judgment begins, this is a positive thought. You will not witness anymore. You start thinking, you get involved. You cannot detach, cannot stand on the sidelines and just observe passersby. Do not become a participant, whether through praise, evaluation, or condemnation. Have no attitude towards the things passing through your mind. You should see your thoughts as clouds drifting across the sky. Do not judge them, such as these dark clouds are ugly. Those white clouds look like wise houses. Clouds are clouds, neither good nor bad. Thoughts are the same, just small waves passing through your mind. Observe without judgment, and you will await a great surprise. When your seeing becomes stable, thoughts will diminish. If your witnessing is stable at 50%, then 50% of your thoughts will disappear. If your witnessing is stable at 60%, then only 40% of your thoughts remain. When you witness at 99%, only 1% of thoughts appear, but only for a moment, then disappear, like a crowd passing by and then disappearing. Rush hour traffic is no more. When you reach 100%, that is, completely non-judgmental witnessing, it means you have become a mirror, because a mirror never judges. An ugly woman looks into the mirror. The mirror does not judge. A beautiful woman looks into the mirror. It remains the same. When no one looks into the mirror, it still shines brightly as when it reflects someone. Whether reflecting or not, the mirror remains unchanged. Witnessing will become a mirror. This is the greatest achievement in meditation. You have come halfway, and this is the most difficult part. Now you know the secret, and this secret must be applied to various objects. Observe emotions and moods. From thoughts, you must transition to more subtle experiences such as emotions, feelings, and moods. From the mind to the heart, with the same condition, no judgment, just witnessing. And surprisingly, most of your emotions, feelings and moods possess you. At this point, when feeling sad, you become sadness. You are consumed by sorrow. When you feel anger, it is not a partial feeling. You become fully enraged. Every cell in your body trembles with anger. Look into your heart. Experience when nothing owns you. Sadness comes and goes. You do not become melancholic. Joy comes and goes. You do not become joyful. Whatever moves into the deeper layers inside your heart does not affect you. For the first time, you taste something of enlightenment. You are no longer a slave subjected to someone else's sudden emotional outbursts. When witnessing the third step for the first time, you become a master. Nothing can stir you. Nothing can overwhelm you. Everything remains distant, deep below, while you are at the peak. When you have completely witnessed your body, mind, and heart, you can do nothing else. Then you must wait. When these three steps are completed, the fourth step will unfold as a natural reward. It is a quantum leap from the heart to the essence, to the very core of existence. You must remember you cannot do that. It happens on its own. Do not try to accomplish it, because the harder you try, the more certain you will fail. It is inevitable. You prepare the three steps, and the fourth step is the reward from existence. It is a quantum leap. Suddenly, your source of life, your witnessing, dives deep into the essence. You have returned home. You may call it self-realization. You may call it enlightenment. You may call it ultimate freedom, but it is nothing more. You must seek to the utmost. You have found the truth of existence and the blissful state it brings through the veil of illusion surrounding you. Part 5, The Middle Way, Majjhima Nikaya. It is said that as the Buddha was traveling on a hot summer day, he felt thirsty. Being elderly, he instructed his disciple Ananda, "Ananda, I apologize, but I must return. We passed by a small stream about 2-3 miles back, and now I feel thirsty. Please go back there and fetch some water." Ananda replied, "Master, there is no need to apologize. My joy lies in serving you. I have a duty to obey. You sit and rest under the tree while I fetch the water." Ananda turned back. He knew the exact location of the stream because they had just passed it. And as they passed, the stream was still clear with cool water flowing. But when Ananda returned to fetch the water, 2 carts had passed by, and the stream had become murky, with mud stirred up from the bottom rising to the surface. Decayed leaves floated on top. Thinking he couldn't bring that water for the Buddha to drink, Ananda returned. "I cannot fetch that water for you, but do not worry. 4 more miles ahead, I know there is a large river, and I will fetch water from there for you. Although it is already dark, and you are thirsty again, I have no other choice." The Buddha replied, "No, I want to drink water from that stream. You need not waste time. You should have brought water from there. But the water there is dirty and murky, with rotten leaves floating on the surface. How can I bring that water for you?" The Buddha replied, "Go and fetch it for me." When the master insisted, Ananda returned, but to his surprise, by then, the leaves had drifted away. The water kept flowing, carrying everything along, and the mud had settled down, leaving the water slightly murky. At this moment, Ananda understood the message of the master. He sat down beside the stream. That's what the Buddha meant. Go back. And he saw everything had changed. If Ananda just waited, the water surface would soon become clear again. He waited, and before long, the water was clear. He fetched the water and returned. The Buddha asked, "Ananda, do you understand now?" Ananda burst into tears. He replied, "Yes, I understand. In fact, I did not tell you this story. As soon as I returned to the stream, I saw 2 carts passing right in front of me, causing the entire stream to become muddy. I jumped into the stream to keep the water clean, But the more I tried, the murkier the water became. The more I stepped in, the more mud surfaced and leaves appeared. Thinking I couldn't do anything, I returned. I did not tell you this. I am sorry. I am so foolish. That was not the way to help the water return to its original state. In fact, I just needed to sit and wait. Just wait. Everything happens in its own way. The leaves float along with the stream and the mud settles down. Just sitting there, looking at the stream, I understood your message, that this stream is the stream of the mind, with all its harmful thoughts, the past, death, and mud, and I keep trying to clean the water. Jumping in the stream only made things worse and created a negative attitude that maybe in this life I won't be able to do as you taught, the state of mindlessness. But today, seeing that stream, a great hope arises in me. Perhaps the stream of my mind will also settle in a similar way. The Buddha said, I am not thirsty, you are. And I did not ask you to fetch water for me. I asked you to fetch water to understand the message. When we arrived at the stream, I saw two carts coming down from the hilltop. And knowing when they would cross the stream, I asked you to fetch water at that moment. Son. Simply sit down beside the stream of your mind. Do nothing. No one expects anything from you. Just sit quietly, as if it doesn't concern you. What's happening in your mind is also happening elsewhere. The mind is not you. It belongs to someone else. You are just the observer. The Buddha called his entire philosophy Majjhima Nikaya. He believed in always staying in the middle, no matter which extreme, always staying in the middle. Witness that you always remain in the middle. The moment you stop witnessing, you either attach or are pushed back. If pushed back, you'll follow another extreme. If attached, you'll strive to stay in this extreme, but you'll never be in the middle. Be the witness. Don't attach, nor be pushed back. Pain will arise. Accept it. That's the truth. When the tree is there, the house is there, the darkness is there, the pain is also there. Accept it and close your eyes. Don't try to escape from it. If you're happy, accept that truth. Don't cling to it, and don't try to become unhappy. Don't try to do anything. If unhappiness comes, let it come. If happiness comes, allow it to come. Just be the observer standing on the hill, seeing everything. The sunrise comes, then the night falls. The sun rises again. The stars appear. Darkness envelops. Then the sun rises again. And you're just the watcher on the hill. You can't do anything. You simply see. The sunrise comes. You acknowledge that, and you know that night will come because after sunrise comes the night. And when the night falls, you acknowledge that, and you know that sunrise will come again because after the darkness comes the dawn. When pain is there, you're just the observer. You know the pain has come, and sooner or later it will go. And when happiness comes, you know it won't last forever. Unhappiness is just lurking somewhere. It will soon emerge. You remain the observer. If you can observe without attachment and without being pushed back, you'll fall into the middle. And once the pendulum stops in the middle for the first time, you can see what the real world is like. While moving, you can't know what the world is. Your movement makes everything chaotic. Once there's no more movement, you can see the world. For the first time, you know what reality is. A still mind knows what reality is. A mind in motion cannot know that. Your mind is like a camera. You keep moving and taking pictures, but every image that appears becomes unclear because the camera needs to be still. If the camera isn't still, all the pictures are just a mess. Your consciousness keeps swinging from one extreme to another. Therefore, anything you know about reality is just a mess, a nightmare. Nothing leads to anything. Everything is topsy-turvy, incomplete. If you stand in the middle and the pendulum stops, if you concentrate your consciousness, then you'll know what reality is. Only a still mind understands what truth is. Part 6. Emptiness, Sunyata. in Buddhist philosophy. The entire religion of the Buddha can be described by a single word, and that is freedom. That's the core message of the Buddha, the essence of his fragrance. No one else raises freedom to such heights. That's the supreme value in the Buddha's vision, nothing higher than that. Perhaps it's necessary to understand why the Buddha emphasizes freedom so much. It's not God, it's not the path of meditation, it's not even love, it's only freedom. That's because all things of value can only happen in an environment of freedom. Love also flourishes on the soil of freedom. Without freedom, love cannot thrive. Without freedom, what you call love is nothing but physical desire. Without freedom, there's no God. Without freedom, the God you think of is just a product of your imagination, your fears, your greed. Without freedom, there's no meditation. Freedom is meditation itself. And if you think there's meditation without freedom, then that meditation is worthless. It's not real. It's just your illusion, your dream. All the great values in life develop in an environment of freedom, so freedom is the most fundamental and highest value. If you want to understand the Buddha, you must experience a little of the freedom he's talking about. Freedom doesn't come from the outside. It's not social, political, or economic. It's spiritual freedom. When the Buddha speaks of freedom, he means a state of consciousness unimpeded by cravings, unrestrained by greed, by wanting more. When the Buddha speaks of freedom, he means a consciousness without mind, a state of no mind. It's completely empty because anything contained within would hinder freedom. Hence, it must be absolutely empty. The term emptiness, sunyata, has been widely misunderstood. Whenever we hear the term emptiness, we often think of something negative. In the language of the Buddha, emptiness is not negative. On the contrary, it's very positive, more positive than what's called fulfillment, because emptiness is filled with freedom, while other things have been removed. It's vast, expansive. All boundaries have been removed. It's unlimited, and only in the unlimited can freedom appear. The emptiness of the Buddha is not ordinary emptiness. It's not absence, but the presence of the invisible. For example, when you clean your room, when you remove clutter, pictures, and other objects from the room becomes empty because there's no more clutter, pictures, or objects. But on the other hand, the invisible begins to appear. That invisibility is vastness. The room becomes larger. When you remove clutter, the room becomes even larger. When everything has been removed, even the walls, the room becomes as vast as the sky. That's the whole process of meditation. Removing everything, removing yourself to the point of nothingness, not even you remaining. Within that absolute stillness is freedom. In that absolute stillness will appear the thousand-petaled lotus of freedom and the fragrance of peace, of hidden love, of blessings. Part 7, The Greatness of the Buddha, Compassionate Consciousness. The emphasis on compassionate consciousness by the Buddha Shakyamuni, in addition to meditation, is a profoundly new phenomenon for previous mystics. The Buddha created a historical milestone. Before him, only meditation was. No one emphasized compassionate consciousness alongside meditation. The reason is that meditation brings enlightenment, blossoming, absolute existence. So what more do you need? Considering every human heart, meditation is sufficient. The greatness of the Buddha Shakyamuni encompasses even speaking of compassionate consciousness even before you begin meditation. You should love more, be more compassionate, empathize more. There is a scientific explanation for this. Before a person attains enlightenment, if they have a rich compassionate consciousness, it's highly likely that after meditation, they will help others attain blessings, stature, praise, similar to what they have achieved. The Buddha Shakyamuni made enlightenment a transformative process. But if one feels they have returned home, why bother others? For the first time, enlightenment became a non-selfish process. The Buddha turned it into a social responsibility. That's a great change, but humans must learn compassionate consciousness before enlightenment. Without learning compassionate consciousness before enlightenment, humans won't learn anything afterward. When humans are too absorbed in themselves, even compassionate consciousness becomes a hindrance to their own joy, causing a disruption that can affect their ecstatic state. That's why there are hundreds of people who attain enlightenment, but only a few become masters. You don't necessarily have to become a master when you attain enlightenment. Becoming a master means you have a rich, compassionate consciousness, and you feel ashamed to enjoy the full beauty of enlightenment alone. You want to help blind people find their way in the dark. Helping them becomes your joy, not a bother. In fact, you become even more excited when you see many others around you also emanating fragrance. You are no longer the only blooming tree in the forest. When the whole forest blooms with you, the joy will be multiplied 1,000-fold. Through your enlightenment, you have created a revolution for this world. The Buddha Shakyamuni not only attained enlightenment, but also initiated a revolution. His concern for the world, for humanity, was vast as the sky and sea. He taught his disciples that when meditating and feeling the stillness, a profound joy would begin to spread within you. Don't hold on to it for yourself. Give it to the whole world. And don't worry, because the more you give, the more you are likely to receive. Giving will have tremendous significance when you know that giving does not take anything away from you. On the contrary, it will multiply your experience. Those who have never known compassionate consciousness will not understand the secret of giving, will not know the secret of sharing. Once, one of the disciples of Buddha Shakyamuni, who was not a monk but devoted himself to Buddha, said, "I will do that, but I want an exception. I will give all my joy, all my meditation, and all my precious possessions inside me to this world, except for my neighbor, because he is truly despicable. Neighbors are always enemies." Buddha Shakyamuni said to the disciple, "Forget about the whole world, just give it to your neighbor." The disciple asked, "What are you talking about, Master?" The Buddha replied, "Only when you can give it to your neighbor can you escape the attitude of hostility towards a fellow human being." The basic meaning of compassion is to accept the weaknesses of others, not to expect others to behave like saints. That's cruel because others won't be able to act like saints, so they won't meet your expectations, and they will lose their self-respect. You make them numb. You have destroyed their dignity. One of the most basic things about compassion is to make people feel valuable, to make people realize that what happened to you could happen to them, that they are not the only hopeless case, that they are not worthless, that enlightenment is not only for the deserving, but it is the inherent nature, the inherent identity of them. However, these words need to come from someone who has attained enlightenment. Only then will they make you believe. If spoken by scholars who have not attained enlightenment, they will not inspire trust. The words spoken by an enlightened person will begin to have their own rhythm. It becomes alive, going straight to your heart. It's no longer an intellectual discipline. But for scholars, it's different. The scholar himself is not sure about what he is saying, writing. He is uncertain, just like you. Buddha Shakyamuni is a turning point in the revolution of consciousness. His contribution is great, infinite, and in his contribution, the idea of compassion plays the most crucial role. But remember that having compassion does not mean you stand above others. Otherwise, you will miss its entire meaning. It will become a journey of the ego. Remember not to embarrass someone by pitying them. Otherwise, behind every word full of pity from you is the humiliation of others. Compassion must be understood because it is mature love. Anyone. Compassion is not a relationship. It's simply your essence. You like to express love for trees, for birds, for humans unconditionally, without expecting anything in return. Let me tell you an interesting story. Patty came home earlier than usual and found his wife lying naked on the bed. When asked why, the beautiful wife said, "I'm protesting because I don't have nice clothes to wear." Patty opened the wardrobe, looked inside, and then said, "That's absurd. There are yellow dresses, red dresses, floral dresses. There are suits. Hello, Bill. There's a green dress. This is compassion. This is compassion towards the wife, compassion towards Bill. No jealousy, no argument, just a simple, 'Hello, Bill. How are you?' and continue counting." The husband didn't even bother to ask, "What are you doing in my wardrobe?" Compassion is the expression of someone who truly understands. It is the most delicate understanding of a human being. At an intersection, a man's car veered off and bumped into the back of the car in front with the words, "Just married." It was just a minor collision, but the man sincerely apologized to the newlyweds. "Oh, it's okay, just bad luck," the groom replied. Compassion is understanding that anything can happen. Once married, he is capable of accepting all kinds of accidents. The biggest accident has already happened, so there's nothing else to fear. Those with compassion will not be affected by the trivialities of life, by things that can happen at any time. Only then, indirectly, will your compassionate energy be accumulated, crystallized to become stronger and continue to flourish with meditation. Therefore, in the moment when blessings come, when you blend with the light, there will be at least one companion, compassion. And immediately, you will experience a new way of living because now you have enough to wish the world well. Be the light that illuminates yourself. The final words of Buddha, Vichkamau ni are, be the light that illuminates yourself. Don't follow others. Don't imitate others because following, imitating will only create foolishness. You are born with boundless understanding. You are born with light within. Listen to the small voice, the silence within, and it will guide you. No one can lead you. No one can be a model for your life because you are unique. Before, no one was exactly like you, and the same will be true in the future. This is your brilliance, your greatness, that you are irreplaceable, that you are just yourself, not anyone else. Those who imitate others will become imposters, insincere. They become a machine. They may become saints in the eyes of others, but deep down, they are only shallow, nothing else. They may be very respectable characters, but that is just surface, not enough to cover what's inside. Just scratch them lightly, and you will be surprised to see someone completely different, completely opposite to the outside. By following others, you may create a beautiful image, but you cannot have a beautiful mind. And without a beautiful mind, you will never be free. You will become a fake entity. You will lose everything that is real, lose all sincerity. You will not be true to yourself. You will be artificial, not natural. And artificial, unnatural is the way of living of the mediocre, the foolish. According to Buddha, enlightenment is living in the inner light of your own consciousness, while ignorance is following others, imitating others, becoming a shadow of others. A genuine teacher will create real disciples, not followers. A true teacher will throw you back to yourself. Their entire effort is to make you no longer dependent on them, because you have been dependent, relying for centuries, and it hasn't gotten you anywhere. You will continue to stumble in the darkness of your soul. Only the inner light can become the sunrise. A false teacher will persuade you to follow him, imitate him, to become a copy of him. A true teacher will not allow you to be a copy. They want you to be original. They love you. How can they make you a copy? They have compassion for you, wanting you to be completely free, free from all external dependencies. But ordinary people don't want freedom. They want dependency. They want someone to lead them. Why is that? Because then they can unload all responsibility onto others. And the more responsibility they unload onto others, the less chance they have of becoming wise. It is the responsibility, the challenge of responsibility, that makes people wise. You have to accept life with all its challenges. You have to enter life without defense. You have to find your own path. Life is an opportunity, a challenge to find yourself. But fools don't want to choose the difficult path. Fools will choose the shortcut. They will tell themselves, that's the achievement of Buddha. Why should I try? I just need to observe his behavior and follow. That's the achievement of Jesus. Why should I seek further? I just need to become the shadow of Jesus. I just need to follow him wherever he goes. But if you keep imitating others, how can you become wise? Your intelligence will not have a chance to flourish. It needs a challenging life to emerge, a life that knows how to accept risks, knows how to enter the realm of uncertainty. And only intelligence can redeem you, nothing else but your intelligence. Your own awakening can become nirvana. Be the light that illuminates yourself, and you will become enlightened. Letting others lead you, guide you, you will remain foolish forever, and you will miss out on all the treasures of life, the things that are rightfully yours. Life is an incredibly wonderful pilgrimage, but only wonderful for those who are willing to seek it. Theory of reincarnation. Reincarnation vertical bar. Answers from science and philosophy. Reincarnation. Reincarnation is an issue mentioned in Eastern beliefs and religions. In particular, reincarnation is mentioned as a key issue in Buddhism. If speaking correctly, Buddhism examines samsara and rebirth in order to see as it really is that suffering arises from the cycle of rebirth and to end suffering due to the cessation of samsara and rebirth. That's why in Buddhism there is a popular expression, life and death are great, meaning if we die in this life, what world will we be reborn to? Where can I be born? This is an important matter for each of us. It is called the great matter of life and death. But from ancient times until now, the concept of reincarnation has been understood very vaguely and abstractly. Vague, abstract in that it is what is reborn, what is transferred from this dead person to a living person in the next life. According to religions, there is a soul. After death, the soul, conceived as a monolithic structure, will leave the disintegrating body and enter another body called reincarnation, which is quite understandable. Buddhism denies the soul and at the same time denies a consciousness that is monolithic, neither born nor destroyed. So, what is reborn is a difficult problem that the explanations and commentaries of all sects do not have clear or evasive answers. Right in the great sutra of complete love of the Majjhima Nikaya, after denying that there is no consciousness comes rebirth. Because consciousness arises due to conditions, consciousness has the nature of birth and death, impermanence. It is not permanent, not permanent. So it is impossible for consciousness to move from this body to another body in the next life. But the sutra does not clearly state what goes into rebirth or reincarnation. According to this sutra, when parents have intercourse and the mother is pregnant and has a warm scent, the fetus will appear. Thus, what comes to reincarnation is a warm scent. But what is warm incense? What are the properties? Because of the presence of warm scent, there is no explanation, so it is also a very vague and abstract concept. Later, some advocated rebirth, but karma is body, speech, and mind that arise and then pass away. It is also impermanent, so saying that it is reincarnated is very vague and has an eternal view. So, what goes into reincarnation? What moves from a dead person into the fetus? To have a transparent answer, we must observe the truth that is happening. Part 1. Name and Form. Humans and animals consist of two parts, the physical part called form and the mental part called name. For humans, name and form are further divided into 5 groups: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness, which in Sino Vietnamese are called the 5 aggregates. Sensation aggregate. The form includes 6 bases or senses: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind. Name includes sensation, perception, mental formations, consciousness. Specifically, the sensation group is 6 feelings arising from the contact of the 6 bases with 6 external phenomena, objects, phenomena. These are the objects of reality. Perception aggregate. The perception group includes 6 consciousnesses directly aware of the senses arising from the contact of the 6 bases with 6 external phenomena, including eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, mind consciousness. The perception group has the function of recognizing or recording the 6 objects of reality, that is, the 6 sensations. Mental formations aggregate. The mental formations group includes many mental activities such as mindfulness, thinking, desire, greed, concentration, diligence, speech, actions, suffering, joy, etc., comprising 51 mental activities according to the Yogacara school. Consciousness aggregate. The consciousness group is the knowing mind, understanding what the object is, its nature. The nature of the mental formations and consciousness groups arises depending on the information storehouse that has been learned, accumulated, experienced from the past. Ignorance and wisdom. In this information storehouse, information stored includes knowledge learned, experiences, practices, personality traits, talents, desires, tendencies of each person. This includes misunderstandings of truth, called ignorance, accurate understandings of truth, called wisdom, and the clinging thoughts of this is mine, this is me. When the mental process arises, mindfulness and thinking in the mental formations aggregate will search, activate the information in the storehouse, and use this information to generate conscious awareness, consciousness aggregate. Conscious awareness knows about the objects, their nature, and due to conscious awareness, attitudes towards the objects arise. Due to such attitudes, speech and actions towards the objects arise. Due to speech and actions, the result is suffering or joy. The information stored in the storehouse decides understanding, consciousness. Therefore, it determines the way of life for each species, each individual. Dharma objects information. This information differs from individual to individual, being the main factor to distinguish the consciousness of one species from another, one person from another, the mundane and the sacred. This amount of information is the Dharma objects information, the object of the mind mentioned in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, Dharma objects. Similar to information science also has the name, form structure of humans to create computers, also including name and form. Computers include hardware and software. The hardware is material, is form, including components, microcircuits. The software is the information, The programs installed in the memory is the spirit, is name. Part 2. The information storehouse. Where is this storehouse for information located? Traditionally, it has been believed that this information about Dharma objects is stored in the mind, as the mind was conceived as a single, unified structure. However, the truth is that the mind is a category that includes many types of mind, divided into four types: sensation, perception, mental formations, consciousness, known as name. It arises and ceases continuously following a path that adheres to the principles of dependent origination, impermanence, and non self in each moment. Principle of dependent origination. The truth about non self was realized and taught by Buddha Shakyamuni more than 2,600 years ago. All phenomena, dharmas, are without self, meaning they are ownerless, without a proprietor, and there is nothing that can be considered the owner, possessor, or controller of these phenomena. This truth was not invented by the Buddha, but discovered by him. The truth of non self is to be personally seen and known by observing the principle of dependent origination. Contact between two causes leads to their cessation and the arising of an effect. This effect arises due to the contact between the two causes, conditionality, and is thus called dependent origination. During 45 years of teaching, the Buddha used various methods to analyze, demonstrate, instruct, and teach clearly that there is no existence of a self, an eternal soul that owns or controls the body and mind, form and name, asserting that all phenomena, whether name or form, are without self. They are not a single, unified structure, and thus cannot store information. So, where is PAP-TRAN information stored and displayed? The amount of information about that mind cannot be stored in the mind because when sleeping deeply without dreams, fainting in an accident, being deeply anesthetized during surgery, if no mind is present, then what mind should be stored? Information. Information about Dharma objects can only be stored in the body because only matter is capable of storing information. The amount of physical information can only be stored in one place: the DNA structure of cells. Science has studied genetic information very carefully. When decoding the human genetic map, science discovered that the amount of genetic information is only in about 5% of the genes, and science is currently at a loss as to what the remaining 95% of the genes contain. It is the 95% of genes that do not contain genetic information, which is where information about the mind is stored, called Dharma information, that science does not yet know. Evidence of this truth is that medical organ transplantation changes the personality of the organ recipient according to the personality of the organ donor. Previously, Jamie Sherman never thought he would play sports or eat Mexican food, but after a heart transplant, everything was different. She joined the baseball team, practiced swimming, and never missed a soccer match on television. She is fascinated by the spicy dishes of the Central American country. Surprised by her change, she researched and learned that all those habits belong to the person who gave her his heart. He is an amateur athlete at Kansas State University, USA. A 47-year-old man, after a heart transplant, suddenly fell in love with classical melodies, especially music written for the violin, even though he had been musically blind since childhood. It turns out that his new heart previously belonged to a young woman who loved classical music and played the violin. Another person, after receiving a heart transplant from a girl with anorexia, suddenly had symptoms of discomfort and nausea when smelling cooking. A 58-year-old businessman from Arizona, USA, he is passionate about work and has had only one concern for money most of his life. After receiving a heart transplant from a social activist, he gave up business and devoted most of his time to charity work. Refer to organ transplant changing personality on Google. During an organ transplant, for example, a heart replacement, the Dharma information of the dead person stored in the DNA of the heart cells will be transferred to the DNA of the cells in the living person's body. And so, in the DNA of the organ transplant recipient, there will be two amounts of Dharma information from both the living and the dead. Therefore, when the mental process arises, it will use both of the above information. So the person receiving the organ transplant will have new personalities. For example, for a young man whose heart was replaced by another young man in a traffic accident, when his eyes come into contact with the living person's parents or friends, his eye consciousness only sees, or records, the image without knowing the object. What is that statue? Next, the information about the image seen by the conscious mind will be transmitted to the information store in the DNA of brain neurons for processing, and NEM, memory, will search for compatible image information that has been recorded, saved to storage from the past. Next, thinking will analyze, compare, contrast, synthesize, conclude, and give rise to a conscious mind, knowing that these are our parents, friends of the living, and there will be attitudes and behaviors of living people. If we see the dead person's parents or friends, then mindfulness and thinking will compare and contrast with the information of the dead person, and the consciousness that arises will still know that these are our parents and friends of the dead person, and will have the attitudes and behaviors of the dead. Here, there are not two souls or two consciousnesses residing in one body, but the mind process uses two amounts of information of the living and the dead stored in the DNA structure of the cell. So, in the DNA structure of the cells in the body, there are two amounts of information, which are genetic information and Dharma information. However, the genetic information in every different cell is partly the same and partly different. It is like the Dharma sealing information stored in different types of cells. Although they are somewhat similar, they also have different parts depending on the function of each cell type. For example, the Dharma dust information in brain cells, although there are some similarities, has some information that is different from heart, liver, kidney, hand, foot cells. Part 3: Death and Rebirth as a Transformation Being. When a person dies, it is not the various physical forms nor a soul, self, or consciousness that is reborn, but rather the genetic information and the Dharma information stored within the DNA structure of the brain's nerve cells that reincarnates. As a person is dying, desires for life, clinging to existence, fear of death, and panic at the approach of death are triggered by memory, activating affectionate information, desire for life, existence, that has been trained and stored in the past. This information stimulates the information storage in DNA until the brain cells die, at which point a mutation occurs. According to quantum physics, the electrons of the brain's nerve cells, being at a high energy level, jump to a lower energy level, generating quanta. This is a special microscopic form of matter with wave particle duality that has the ability to copy all the information, including genetic information and Dharma information in the brain cells, and release it outside. The entity that escapes from the dead body is not a soul nor purely spiritual, but it consists of two parts, matter and spirit, or form and name. This occurs similarly to when writing a message on a phone and pressing electromagnetic waves, matter, form, carrying the information, spirit, name, of that message are generated and transmitted. The electromagnetic wave is form, the message is name, and this form name pair interacts with another phone, separating the name message from the form electromagnetic wave. What escapes from the dead body? The entity that escapes from the dead body consists of name and form, resembling a sentient being, hence called a transformation being. Due to the interaction between name and form, essentially an interaction among the information, mental pathways are still generated. The mental pathways of a transformation being are similar to the sixth consciousness of human interaction with Dharma information, with the mind of thought consciousness and intention consciousness. This is similar to how humans perceive in dreams, though such realms are not external but arise from interactions among stored information. A transformation being not only perceives realms generated by interactions within its information storage, but does so without human eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and thus cannot directly perceive reality. Because the form of it has wave particle duality, quantum, it can penetrate through walls, trees, people, objects. Therefore, when a transformation being penetrates a person, an interaction occurs between the transformation being's information and the information storage of that person. Through this interaction, mental pathways are generated, and the transformation being perceives reality through the perceptions of that person. This ability is known as empathy, understanding another's mind. However, the reality perceived through others' senses is still an illusion for the transformation being. With seeing and knowing such illusions, the life of a transformation being still experiences likes and dislikes, joy and sorrow, resentment and happiness, suffering and desires for eating, sex and pleasure, but they can never be fulfilled, not even slightly. All are mere illusions. The existence of transformation beings is real. Transformation beings exist in this space with humans and interact with humans at countless different levels. There are three types of transformation beings. The first type suffers less and enjoys more due to the creation of numerous good deeds when they were human. Religions consider these as diva. The second type suffers terribly and horrifically due to adopting wrong views and committing numerous severe bad deeds when they were human. Religions consider these as beings in hell. The third type includes the remaining transformation beings, very diverse in species and complex in abilities and character. Although transformation beings also have some joy and happiness, suffering is still the main part, and this is a suffering that human life can hardly imagine. Religions consider these as asuras, hungry ghosts, preta, spirits, the deceased in the underworld. The existence of these transformation beings depends on the karmic forces created when they were human, ranging from an hour or a day to thousands of millions of years. Transformation beings exist until the interaction of information exhausts the karmic forces created in life. At that point, the transformation being will interact with the combined egg and sperm. The transformation being dies here and gives rise to a new embryo, to a new. Part 4. Transformation beings reborn as oviparous or viviparous. When the karmic forces created in the past life of a person have been exhausted according to the operation of the life of a transformation being, then the transformation being can interact with the egg and sperm that have combined. Naturally, the interaction only occurs when there is a compatibility between the information of the transformation being and the information of the parents through the egg and sperm. For example, two phones with two different SM numbers calling each other. There will be a compatibility between these two types of information through the telecommunications network, and the signal from one device will uniquely reach the other device whether they are placed next to each other or half a globe apart. The signal will not reach a third device. Similarly, when there is interaction between the transformation being and the zygote, egg combined with sperm, both cease to exist and give rise to an embryo. The embryo consists of two parts, name and form. Name includes genetic information of the father and mother, genetic information of the deceased, transformation being, and dharma information of the deceased, transformation being. Form is the material part of the egg and sperm. This embryo interacts with nutrients from the mother's body to divide and develop into different types of cells. The division and development process is influenced by these four types of information. Therefore, when born, the body not only absorbs genetic information from the parents, but also from the person who died in the previous life. Thus, children may resemble their father or mother, or differ entirely from them, resembling the person from a previous life. Therefore, children born of the same parents but completely different from each other, or with congenital diseases not inherited from their parents or lineage, but from a previous life. Each child is born with a distinct temperament because, in its DNA, in its information storage, there is Dharma information from a previous life. During the embryo's development, there are genetic mutations, so some information surfaces, making many child prodigies remember from a young age the talents from their previous lives. Many people, due to special accidents causing genetic mutations, remember many details about their past lives, about their conclusion. Is reincarnation real or merely a belief? In summary, reincarnation must be understood as a sentient being comprised of name and form. When one name form ceases, it gives rise to another name form. Specifically, the name form of a human or animal ceases and generates the name form of a transformation being. The name form of a transformation being ceasing again generates the name form of a human or animal. This process continues indefinitely if ignorance and attachment persist. This is called the cycle of reincarnation. The cessation of an old name form is the cause for the emergence of a new name form. Hence, the relationship between the old and new name form is one of cause and effect. The cause ceases, the effect arises. The entity that undergoes reincarnation, transitioning from an old name form to a new one, from an old life to a new life, is not a soul, a self, or an eternal consciousness, but rather the genetic information and the Dharma information, which also interact, are born and cease, increase and decrease every moment, and are not fixed or unchanging over time. However, a type of information that is transmitted from one life to another, perpetually in the cycle of reincarnation, is the misunderstanding of reality called ignorance, and the clinging to this is mine, this is me. This incorrect understanding, delusion, and ignorance give rise to attachment and non-attachment, the cause of the cycle of reincarnation, the cause of the suffering of birth, aging, sickness, death. When a person has achieved wisdom, has eradicated the information of ignorance, the information of me and mine, in the information storage in the DNA of the cells, then when this name form ceases, no other name form arises anymore. This is the end of the cycle of reincarnation, the attainment of nirvana without remainder, the supreme peace free from all suffering, the state of cessation. So, is reincarnation a reality or merely a belief of religions, including Buddhism? Reincarnation is a truth and a reality that occurs in everyday life, but only a few witness this truth. Naturally, those individuals affirm reincarnation as a real event. The majority, not witnessing it and learning about it through scriptures, legends, and abstract explanations, or from a materialist viewpoint, deny this reality. Today, many scientists, despite holding a materialist perspective, have conducted serious investigations, verifying the truth, and have documented numerous cases remembering objects, events. The meaning of emptiness. What did the Buddha preach about emptiness in? Emptiness is a unique and specific concept within Buddhist teachings. No other civilization, system of thought, philosophy, religion, or science has articulated this concept apart from Buddhism. It transcends all religions, including Buddhism, in its more ritualistic, popular forms. The Buddha perceived that no phenomenon in the universe or in the consciousness of any individual can exist independently, autonomously, and permanently. Every phenomenon that arises does so only through a combination of many causes and conditions, and the absence of even a minor and secondary cause or condition means that the phenomenon cannot occur. This demonstrates that all phenomena are composite and do not contain an independent individual entity. The absence of an independent permanent entity in all phenomena is referred to as their emptiness, or sunyata in Sanskrit and sunnata in Pali. This discovery by the Buddha is profoundly unique and transcendent, relating to the entire human understanding process, spiritually. Today, the concept of emptiness, along with other Buddhist concepts, continues to astonish thinkers, philosophers, scholars, and scientists across all fields worldwide. For Buddhism, the application of this concept has played a crucial role in the practice aimed at ultimately helping humans escape from suffering. What did the Buddha preach about emptiness in? Returning to the Buddha's teachings through the original sutras and the Tripitaka shows that they are concise, specific, and very practical, not laden with the argumentative nature of metaphysical philosophy. Therefore, to avoid misunderstandings about the definition of Buddhism and to better understand how the term emptiness, sunyata, was explained and perceived by the Buddha, we present here the meaning of emptiness according to original Buddhism, based on two Pali sutras, Kula Sunyata Sutta, the Lesser Discourse on Emptiness, Minnesota 121, and Mahasunyata Sutta, the Greater Discourse on Emptiness, Minnesota 122, considered two of the most important discourses the Buddha preached on emptiness. Chapter 1, Kula Sunyata Sutta, the Lesser Discourse on Emptiness. In the Lesser Discourse on Emptiness, MN 121, the Buddha affirms that dwelling in emptiness has allowed him considerable tranquility, and he teaches this discourse to encourage a monk to authentically and sanely practice the nature of emptiness. The monk should reflect as non-existent whatever is not present in his abode, and as existent whatever is indeed present. In whatever meditative attainment one achieves, what is not present in that attainment should be reflected upon as non-existent, but what is present should be reflected upon as existent, like a monk dwelling in a village monastery where there are no elephants, cattle, horses, mares, no gold and silver, no gatherings of men and women, should reflect these things as absent. However, what is not absent, such as the presence of the Sangha within the monastery, should be reflected upon as present, more specifically, thought as absent but intent as present. Now the monk leaves the village monastery and enters a forest to practice alone. In that forest, there is no village, no monk community. Hence, the monk does not engage in general thought or additional thought, but he is in the forest. The forest is truly present. If intentional thought is applied, he recognizes that the afflictions due to general and intentional thought do not exist, but the afflictions due to direct thought are indeed present. What is not present, he sees as not present. What is present, he sees as indeed present. Such practice is called practicing the nature of emptiness. Transcending the meditative attainments of the formless realms, he does not engage in the contemplation of the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception, only focusing on the unity brought about by formless mind concentration. This means that he attains mental concentration using an object that involves no formation, and hence it is called formless mind concentration. The monk contemplates this formless mind concentration as conditioned, created by the mind, and thus impermanent, subject to cessation. Through such contemplation, he is liberated from the taints of sensuality, existence, and ignorance. Thus he realizes the afflictions due to the taints of sensuality, due to the taints of existence, due to the taints of ignorance are not present here, and only one affliction is present here, which is the six sense bases: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, conditionally related to this life, this body. In other words, when the monk attains liberation, he realizes the taints of sensuality, existence, and ignorance are not present, having been eradicated. But he still has this body conditioned by the six sense bases. Therefore, for him, only this one thing is not absent, namely the six sense bases related to this life, this body. And what is not present here, he sees as not present. But for what remains here, he knows that this is present, that is present. This for him is so. It is truly present, not deluded. The practice of emptiness is completely pure. Thus, for this scripture, for the monk in practice, depending on the dwelling place, whether in the village or in the forest, whether practicing with a community or alone, what is not present at that dwelling place, the monk contemplates as not present, and what is truly present then contemplates as truly present. And in a meditative attainment, such as when attaining the liberation of nirvana, he realizes the taints are not present because they have been eradicated, but since there is still the residual body, the body of the six sense bases, then that body is still truly present. The body is present, so there are afflictions caused by that body. So if there is a body, then there are aging, sickness, and death. But since this one is liberated, there are no sorrows, no suffering, even if the body is sick, ages, or dies. Thus, this scripture defines the word empty, depending on the dwelling place, depending on the heavenly witness. Whatever truly does not exist is contemplated as not present, and whatever really exists is truly contemplated as present. The shorter discourse on emptiness, Kula Sunyata Sutta, MN 121. I have heard that on one occasion the Blessed One was staying near Savatthi in the Eastern Monastery, the palace of Megara's mother. Then, Ananda, emerging from his seclusion in the evening, went to the Blessed One and, on arrival, having bowed down to him, sat to one side. As he was sitting there, he said to the Blessed One, on one occasion, when the Blessed One was staying among the Sakyans in a Sakyan town named Nagaraka, there, face to face with the Blessed One, I heard this, face to face I learned this. I now remain fully in a dwelling of emptiness. Did I hear that correctly? Learn it correctly. Attend to it correctly. Remember it correctly. The Buddha. Yes, Ananda, you heard that correctly. Learned it correctly. Attended to it correctly. Remembered it correctly. Now, as well as before, I remain fully in a dwelling of emptiness. Just as this palace of Megara's mother is empty of elephants, cattle, and mares, empty of gold and silver, empty of assemblies of women and men, and there is only this non-emptiness, the singleness based on the Sangha of monks. Even so, Ananda, a monk, not attending to the perception, mental note of village, not attending to the perception of human being, attends to the singleness based on the perception of wilderness. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in its perception of wilderness. He discerns that whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of village are not present. Whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of human being are not present. There is only this modicum of disturbance, the singleness based on the perception of wilderness. He discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the perception of village. This mode of perception is empty of the perception of human being. There is only this non-emptiness, the singleness based on the perception of wilderness. Thus he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains he discerns as present. There is this. And so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality, is undistorted in meaning and pure. The perception of earth. Further, Ananda, the monk, not attending to the perception of human being, not attending to the perception of wilderness, attends to the singleness based on the perception of earth. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in its perception of earth. Just as a bull's hide is stretched free from wrinkles with 100 stakes, even so, without attending to all the ridges and hollows, the river ravines, the tracks of stumps and thorns, the craggy irregularities of this earth, he attends to the singleness based on the perception of earth. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in its perception of earth. He discerns that whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of human being are not present. Whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of wilderness are not present. There is only this modicum of disturbance, the singleness based on the perception of earth. He discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the perception of human being. This mode of perception is empty of the perception of wilderness. There is only this non-emptiness, the singleness based on the perception of earth. Thus he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains he discerns as present. There is this. And so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality, is undistorted in meaning and pure. The infinitude of space. Further, Ananda, the monk, not attending to the perception of wilderness, not attending to the perception of earth, attends to the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in its perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space. He discerns that whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of wilderness are not present. Whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of earth are not present. There is only this modicum of disturbance, the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space. He discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the perception of wilderness. This mode of perception is empty of the perception of earth. There is only this non-emptiness, the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space. Thus, he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains, he discerns as present. There is this. And so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality, is undistorted in meaning and pure. The infinitude of consciousness. Further, Ananda, the monk, not attending to the perception of earth, not attending to the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space, attends to the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in its perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness. He discerns that whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of earth are not present. Whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space are not present. There is only this modicum of disturbance, the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness. He discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the perception of earth. This mode of perception is empty of the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space. There is only this non-emptiness, the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness. Thus he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains he discerns as present. There is this. And so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality, is undistorted in meaning and pure. Nothingness. Further, Ananda, the monk, not attending to the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space, not attending to the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness, attends to the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of nothingness. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in its perception of the dimension of nothingness. He discerns that whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space are not present. Whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness are not present. There is only this modicum of disturbance, the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of nothingness. He discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of space. This mode of perception is empty of the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness. There is only this non-emptiness, the singleness based on the perception of the dimension of nothingness. Thus he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains he discerns as present. There is this. And so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality, is undistorted in meaning and pure. Neither perception nor non-perception. Further, Ananda, the monk, not attending to the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness, not attending to the perception of the dimension of nothingness, attends to the singleness based on the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception. He discerns that whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness are not present. Whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of the dimension of nothingness are not present. There is only this modicum of disturbance, the singleness based on the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception. He discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the perception of the dimension of the infinitude of consciousness. This mode of perception is empty of the perception of the dimension of nothingness. There is only this non-emptiness, the singleness based on the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception. Thus he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains he discerns as present. There is this, and so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality, is undistorted in meaning and pure. Themeless concentration. Further, Ananda, the monk, not attending to the perception of the dimension of nothingness, not attending to the perception of the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception, attends to the singleness based on the themeless concentration of awareness. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in its themeless concentration of awareness. He discerns that whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of the dimension of nothingness are not present. Whatever disturbances that would exist based on the perception of the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception are not present. And there is only this modicum of disturbance that connected with the six sensory spheres, dependent on this very body with life as its condition. He discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the perception of the dimension of nothingness. This mode of perception is empty of the perception of the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception. There is only this non-emptiness, that connected with the six sensory spheres, dependent on this very body with life as its condition. Thus he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains he discerns as present. There is this, and so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality, is undistorted in meaning and pure. Release. Further, Ananda, the monk, not attending to the perception of the dimension of nothingness, not attending to the perception of the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception, attends to the singleness based on the themeless concentration of awareness. His mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, settles, and indulges in its themeless concentration of awareness. He discerns that this themeless concentration of awareness is fabricated and mentally fashioned. And he discerns that whatever is fabricated and mentally fashioned is inconstant and subject to cessation. Thus knowing, thus seeing, his heart is released from the effluent of sensuality, released from the effluent of becoming, released from the effluent of ignorance. With release, there is the knowledge, released. He discerns that birth is ended, the holy life fulfilled, the task done. There is nothing further for this world. He discerns that whatever disturbances would exist based on the effluent of sensuality, the effluent of becoming, the effluent of ignorance are not present, and there is only this modicum of disturbance that connected with the six sensory spheres, dependent on this very body with life as its condition. He discerns that this mode of perception is empty of the effluent of sensuality, becoming, ignorance, and there is just this non-emptiness that connected with the six sensory spheres, dependent on this very body with life as its condition. Thus, he regards it as empty of whatever is not there. Whatever remains, he discerns as present. There is this, and so this, his entry into emptiness, accords with actuality, is undistorted in meaning, pure, superior, and unsurpassed. Ananda, whatever contemplatives and Brahmins who in the past entered and remained in an emptiness that was pure, superior, and unsurpassed, they all entered and remained in this very same emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed. Whatever contemplatives and Brahmins who in the future will enter and remain in an emptiness that will be pure, superior, and unsurpassed, they all will enter and remain in this very same emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed. Whatever contemplatives and Brahmins who at present enter and remain in an emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed, They all enter and remain in this very same emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed. Therefore, Ananda, you should train yourselves. We will enter and remain in the emptiness that is pure, superior, and unsurpassed. That is what the Blessed One said. Gratified, then, Ananda delighted in the Blessed One's words. Chapter 2, Mahasunyata Sutta, the Greater Discourse on Emptiness. In the Greater Discourse on Emptiness, MN 122, the Buddha addresses the concept of emptiness more extensively. He observes that a monk who delights joyfully in his community, among people, enjoying gatherings, does not shine in this dharma and discipline, lacks achievement according to his desires for secluded delight, solitary delight, tranquil delight, and righteous delight, and does not achieve the four jhanas of the form realm and the formless realm, nor the four paths and fruits. Then the Buddha recounts his own experience, residing in internal emptiness, even when having to interact with monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, kings, ministers, heterodox practitioners, and their disciples. His mind inclines towards seclusion, solitude, detachment from desires, cessation of all phenomena that cause defilements to arise, using only pure encouraging words in his interactions with everyone. Thus, the Buddha resides in internal emptiness, untainted by worldly affairs. He advises the monks to dwell in internal emptiness, external emptiness, and immobility. And before settling in such a state, one must purify the inner mind, that is, practice the first jhana up to the fourth. After mastering the four jhanas, a monk practices residing in internal emptiness, external emptiness, both internal and external emptiness, and immobility. If, while residing, the mind is not joyful and pleased, then one should practice to make the mind truly joyful and pleased while residing in internal emptiness, external emptiness, both internal and external emptiness, and immobility. While residing in such a state, if one is walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, one must be careful not to allow the rise of craving unwholesome states. If speaking, do not speak of lowly, vile, secular matters. Only speak of words that are tiresome, leading to detachment, cessation, tranquility, supreme wisdom, enlightenment, nirvana. If thinking or contemplating anything, do not think or contemplate about craving, anger, harm, those lowly and vile thoughts. Only contemplate on detachment, non-anger, non-harm, thoughts leading to withdrawal, detachment, cessation, tranquility, supreme wisdom, enlightenment, nirvana. Regarding the five sensual pleasures, beauty, sweet sounds, fragrances, flavors, gentle touches, a monk must be aware if there is any sensual desire for these five pleasures, and if so, should strive to eradicate such desires, making these five desires non-existent. Regarding the five aggregates, form, sensation, perception, formations, consciousness, as the monk contemplates these aggregates, their arising and cessation, he must investigate if there is any self-conceit regarding the aggregates, and if so, should strive to eliminate such conceit. Thus, it is said that the monk contemplates internal emptiness, external emptiness, both internal and external emptiness, and immobility, advancing towards enlightenment, liberation through residing in internal emptiness. In summary, the Greater Discourse on Emptiness considers residing in internal emptiness, external emptiness, both internal and external emptiness, and immobility as the method for monks to practice so that while walking, standing, lying, sitting, They do not let craving or unwholesome states invade the mind, only speak and think of what leads to enlightenment nirvana. Regarding the five sensual pleasures, absolutely cut off desire, and regarding the five aggregates, completely root out ego view, possession view, and conceit. I have heard that on one occasion the Blessed One was staying among the Sakyans at Kapilavatthu in the Banyan Park. Then in the early morning, the Blessed One, having put on his robes and carrying his bowl and outer robe, went into Kapilavatthu for alms. Having gone for alms in Kapilavatthu, after the meal, returning from his alms round, he went to the dwelling of Kala Kamaka the Sakyan for the day's abiding. Now, at that time, many resting places had been prepared in Kala Kamaka, the Sakyan's dwelling. The Blessed One saw the many resting places prepared there, and on seeing them, the thought occurred to him: there are many resting places prepared here. Do many monks live here? Now, at that time, then Ananda, together with many other monks, was making robes at the dwelling of Gata the Sakyan. Then, when it was evening, the Blessed One rose from seclusion and went to the dwelling of Gata the Sakyan. On arrival, he sat down on a seat made ready. Having sat down, he asked then, Ananda, there are many resting places prepared in Kala Kamaka, the Sakyan's dwelling. Do many monks live there? Yes, Lord. There are many resting places prepared in Kala Kamaka, the Sakyan's dwelling. Many monks live there. Our time for making robes has come around. Ananda, a monk does not shine if he delights in company, enjoys company, is committed to delighting in company. If he delights in a group, enjoys a group, rejoices in a group. Indeed, Ananda, it is impossible that a monk who delights in company, enjoys company, is committed to delighting in company, who delights in a group, enjoys a group, rejoices in a group, will obtain at will, without difficulty, without trouble, the pleasure of renunciation, the pleasure of seclusion, the pleasure of peace, the pleasure of self-awakening. But it is possible that a monk who lives alone, withdrawn from the group, can expect to obtain at will, without difficulty, without trouble, the pleasure of renunciation, the pleasure of seclusion, the pleasure of peace, the pleasure of self-awakening. Indeed, Ananda, it is impossible that a monk who delights in company, enjoys company, is committed to delighting in company, who delights in a group, enjoys a group, rejoices in a group, will enter and remain in the awareness release that is temporary and pleasing, or in the awareness release that is not temporary and beyond provocation. But it is possible that a monk who lives alone, withdrawn from the group, can expect to enter and remain in the awareness release that is temporary and pleasing, or in the awareness release that is not temporary and beyond provocation. Ananda, I do not envision even a single form whose change and alteration would not give rise to sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair in one who is passionate for it and takes delight in it. But there is this mental dwelling discovered by the Tathagata where, not attending to any themes, he enters and remains in internal emptiness. If, while he is dwelling there by means of this dwelling, he is visited by monks, nuns, lay men, lay women, kings, royal ministers, sectarians, and their disciples, then, with his mind bent on seclusion, tending toward seclusion, inclined toward seclusion, aiming at seclusion, relishing renunciation, having destroyed those qualities that are the basis for mental fermentation, he converses with them only as much as is necessary for them to take their leave. So, Ananda, if a monk should wish, may I enter and remain in internal emptiness, then he should get the mind steadied right within, settled, unified, and concentrated. And how does the monk get the mind steadied right within, settled, unified, and concentrated? There is the case where a monk, quite withdrawn from sensual pleasures, withdrawn from unskillful qualities, enters and remains in the first jhana. the second jhana, the third jhana, the fourth jhana, purity of equanimity and mindfulness, neither pleasure nor pain. That is how a monk gets the mind steadied right within, settled, unified, and concentrated. He attends to internal emptiness. While he is attending to internal emptiness, his mind does not take pleasure, find satisfaction, grow steady, or indulge in internal emptiness. When this is the case, he discerns, while I am attending to internal emptiness, my mind does not take pleasure, find satisfaction, grow steady, or indulge in internal emptiness. In this way, he is alert there. He attends to external emptiness. He attends to internal and external emptiness. He attends to the imperturbable. While he is attending to the imperturbable, his mind does not take pleasure, find satisfaction, grow steady, or indulge in the imperturbable. When this is the case, he discerns, while I am attending to the imperturbable, my mind does not take pleasure, find satisfaction, grow steady, or indulge in the imperturbable. In this way, he is alert there. When that is the case, he should get the mind steadied right within, settled, unified, and concentrated in his first theme of concentration. He then attends to internal emptiness. While he is attending to internal emptiness, his mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, grows steady, and indulges in internal emptiness. When this is the case, he discerns, while I am attending to internal emptiness, my mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, grows steady, and indulges in internal emptiness. In this way, he is alert there. He attends to external emptiness. He attends to internal and external emptiness. He attends to the imperturbable. While he is attending to the imperturbable, his mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, grows steady, and indulges in the imperturbable. When this is the case, he discerns, while I am attending to the imperturbable, my mind takes pleasure, finds satisfaction, grows steady, and indulges in the imperturbable. In this way, he is alert there. If, while the monk is dwelling by means of this dwelling, his mind inclines to walking back and forth, he walks back and forth, thinking, while I am walking thus, no covetousness or sadness, no evil, unskillful qualities will take possession of me. In this way, he is alert there. If, while he is dwelling by means of this dwelling, his mind inclines to standing, to sitting, to lying down, he lies down, thinking, while I am lying down thus, no covetousness or sadness, no evil, unskillful qualities will take possession of me. In this way, he is alert there. If, while he is dwelling by means of this dwelling, his mind inclines to speaking, he resolves that I will not engage in talk that is base, vulgar, common, ignoble, unbeneficial, that does not lead to disenchantment, dispassion, cessation, calm, direct knowledge, self-awakening, or unbinding. That is, talk about kings, robbers, and ministers of state, armies, alarms and battles, food and drink, clothing, furniture, garlands and scents, relatives, vehicles, villages, towns, cities, the countryside, women and heroes, the gossip of the street and the well, tales of the dead, tales of diversity, the creation of the world and of the sea, talk of whether things exist or not. In this way, he is alert there. But, he resolves, I will engage in talk that is scrupulous, conducive to release of awareness, and leads exclusively to disenchantment, dispassion, cessation, calm, direct knowledge, self-awakening, and unbinding. That is, talk on modesty, contentment, seclusion, non-entanglement, arousing persistence, virtue, concentration, discernment, release, and the knowledge and vision of release. In this way, he is alert there. If, while he is dwelling by means of this dwelling, his mind inclines to thinking, he resolves that I will not think thoughts that are base, vulgar, common, ignoble, unbeneficial, that do not lead to disenchantment, dispassion, cessation, calm, direct knowledge, self-awakening, or unbinding. That is, thoughts of sensuality, thoughts of ill will, thoughts of harmfulness. In this way, he is alert there. But, he resolves, I will think thoughts that are noble, onward leading, that lead to the right ending of stress for the person who acts on them. That is, thoughts of renunciation, thoughts of no ill will, thoughts of harmlessness. In this way, he is alert there. Ananda, there are these 5 strings of sensuality. Which 5? Forms cognizable via the eye, agreeable, pleasing, charming, endearing, fostering desire, enticing, sounds cognizable via the ear, aromas cognizable via the nose, flavors cognizable via the tongue, tactile sensations cognizable via the body, agreeable, pleasing, charming, endearing, fostering desire, enticing. These are the 5 strings of sensuality where a monk should reflect on his mind repeatedly. Is there within me, in any circumstance or another, any engagement of awareness that arises with regard to these 5 strings of sensuality? If, on reflection, the monk discerns, there is within me, in one circumstance or another, an engagement of awareness that arises with regard to these 5 strings of sensuality, then, this being the case, he discerns that desire passion for the 5 strings of sensuality has not been abandoned by me. But if, on reflection, he discerns, there is not within me, in any circumstance or another, any engagement of awareness that arises with regard to these 5 strings of sensuality, then, this being the case, he discerns that desire passion for the 5 strings of sensuality has been abandoned by me. In this way, he is alert there. There are these 5 clinging aggregates where a monk should stay, keeping track of arising and passing away, thus: such is form, such its origination, such its disappearance, such is feeling, such is perception, such are fabrications, such is consciousness, such its origination, such its disappearance. As he stays keeping track of arising and passing away with regard to these 5 clinging aggregates, he abandons any conceit that I am with regard to these 5 clinging aggregates. This being the case, he discerns, I have abandoned any conceit that I am with regard to these 5 clinging aggregates. In this way, he is alert there. These qualities, Ananda, are exclusively skillful in their grounding, noble, transcendent, inaccessible to the evil one. What do you think, Ananda? When envisioning what aim is it proper for a disciple to follow after the teacher, even when being rebuked? For us, Lord, the teachings have the Blessed One as their root, their guide, and their arbitrator. It would be good if the Blessed One himself would explicate the meaning of this statement. Having heard it from the Blessed One, the monks will remember it. Ananda, it's not proper for a disciple to follow after the teacher to hear discourses, verses, or catechisms. Why is that? For a long time, Ananda, have you listened to the teachings, retained them, discussed them, accumulated them, examined them with your mind, and penetrated them well in terms of your views. But as for talk that is scrupulous, conducive to release of awareness, and leads exclusively to disenchantment, dispassion, cessation, calm, direct knowledge, self-awakening, and unbinding, that is, talk on modesty, contentment, seclusion, non-entanglement, arousing persistence, virtue, concentration, discernment, release, and the knowledge and vision of release. It's for the sake of hearing talk of this sort that it is proper for a disciple to follow after the teacher as if yoked to him. This being the case, there is the teacher's undoing, there is the student's undoing, there is the undoing of one who leads the holy life. And how is there the teacher's undoing? There is the case where a certain teacher resorts to a secluded dwelling, a wilderness, the shade of a tree, a mountain, a glen, a hillside cave, a charnel ground, a forest grove, the open air, a heap of straw. While he is living thus secluded, Brahmins and householders from town and countryside visit him. When they visit him, he gets smitten with things that infatuate, falls into greed, and reverts to luxury. This is called a teacher undone with a teacher's undoing. He has been struck down by evil, unskillful qualities that defile, that lead to further becoming, are troublesome, ripen in pain, and lead to future birth, aging, and death. Such is the teacher's undoing. And how is there the student's undoing? A student of that teacher, imitating his teacher's seclusion, resorts to a secluded dwelling, a wilderness, the shade of a tree, a heap of straw. While he is living thus secluded, Brahmins and householders from town and countryside visit him. When they visit him, he gets smitten with things that infatuate, falls into greed, and reverts to luxury. This is called a student undone with a student's undoing. He has been struck down by evil, unskillful qualities that defile, that lead to further becoming, are troublesome, ripen in pain, and lead to future birth, aging, and death. Such is the student's undoing. And how is there the undoing of one who leads the holy life? There is the case where a Tathagata arises in the world, worthy and rightly self awakened, consummate in knowledge and conduct, well gone, an expert with regard to the world, unexcelled as a trainer for those people fit to be tamed, the teacher of divine and human beings, awakened, blessed. He resorts to a secluded dwelling, a wilderness, the shade of a tree, a mountain, a glen, a hillside cave, a charnel ground, a forest grove, the open air, a heap of straw. While he is living thus secluded, Brahmins and householders from town and countryside visit him. When they visit him, he doesn't get smitten with things that infatuate, doesn't fall into greed, doesn't revert to luxury. A student of that teacher, imitating his teacher's seclusion, resorts to a secluded dwelling, a wilderness, the shade of a tree, a heap of straw. While he is living thus secluded, Brahmins and householders from town and countryside visit him. When they visit him, he gets smitten with things that infatuate, falls into greed, and reverts to luxury. This is called one following the holy life who is undone with the undoing of one who leads the holy life. He has been struck down by evil, unskillful qualities that defile, that lead to further becoming, are troublesome, ripen in pain, and lead to future birth, aging, and death. Such is the undoing of one who leads the holy life. And in this regard, Ananda, the undoing of one who leads the holy life ripens in more pain, more bitterness than the teacher's undoing or the student's undoing. It leads even to the states of deprivation. Therefore, Ananda, engage with me in friendliness and not in opposition. That will be for your long-term well-being and happiness. And how do students engage with the teacher in opposition and not in friendliness? There is the case where a teacher teaches the Dhamma to his students sympathetically, seeking their well-being out of sympathy. This is for your well-being. This is for your happiness. His disciples do not listen or lend ear or apply their minds to gnosis. Turning aside, they stray from the teacher's message. This is how students engage with the teacher as opponents and not as friends. And how do students engage with the teacher in friendliness and not in opposition? There is the case where a teacher teaches the Dhamma to his students sympathetically, seeking their well-being out of sympathy. This is for your well-being. This is for your happiness. His disciples listen, lend ear, and apply their minds to gnosis. Not turning aside, they don't stray from the teacher's message. This is how students engage with the teacher as friends and not as opponents. Therefore, Ananda, engage with me in friendliness and not in opposition. That will be for your long-term well-being and happiness. I won't hover over you like a potter over damp, unbaked clay goods. Scolding again and again, I will speak. Urging you on again and again, I will speak. Whatever is of essential worth will remain. That is what the Blessed One said. Gratified, Ven Ananda delighted in the Blessed One's words. Blessed One's words. Chapter 3. Conclusion. Thus, in the Lesser Discourse on Emptiness, the term emptiness is defined depending on the dwelling place and the specific context. What truly does not exist is seen as non existent, and what does exist is acknowledged as truly existing. In the Greater Discourse on Emptiness, dwelling in internal emptiness, external emptiness, both internal and external emptiness, and immobility is seen as a method for monks to practice so that, whether walking, standing, lying down, or sitting, they do not allow craving or unwholesome states to invade the mind. They only speak and think of what leads to the realization of nirvana. Regarding the 5 sensual desires, one must completely eradicate attachment to them, and concerning the 5 aggregates, one must thoroughly uproot self-view, possession view, and conceit. With these 2 discourses, the meaning of emptiness, according to early Buddhist doctrine, is clearly and thoroughly presented. To conclude, it should be noted that in the original scriptures, when discussing the 3 marks of existence, only 3 are mentioned: impermanence, anicca, suffering, dukkha, and not self, anatta. Emptiness, sunyata, is not considered a 4th mark of existence. Taking refuge in Dharma, the path to ultimate wisdom. At the elementary level, the word Dhamma signifies the teaching of the Buddha, the conceptually formulated, verbally expressed set of doctrines taught by or deriving from the historical figure Gautama. This teaching, called the transmission, Agama, is contained in the Tipitaka, or 3 collections of scripture, and in the commentaries and expository works which explain them. The 3 collections are the Vinaya Pitaka, the Sutta Pitaka, and the Abhidhamma Pitaka. The Vinaya Pitaka collects together all the monastic rules and regulations detailing the discipline for Buddhist monks and nuns. The Sutta Pitaka contains the discourses of the Buddha expounding his doctrine and the practice of his path. The Abhidhamma Pitaka presents an exposition of the sphere of actuality from the standpoint of a precise philosophical understanding, which analyzes actuality into its fundamental constituting elements and shows how these elements lock together through a network of conditional relations. The verbally transmitted Dhamma contained in the scriptures and commentaries serves as the conduit to a deeper level of meaning communicated through its words and expressions. This is the Dhamma of actual achievement, Adhigama, which comprises the path, Magga, and the goal, Atha. The goal is the final end of the teaching, Nibbana, the complete cessation of suffering, the unconditioned state outside and beyond the round of impermanent phenomena making up samsara. This goal is to be reached by a specific path, a course of practice bringing its attainment, namely the Noble Eightfold Path: right views, right intentions, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. The path divides into 2 stages: a mundane path and a supramundane path. The mundane path is the course of application developed when its factors are cultivated in daily life and in periods of intensified practice. The supramundane path is a state of wisdom consciousness that arises when all the requisite conditions for realization are fully matured, usually at the peak of intensified practice. This path actually represents a state in the experience of enlightenment, having the dual function of realizing nibbana and eradicating defilements. The supramundane path comes only in momentary breakthroughs, which, when they occur, effect radical transformations in the structure of the mind. These breakthroughs are four in number, called the four paths. The four divide according to their ability to cut the successively subtler fetters, causing to samsara. The first path, the initial breakthrough to enlightenment, is the path of stream entry, Sotapadimagga, which eradicates the fetters of ego-affirming views, doubt, and clinging to rites and wrong observances. The second, called the path of the once returner, Sakadagami Maga, does not cut off any fetters but weakens their underlying roots. The third, the path of the non-returner, Anagami Maga, eliminates the fetters of sensual desire and ill will. And the fourth, the path of arahatship, Arahatamaga, eradicates the five remaining fetters: desire for existence in the spheres of fine material and immaterial being, conceit, restlessness, and ignorance. Each path moment is followed immediately by several moments of another supramundane experience called fruition, phala, which comes in four stages corresponding to the four paths. Fruition marks the enjoyment of the freedom from defilement affected by the preceding path moment. It is the state of release or experiential freedom which comes when the fetters are broken. Earlier, it was said that the Dhamma is the actual refuge. In the light of the distinctions just drawn, this statement can now be made more precise. The verbal teaching is essentially a map, a body of instructions and guidelines. Since we have to rely on these instructions to realize the goal, the teaching counts as an actual refuge, but it is so in a derivative way. Thus, we can call it an actual but indirect refuge. The mundane path is direct, since it must be practiced, but because it serves principally as preparation for the supramundane path, its function is purely provisional. Thus, it is an actual and direct but provisional refuge. The supramundane path apprehends nibbana, and once attained leads irreversibly to the goal. Thence it may be called an actual, direct, and superior refuge. However, even the supramundane path is a conditioned phenomenon sharing the characteristic of impermanence common to all conditioned phenomena. Moreover, as a means to an end, it possesses instrumental value only, not intrinsic value. Thus, its status as a refuge is not ultimate. Ultimate status as a refuge belongs exclusively to the goal, to the unconditioned state of nibbana, which therefore among all three refugees can alone be considered the refuge which is actual, direct, superior, and ultimate. It is the final resort, the island of peace, the sanctuary offering permanent shelter from the fears and dangers of samsaric becoming. Basic principles. Phenomena are preceded by the heart, ruled by the heart, made of the heart. If you speak or act with a corrupted heart, then suffering follows you, as the wheel of the cart, the track of the ox that pulls it. Phenomena are preceded by the heart, ruled by the heart, made of the heart. If you speak or act with a calm, bright heart, then happiness follows you like a shadow that never leaves. DHP 1, 2. Heedfulness, the path to the deathless. Heedlessness, the path to death. The heedful do not die. The heedless are as if already dead. Knowing this as a true distinction, those wise in heedfulness rejoice in heedfulness, enjoying the range of the noble ones. DHP 21, 22. 5 facts. There are these 5 facts that one should reflect on often, whether one is a woman or a man, lay or ordained. Which 5? I am subject to aging, have not gone beyond aging. I am subject to illness, have not gone beyond illness. I am subject to death, have not gone beyond death. I will grow different, separate from all that is dear and appealing to me. I am the owner of my actions, comma, heir to my actions, born of my actions, related through my actions, and have my actions as my arbitrator. Whatever I do, for good or for evil, to that will I fall heir. These are the 5 facts that one should reflect on often, whether one is a woman or a man, lay or ordained. Now, for what compelling reason should one often reflect that I am subject to aging, have not gone beyond aging? There are beings who are intoxicated with a typical youth's intoxication with youth. Because of that intoxication with youth, they conduct themselves in a bad way in body, in speech, and in mind. But when they often reflect on that fact, that youth's intoxication with youth will either be entirely abandoned or grow weaker. Now, for what compelling reason should one often reflect that I am subject to illness, have not gone beyond illness? There are beings who are intoxicated with a typical healthy person's intoxication with health. Because of that intoxication with health, they conduct themselves in a bad way in body, in speech, and in mind. But when they often reflect on that fact, that healthy person's intoxication with health will either be entirely abandoned or grow weaker. Now, for what compelling reason should one often reflect that I am subject to death, have not gone beyond death? There are beings who are intoxicated with a typical living person's intoxication with life. Because of that intoxication with life, they conduct themselves in a bad way in body, in speech, and in mind. But when they often reflect on that fact, that living person's intoxication with life will either be entirely abandoned or grow weaker. Now, for what compelling reason should one often reflect that I will grow different, separate from all that is dear and appealing to me? There are beings who feel desire and passion for the things they find dear and appealing. Because of that passion, they conduct themselves in a bad way in body, in speech, and in mind. But when they often reflect on that fact, that desire and passion for the things they find dear and appealing will either be entirely abandoned or grow weaker. Now, for what compelling reason should one often reflect that I am the owner of my actions, comma, heir to my actions, born of my actions, related through my actions, and have my actions as my arbitrator? Whatever I do, for good or for evil, to that will I fall heir. There are beings who conduct themselves in a bad way in body, in speech, and in mind. But when they often reflect on that fact, that bad conduct in body, speech, and mind will either be entirely abandoned or grow weaker. Now, a disciple of the noble ones considers this. I am not the only one subject to aging who has not gone beyond aging. To the extent that there are beings, past and future, passing away and re-arising, all beings are subject to aging, have not gone beyond aging. When she often reflects on this, the factors of the path take birth. She sticks with that path, develops it, cultivates it. As she sticks with that path, develops it, and cultivates it, the fetters are abandoned, the latent tendencies destroyed. Similarly with each of the other contemplations. And 557, the non-doing of any evil, the performance of what's skillful, the cleansing of one's own mind. This is the Buddha's teaching, not disparaging, not injuring, restraint in line with the Patimokkha, moderation in food, dwelling in seclusion, commitment to the heightened mind. This is the Buddha's teaching, DHP 183, 185. I don't see any one quality by which unarisen skillful qualities arise, and arisen unskillful qualities subside, like friendship with admirable people. When a person is friends with admirable people, unarisen skillful qualities arise, and arisen unskillful qualities subside. And 172. The cessation of kama. Now what, Tiger Paw, Bayagapaja, is friendship with admirable people. There is the case where a layperson in whatever town or village he may dwell spends time with householders or householders' sons, young or old, who are advanced in virtue. He talks with them, engages them in discussions. He emulates consummate conviction in the principle of kama, in those who are consummate in conviction, consummate virtue in those who are consummate in virtue, consummate generosity in those who are consummate in generosity, and consummate discernment in those who are consummate in discernment. This is called friendship with admirable people. And 854. A female disciple of the noble ones who grows in terms of these 5 types of growth grows in the noble growth, grasps hold of what is essential, what is excellent in the body. Which 5? She grows in terms of conviction, in terms of virtue, in terms of learning, in terms of generosity, in terms of discernment. Growing in terms of these 5 types of growth, the female disciple of the noble ones grows in the noble growth, grasps hold of what is essential, what is excellent in the body. Growing in conviction and virtue, discernment, generosity, and learning, a virtuous female lay disciple, such as this, takes hold of the essence within herself. SN 37:34. Kama should be known. The cause by which kama comes into play should be known. The diversity in kama should be known. The result of kama should be known. The cessation of kama should be known. The path of practice for the cessation of kama should be known. Thus it has been said. Why was it said? Intention, I tell you, is kama. Intending, one does kama by way of body, speech, and intellect. And what is the cause by which kama comes into play? Contact. And what is the diversity in kama? There is kama to be experienced in purgatory, kama to be experienced in the realm of common animals, kama to be experienced in the realm of the hungry shades, kama to be experienced in the human world, kama to be experienced in the celestial worlds. And what is the result of kama? The result of kama is of 3 sorts, I tell you. That which arises right here and now, that which arises later in this lifetime, and that which arises following that. And what is the cessation of kama? From the cessation of contact is the cessation of kama. And what is the way leading to the cessation of kama? Just this noble 8-fold path: right view, right resolve, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. Now, when a disciple of the noble ones discerns kama in this way, the cause by which kama comes into play in this way, the diversity of kama in this way, the result of kama in this way, the cessation of kama in this way, and the path of practice leading to the cessation of kama in this way, then he discerns this penetrative holy life as the cessation of kama. And 663. Drawbacks. Now, what is the allure of sensuality? There are amongst these 5 strands of sensuality. Which 5? Forms cognizable via the eye, agreeable, pleasing, charming, endearing, fostering desire, enticing. Sounds cognizable via the ear, aromas cognizable via the nose, flavors cognizable via the tongue, tactile sensations cognizable via the body, agreeable, pleasing, charming, endearing, fostering desire, enticing. Now, whatever pleasure or joy arises in dependence on these 5 strands of sensuality, that is the allure of sensuality. And what is the drawback of sensuality? There is the case where, on account of the occupation by which a clansman makes a living, whether checking or accounting or calculating or plowing or trading or cattle tending or archery or as a king's man or whatever the occupation may be. He faces cold. He faces heat, being harassed by mosquitoes, flies, wind, sun, and creeping things, dying from hunger and thirst. Now, this drawback in the case of sensuality, this mass of stress visible here and now, has sensuality for its reason, sensuality for its source, sensuality for its cause, the reason being simply sensuality. If the clansman gains no wealth while thus working and striving and making effort, he sorrows, grieves, and laments, beats his breast, becomes distraught. My work is in vain. My efforts are fruitless. Now, this drawback, too, in the case of sensuality, this mass of stress visible here and now, has sensuality for its reason. If the clansman gains wealth while thus working and striving and making effort, he experiences pain and distress in protecting it. How shall neither kings nor thieves make off with my property, nor fire burn it, nor water sweep it away, nor hateful airs make off with it? And as he thus guards and watches over his property, kings or thieves make off with it, or fire burns it, or water sweeps it away, or hateful airs make off with it. And he sorrows, grieves, and laments, beats his breast, becomes distraught. What was mine is no more. Now, this drawback, too, in the case of sensuality, this mass of stress visible here and now, has sensuality for its reason. Furthermore, it is with sensuality for the reason, sensuality for the source, sensuality for the cause, the reason being simply sensuality, that kings quarrel with kings, nobles with nobles, Brahmins with Brahmins, householders with householders, mother with child, child with mother, father with child, child with father, brother with brother, sister with sister, brother with sister, sister with brother, friend with friend. And then in their quarrels, brawls, and disputes, they attack one another with fists, or with clods, or with sticks, or with knives, so that they incur death or deadly pain. Now, this drawback, too, in the case of sensuality, this mass of stress visible here and now, has sensuality for its reason. Furthermore, it is with sensuality for the reason, sensuality for the source, that men, taking swords and shields and buckling on bows and quivers, charge into battle massed in double array, while arrows and spears are flying and swords are flashing. And there they are wounded by arrows and spears, and their heads are cut off by swords, so that they incur death or deadly pain. Now, this drawback, too, in the case of sensuality, this mass of stress visible here and now, has sensuality for its reason. Furthermore, it is with sensuality for the reason, sensuality for the source, that men, taking swords and shields and buckling on bows and quivers, charge slippery bastions, while arrows and spears are flying and swords are flashing. And there they are splashed with boiling cow dung and crushed under heavy weights, and their heads are cut off by swords, so that they incur death or deadly pain. Now, this drawback, too, in the case of sensuality, this mass of stress visible here and now, has sensuality for its reason, sensuality for its source, sensuality for its cause, the reason being simply sensuality. And what is the escape from sensuality? Any subduing of passion and desire, abandoning of passion and desire for sensuality. That is the escape from sensuality. MN 13. Which do you think is greater, the tears you have shed while transmigrating and wandering this long time, crying and weeping from being joined with what is displeasing, from being separated from what is pleasing, or the water in the four great oceans? This is the greater, the tears you have shed. Why is that? From an inconceivable beginning comes transmigration. A beginning point is not evident, although beings hindered by ignorance and fettered by craving are transmigrating and wandering on. Long have you thus experienced stress, experienced pain, experienced loss, swelling the cemeteries. long enough to become disenchanted with all fabrications, enough to become dispassionate, enough to be released. SN 15, 3. Renunciation. Janasoni, I hold that there is no one who, subject to death, is not afraid or in terror of death. The Buddha, there are those who, subject to death, are afraid and in terror of death, and there are those who, subject to death, are not afraid or in terror of death. And who is the person who, subject to death, is afraid and in terror of death? There is the case of the person who has not abandoned passion, desire, fondness, thirst, fever, and craving for sensuality. When he comes down with a serious disease, the thought occurs to him, oh, those beloved sensual pleasures will be taken from me, and I will be taken from them. He grieves and is tormented, weeps, beats his breast, and grows delirious. Furthermore, there is the case of the person who has not abandoned passion, desire, fondness, thirst, fever, and craving for the body. When he is touched by a serious disease, the thought occurs to him, oh, my beloved body will be taken from me, and I will be taken from my body. He grieves and is tormented, weeps, beats his breast, and grows delirious. Furthermore, there is the case of the person who has not done what is good, has not done what is skillful, has not given protection to those in fear, and instead has done what is evil, savage, and cruel. When he comes down with a serious disease, the thought occurs to him, after death, I am headed for the destination of those who have done what is evil, savage, and cruel. He grieves and is tormented, weeps, beats his breast, and grows delirious. Furthermore, there is the case of the person in doubt and perplexity, who has not arrived at certainty with regard to the true Dhamma. When he comes down with a serious disease, the thought occurs to him, how doubtful and perplexed I am. I have not arrived at any certainty with regard to the true Dhamma. He grieves and is tormented, weeps, beats his breast, and grows delirious. This is another person who, subject to death, is afraid and in terror of death. And who is the person who is not afraid or in terror of death? There is the case of the person who has abandoned passion, desire, fondness, thirst, fever, and craving for sensuality, who has abandoned passion, desire, fondness, thirst, fever, and craving for the body, who has done what is good, what is skillful, has given protection to those in fear, and has not done what is evil, savage, or cruel, who has no doubt or perplexity, who has arrived at certainty with regard to the true Dhamma. When he comes down with a serious disease, he doesn't grieve, isn't tormented, doesn't weep or beat his breast or grow delirious. This is another person who, subject to death, is not afraid or in terror of death. And 184. Now at that time, Venbadiya Kaligoda, on going to a forest, to the foot of a tree, or to an empty dwelling, would repeatedly exclaim, "What bliss! What bliss!" Many monks heard him repeatedly exclaim, "What bliss! What bliss!" And on hearing him, the thought occurred to them, there's no doubt but that Bahadya Kaligoda doesn't enjoy leading the holy life. For when he was a householder, he knew the bliss of kingship, so that now, on recollecting that, he is repeatedly exclaiming, "What bliss! What bliss!" They went to the Blessed One and told him, and he told a certain monk, "Come, monk, in my name call Badiya, saying, 'The teacher calls you, my friend.'" "Yes, Lord," the monk answered. Then Badiya went to where the Blessed One was staying, and, on arrival, having bowed down, sat to one side. As he was sitting there, the Blessed One said to him, "Is it true, Badiya, that on going to a forest, to the foot of a tree, or to an empty dwelling, you repeatedly exclaim, 'What bliss! What bliss? Yes, Lord. What do you have in mind that you repeatedly exclaim, what bliss? What bliss? Before, when I was a householder, maintaining the bliss of kingship, I had guards posted within and without the royal apartments, within and without the city, within and without the countryside. But even though I was thus guarded, thus protected, I dwelled in fear, agitated, distrustful, and afraid. But now, on going alone to a forest, to the foot of a tree, or to an empty dwelling, I dwell without fear, unagitated, confident, and unafraid, unconcerned, unruffled, my wants satisfied, with my mind like a wild deer. This is what I have in mind that I repeatedly exclaim, what bliss, what bliss. UD 210. The Four Noble Truths. Now this, monks, is the noble truth of stress. Birth is stressful, aging is stressful, death is stressful, sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair are stressful. Association with the unbeloved is stressful. Separation from the loved is stressful. Not getting what is wanted is stressful. In short, the five clinging aggregates are stressful. And this, monks, is the noble truth of the origination of stress, the craving that makes for further becoming, accompanied by passion and delight, relishing now here and now there, i.e., craving for sensuality, craving for becoming, craving for non becoming. And this, monks, is the noble truth of the cessation of stress, the remainderless fading and cessation, renunciation, relinquishment, release, and letting go of that very craving. And this, monks, is the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of stress, precisely this noble eightfold path: right view, right resolve, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. Vision arose, insight arose, discernment arose, knowledge arose, illumination arose within me with regard to things never heard before. This is the noble truth of stress. This noble truth of stress is to be comprehended. This noble truth of stress has been comprehended. This is the noble truth of the origination of stress. This noble truth of the origination of stress is to be abandoned. This noble truth of the origination of stress has been abandoned. This is the noble truth of the cessation of stress. This noble truth of the cessation of stress is to be directly experienced. This noble truth of the cessation of stress has been directly experienced. This is the noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of stress. This noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of stress is to be developed. This noble truth of the way leading to the cessation of stress has been developed. And monks, as long as this knowledge and vision of mine, with its 3 rounds and 12 permutations concerning these 4 noble truths as they have come to be, was not pure, I did not claim to have directly awakened to the unexcelled right self-awakening. But as soon as this knowledge and vision of mine, with its 3 rounds and 12 permutations concerning these 4 noble truths as they have come to be, was truly pure, then did I claim to have directly awakened to the unexcelled right self-awakening. The knowledge and vision arose in me. Unprovoked is my release. This is the last birth. There is now no further becoming. SN 56, 11. The first truth. I have heard that on one occasion the Blessed One was staying at Varanasi, in the game refuge at Isipatana. There he addressed the group of 5 monks. Form, monks, is not self. If form were self, this form, body, would not lend itself to dis-ease. It would be possible to say with regard to form, may my form be like this, may it not be like that. But precisely because form is not self, It lends itself to dis-ease, and it is not possible to say with regard to form, may my form be like this, may it not be like that. Feeling is not self. Perception is not self. Fabrications are not self. Consciousness, monks, is not self. If consciousness were self, this consciousness would not lend itself to dis-ease. It would be possible to say with regard to consciousness, may my consciousness be like this, may it not be like that. But precisely because consciousness is not self, it lends itself to dis-ease, and it is not possible to say with regard to consciousness, may my form be like this, may it not be like that. What do you think, monks? Is form constant or inconstant? Inconstant, Lord. And whatever is inconstant, is it easeful or stressful? Stressful, Lord. And is it right to assume with regard to whatever is inconstant, stressful, subject to change, that this is mine, this is myself, this is what I am? No, Lord. Is feeling constant or inconstant? Is perception constant or inconstant? Are fabrications constant or inconstant? What do you think, monks? Is consciousness constant or inconstant? Inconstant, Lord. And whatever is inconstant, is it easeful or stressful? Stressful, Lord. And is it right to assume with regard to whatever is inconstant, stressful, subject to change, that this is mine, this is myself, this is what I am? No, Lord. Thus, monks, any form whatsoever, past, future, or present, internal or external, blatant or subtle, common or sublime, far or near, every form is to be seen as it actually is with right discernment as, this is not mine, this is not myself, this is not what I am. Any feeling whatsoever, any perception whatsoever, any fabrications whatsoever, any consciousness whatsoever, past, future, or present, internal or external, blatant or subtle, common or sublime, far or near, every consciousness is to be seen as it actually is with right discernment as, this is not mine, this is not myself, this is not what I am. Seeing thus, the instructed disciple of the noble ones grows disenchanted with form, disenchanted with feeling, disenchanted with perception, disenchanted with fabrications, and disenchanted with consciousness. Disenchanted, he grows dispassionate. Through dispassion, he is released. With release, there is the knowledge, released. He discerns that birth is ended, the holy life fulfilled, the task done. There is nothing further for this world. That is what the Blessed One said. Gratified, the group of 5 monks delighted at his words, and while this explanation was being given, the hearts of the group of 5 monks, through not clinging, not being sustained, were released from the mental effluence. SN 2259. The second and third truths. If this sticky, uncouth craving overcomes you in the world, your sorrows grow like wild grass after rain. If, in the world, you overcome, this sticky, uncouth craving's sorrows roll off you like water beads off. A lotus, DHP 335, 336. If its root remains, undamaged and strong, a tree, even if cut, will grow back. So too, if latent craving is not rooted out, this suffering returns again and again. DHP 338. And what is the noble method that is rightly seen and rightly ferreted out by discernment? There is the case where a disciple of the noble ones notices, when this is, that is. From the arising of this comes the arising of that. When this isn't, that isn't. From the cessation of this comes the cessation of that. In other words, from ignorance as a requisite condition come fabrications. From fabrications as a requisite condition comes consciousness. From consciousness as a requisite condition comes name and form. From name and form as a requisite condition come the six sense media. From the six sense media as a requisite condition comes contact. From contact as a requisite condition comes feeling. From feeling as a requisite condition comes craving. From craving as a requisite condition comes clinging, sustenance. From clinging sustenance as a requisite condition comes becoming. From becoming as a requisite condition comes birth. From birth as a requisite condition, then aging and death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair come into play. Such is the origination of this entire mass of stress and suffering. Now, from the remainderless fading and cessation of that very ignorance comes the cessation of fabrications. From the cessation of fabrications comes the cessation of consciousness. From the cessation of consciousness comes the cessation of name and form. From the cessation of name and form comes the cessation of the six sense media. From the cessation of the six sense media comes the cessation of contact. From the cessation of contact comes the cessation of feeling. From the cessation of feeling comes the cessation of craving. From the cessation of craving comes the cessation of clinging. From the cessation of clinging comes the cessation of becoming. From the cessation of becoming comes the cessation of birth. From the cessation of birth, then aging and death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair all cease. Such is the cessation of this entire mass of stress and suffering. This is the noble method that is rightly seen and rightly ferreted out by discernment. And 1092. Stress and suffering have birth as their prerequisite. Conviction has stress and suffering as its prerequisite. Joy has conviction as its prerequisite. Rapture has joy as its prerequisite. Serenity has rapture as its prerequisite. Pleasure has serenity as its prerequisite. Concentration has pleasure as its prerequisite. Knowledge and vision of things as they have come to be has concentration as its prerequisite. Disenchantment has knowledge and vision of things as they have come to be as its prerequisite. Dispassion has disenchantment as its prerequisite. Release has dispassion as its prerequisite. Knowledge of ending has release as its prerequisite. SN 1223. The fourth truth. What is the noble eightfold path? Right view, right resolve, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. And what is right view? Knowledge with regard to stress, knowledge with regard to the origination of stress, knowledge with regard to the cessation of stress, and knowledge with regard to the way of practice leading to the cessation of stress. This is called right view. And what is right resolve? Being resolved on renunciation, on freedom from ill will, and on harmlessness. This is called right resolve. And what is right speech? Abstaining from lying, from divisive speech, from abusive speech, and from idle chatter. This is called right speech. And what is right action? Abstaining from taking life, from stealing, and from uncelibate behavior. This is called right action. And what is right livelihood? There is the case where a disciple of the noble ones, having abandoned dishonest livelihood, keeps alive through right livelihood. This is called right livelihood. And what is right effort? There is the case where a monk generates desire, endeavors, arouses persistence, upholds and exerts his intent for the sake of the non-arising of evil, unskillful qualities that have not yet arisen, for the sake of the abandoning of evil, unskillful qualities that have arisen, for the sake of the arising of skillful qualities that have not yet arisen, and for the maintenance, non-confusion, increase, plenitude, development, and culmination of skillful qualities that have arisen. This is called right effort. And what is right mindfulness? There is the case where a monk remains focused on the body in and of itself, ardent, alert, and mindful, putting aside greed and distress with reference to the world. He remains focused on feelings in and of themselves, the mind in and of itself, mental qualities in and of themselves, ardent, alert, and mindful, putting aside greed and distress with reference to the world. This is called right mindfulness. And what is right concentration? There is the case where a monk enters and remains in the first jhana, the second jhana, the third jhana, the fourth jhana, purity of equanimity and mindfulness, neither pleasure nor pain. This is called right concentration, SN 45-8. Right view. Then Anathapindika, the householder, went to where the wanderers of other persuasions were staying. On arrival, he greeted them courteously. After an exchange of friendly greetings and courtesies, he sat down to one side. As he was sitting there, the wanderer said to him, "Tell us, householder, what views the contemplative Gautama has." "Venerable sirs, I don't know entirely what views the Blessed One has." Well, well. So you don't know entirely what views the contemplative Gautama has. Then tell us what views the monks have. "I don't even know entirely what views the monks have." So you don't know entirely what views the contemplative Gautama has, or even that the monks have. Then tell us what views you have. It wouldn't be difficult for me to expound to you what views I have, but please let the venerable ones expound each in line with his position, and then it won't be difficult for me to expound to you what views I have. When this had been said, one of the wanderers said to Anathapindika, the householder, "The cosmos is eternal. Only this is true. Anything otherwise is worthless. This is the sort of view I have." Another wanderer said to Anathapindika, "The cosmos is not eternal. Only this is true. Anything otherwise is worthless. This is the sort of view I have." Another wanderer said, "The cosmos is finite. The cosmos is infinite. The soul and the body are the same. The soul is one thing and the body another. After death, a Tathagata exists. After death, a Tathagata does not exist. After death, a Tathagata both does and does not exist. After death, a Tathagata neither does nor does not exist. Only this is true. Anything otherwise is worthless. This is the sort of view I have." When this had been said, Anathapindika, the householder, said to the wanderers, "As for the venerable one who says, 'The cosmos is eternal, only this is true, anything otherwise is worthless,' this is the sort of view I have. His view arises from his own inappropriate attention or independence on the words of another. Now, this view has been brought into being, is fabricated, willed, dependently originated. Whatever has been brought into being is fabricated, willed, dependently originated, that is, inconstant. Whatever is inconstant is stress. This venerable one thus adheres to that very stress, submits himself to that very stress. Similarly, for the other positions. When this had been said, the wanderer said to Anathapindika, the householder, "We have each and every one expounded to you in line with our own positions. Now tell us what views you have." Whatever has been brought into being is fabricated, willed, dependently originated, that is, inconstant. Whatever is inconstant is stress. Whatever is stress is not me, is not what I am, is not myself. This is the sort of view I have. So, householder, whatever has been brought into being is fabricated, willed, dependently originated, that is, inconstant. Whatever is inconstant is stress. You thus adhere to that very stress. Submit yourself to that very stress. Venerable sirs, whatever has been brought into being is fabricated, willed, dependently originated that is inconstant. Whatever is inconstant is stress. Whatever is stress is not me, is not what I am, is not myself. Having seen this well with right discernment as it has come to be, I also discern the higher escape from it as it has come to be. When this had been said, the wanderers fell silent, abashed, sitting with their shoulders drooping, their heads down, brooding at a loss for words. Anathapindika, the householder, perceiving that the wanderers were silent, abashed, at a loss for words, got up and left. And 1093. There is the case where an uninstructed, run-of-the-mill person does not discern what ideas are fit for attention or what ideas are unfit for attention. This being so, he does not attend to ideas fit for attention and attends instead to ideas unfit for attention. This is how he attends inappropriately. Was I in the past? Was I not in the past? What was I in the past? How was I in the past? Having been what? What was I in the past? Shall I be in the future? Shall I not be in the future? What shall I be in the future? How shall I be in the future? Having been what? What shall I be in the future? Or else he is inwardly perplexed about the immediate present. Am I? Am I not? What am I? How am I? Where has this being come from? Where is it bound? As this person attends inappropriately in this way, one of 6 kinds of view arises in him. The view I have a self arises in him as true and established, or the view I have no self, or the view it is by means of self that I perceive self, or the view it is by means of self that I perceive not self, or the view it is by means of not self that I perceive self arises in him as true and established, or else he has a view like this very self of mine, the knower that is sensitive here and there to the ripening of good and bad actions, is the self of mind that is constant, everlasting, eternal, not subject to change, and will endure as long as eternity. This is called a thicket of views, a wilderness of views, a contortion of views, a writhing of views, a fetter of views. Bound by a fetter of views, the uninstructed run-of-the-mill person is not freed from birth, aging, and death, from sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair. He is not freed from stress, I say. The well-taught disciple of the noble ones discerns what ideas are fit for attention and what ideas are unfit for attention. This being so, he does not attend to ideas unfit for attention and attends instead to ideas fit for attention. He attends appropriately. This is stress. This is the origin of stress. This is the cessation of stress. This is the way leading to the cessation of stress. As he attends appropriately in this way, 3 fetters are abandoned in him: identity view, doubt, and grasping at habits and practices. MN2. Kakayana. Lord, right view, right view. It is said, to what extent is there right view? The Buddha. By and large, Kakayana, this cosmos is supported by, takes as its object, a polarity, that of existence and non-existence. But when one sees the origination of the cosmos as it actually is with right discernment, non-existence with reference to the cosmos does not occur to one. When one sees the cessation of the cosmos as it actually is with right discernment, existence with reference to the cosmos does not occur to one. By and large, Kakayana, this cosmos is in bondage to attachments, clingings, sustenances, and biases. But one such as this does not get involved with or cling to these attachments, clingings, fixations of awareness, biases, and latent tendencies, nor is he resolved on myself. He has no uncertainty or doubt that when there is arising, only stress is arising, and that when there is passing away, stress is passing away. In this, one's knowledge is independent of others. It is to this extent, Kakayana, that there is right view. SN 12:15. right mindfulness and concentration. Visakha. Now, what is concentration? What qualities are its themes? What qualities are its requisites? And what is its development? Sister Dhammadina. Singleness of mind is concentration. The four frames of reference, the activities of right mindfulness, are its themes. The four right exertions, right effort, are its requisites. And any cultivation, development, and pursuit of these qualities is its development. MN 44. Mindfulness of in and out breathing, when developed and pursued, brings the four frames of reference to their culmination. The four frames of reference, when developed and pursued, bring the seven factors for awakening to their culmination. The seven factors for awakening, when developed and pursued, bring clear knowing and release to their culmination. Now, how is mindfulness of in and out breathing developed and pursued so as to bring the four frames of reference to their culmination? There is the case where a monk, having gone to the wilderness, to the shade of a tree, or to an empty building, sits down folding his legs crosswise, holding his body erect, and setting mindfulness to the fore. Always mindful, he breathes in. Mindful, he breathes out. 1. Breathing in long, he discerns that he is breathing in long. Or breathing out long, he discerns that he is breathing out long. 2. Or breathing in short, he discerns that he is breathing in short. Or breathing out short, he discerns that he is breathing out short. 3. He trains himself to breathe in sensitive to the entire body and to breathe out sensitive to the entire body. 4. He trains himself to breathe in calming bodily fabrication and to breathe out calming bodily fabrication. 5. He trains himself to breathe in sensitive to rapture and to breathe out sensitive to rapture. 6. He trains himself to breathe in sensitive to pleasure and to breathe out sensitive to pleasure. 7. He trains himself to breathe in sensitive to mental fabrication and to breathe out sensitive to mental fabrication. 8. He trains himself to breathe in calming mental fabrication and to breathe out calming mental fabrication. 9. He trains himself to breathe in sensitive to the mind and to breathe out sensitive to the mind. 10. He trains himself to breathe in gladdening the mind and to breathe out gladdening the mind. 11. He trains himself to breathe in steadying the mind and to breathe out steadying the mind. 12. He trains himself to breathe in releasing the mind and to breathe out releasing the mind. 13. He trains himself to breathe in focusing on inconstancy and to breathe out focusing on inconstancy. 14. He trains himself to breathe in focusing on dispassion, literally fading, and to breathe out focusing on dispassion. 15. He trains himself to breathe in focusing on cessation and to breathe out focusing on cessation. 16. He trains himself to breathe in focusing on relinquishment and to breathe out focusing on relinquishment. Now, on whatever occasion a monk breathing in long discerns that he is breathing in long, or breathing out long, discerns that he is breathing out long, or breathing in short, discerns that he is breathing in short, or breathing out short, discerns that he is breathing out short, trains himself to breathe in, and out sensitive to the entire body, trains himself to breathe in, and out calming bodily fabrication. On that occasion, the monk remains focused on the body in and of itself, ardent, alert, and mindful, subduing greed and distress with reference to the world. I tell you, monks, that this, the in and out breath, is classed as a body among bodies, which is why the monk on that occasion remains focused on the body in and of itself, ardent, alert, and mindful, putting aside greed and distress with reference to the world. On whatever occasion a monk trains himself to breathe in, and out sensitive to rapture, trains himself to breathe in, and out sensitive to pleasure, trains himself to breathe in, and out-sensitive to mental fabrication, trains himself to breathe in, and out-calming mental fabrication. On that occasion, the monk remains focused on feelings in and of themselves, ardent, alert, and mindful, subduing greed and distress with reference to the world. I tell you, monks, that this close attention to in and out breaths is classed as a feeling among feelings, which is why the monk on that occasion remains focused on feelings in and of themselves, ardent, alert, and mindful, putting aside greed and distress with reference to the world. On whatever occasion a monk trains himself to breathe in and, out sensitive to the mind, trains himself to breathe in and, out satisfying the mind, trains himself to breathe in and, out steadying the mind, trains himself to breathe in and, out releasing the mind. On that occasion, the monk remains focused on the mind in and of itself, ardent, alert, and mindful, subduing greed and distress with reference to the world. I don't say that there is mindfulness of in and out breathing and one of confused mindfulness and no alertness, which is why the monk on that occasion remains focused on the mind in and of itself, ardent, alert, and mindful, putting aside greed and distress with reference to the world. On whatever occasion a monk trains himself to breathe in and out focusing on inconstancy, trains himself to breathe in and out focusing on dispassion, trains himself to breathe in and out focusing on cessation, trains himself to breathe in and out focusing on relinquishing. On that occasion, the monk remains focused on mental qualities in and of themselves, ardent, alert, and mindful, subduing greed and distress with reference to the world. He who sees clearly with discernment the abandoning of greed and distress is one who oversees with equanimity, which is why the monk on that occasion remains focused on mental qualities in and of themselves, ardent, alert, and mindful, putting aside greed and distress with reference to the world. This is how mindfulness of in and out breathing is developed and pursued, so as to bring the four frames of reference to their culmination. And how are the four frames of reference developed and pursued so as to bring the seven factors for awakening to their culmination? 1. On whatever occasion the monk remains focused on the body in and of itself, ardent, alert, and mindful, putting aside greed and distress with reference to the world, on that occasion his mindfulness is steady and without lapse. When his mindfulness is steady and without lapse, then mindfulness as a factor for awakening becomes aroused. He develops it, and for him, it goes to the culmination of its development. 2. Remaining mindful in this way, he examines, analyzes, and comes to a comprehension of that quality with discernment. When he remains mindful in this way, examining, analyzing, and coming to a comprehension of that quality with discernment, then analysis of qualities as a factor for awakening becomes aroused. He develops it, and for him, it goes to the culmination of its development. 3. In one who examines, analyzes, and comes to a comprehension of that quality with discernment, unflagging persistence is aroused. When unflagging persistence is aroused in one who examines, analyzes, and comes to a comprehension of that quality with discernment, then persistence as a factor for awakening becomes aroused. He develops it, and for him, it goes to the culmination of its development. 4. In one whose persistence is aroused, a rapture not of the flesh arises. When a rapture not of the flesh arises in one whose persistence is aroused, then rapture as a factor for awakening becomes aroused. He develops it, and for him, it goes to the culmination of its development. 5. For one who is enraptured, the body grows calm and the mind grows calm. When the body and mind of an enraptured monk grow calm, then serenity as a factor for awakening becomes aroused. He develops it, and for him, it goes to the culmination of its development. 6. For one who is at ease, his body calmed, the mind becomes concentrated. When the mind of one who is at ease, his body calmed, becomes concentrated, then concentration as a factor for awakening becomes aroused. He develops it, and for him it goes to the culmination of its development. 7. He oversees the mind thus concentrated with equanimity. When he oversees the mind thus concentrated with equanimity, equanimity as a factor for awakening becomes aroused. He develops it, and for him it goes to the culmination of its development. Similarly with the other three frames of reference: feelings, mind, and mental qualities. This is how the four frames of reference are developed and pursued, so as to bring the 7 factors for awakening to their culmination. And how are the 7 factors for awakening developed and pursued so as to bring clear knowing and release to their culmination? There is the case where a monk develops mindfulness as a factor for awakening dependent on seclusion, dispassion, cessation, resulting in relinquishment. He develops analysis of qualities as a factor for awakening, persistence as a factor for awakening, rapture as a factor for awakening, serenity as a factor for awakening, concentration as a factor for awakening, equanimity as a factor for awakening dependent on seclusion, dispassion, cessation, resulting in relinquishment. This is how the 7 factors for awakening are developed and pursued so as to bring clear knowing and release to their culmination. MN 118. On attaining the 4th level of jhana, there remains only equanimity, pure and bright, pliant, malleable, and luminous. Just as if a skilled goldsmith or goldsmith's apprentice were to prepare a furnace, heat up a crucible, and, taking gold with a pair of tongs, place it in the crucible. He would blow on it periodically, sprinkle water on it periodically, examine it periodically, so that the gold would become refined, well refined, thoroughly refined, flawless, free from dross, pliant, malleable, and luminous. Then whatever sort of ornament he had in mind, whether a belt, an earring, a necklace, or a gold chain, it would serve his purpose. In the same way, there remains only equanimity, pure and bright, pliant, malleable, and luminous. He, the meditator, discerns. If I were to direct equanimity as pure and bright as this toward the dimension of the infinitude of space, I would develop the mind along those lines, and thus this equanimity of mind, thus supported, thus sustained, would last for a long time. Similarly with the dimensions of the infinitude of consciousness, nothingness, and neither perception nor non-perception. He discerns that if I were to direct equanimity as pure and bright as this toward the dimension of the infinitude of space, and to develop the mind along those lines, that would be fabricated. Similarly with the dimensions of the infinitude of consciousness, nothingness, and neither perception nor non-perception. He neither fabricates nor wills for the sake of becoming or unbecoming. This being the case, he doesn't cling to anything in the world. Not clinging, he isn't agitated. Unagitated, he is totally unbound right within. He discerns that birth is ended, the holy life fulfilled, the task done. There is nothing further for this world. MN 140. Liberation. There is that dimension where there is neither earth, nor water, nor fire, nor wind, neither sphere of the infinitude of space, nor sphere of the infinitude of consciousness, nor sphere of nothingness, nor sphere of neither perception nor non-perception, neither this world nor the next world, nor sun nor moon. And there, I say, there is neither coming nor going, nor stasis, neither passing away nor arising, without stance, without foundation, without support, mental object. This, just this, is the end of stress. UD 8, 1. where water, earth, fire, and wind have no footing. There the stars do not shine, the sun is not visible, the moon does not appear, darkness is not found. And when a sage, a worthy one, through sagacity, has known this for himself, then from form and formless, from pleasure and pain, he is freed. UD 110. Agivasana Vachagata. But Master Gautama, the monk whose mind is thus released, where does he reappear? The Buddha. Reappear, Vacha, doesn't apply. In that case, Master Gautama, he does not reappear. Does not reappear, Vacha, doesn't apply. Both does and does not reappear, doesn't apply. Neither does nor does not reappear, doesn't apply. At this point, Master Gautama, I am befuddled. At this point, confused. The modicum of clarity coming to me from your earlier conversation is now obscured. Of course you're befuddled, Vacha. Of course you're confused. Deep, Vacha, is this phenomenon, hard to see, hard to realize, tranquil, refined beyond the scope of conjecture, subtle, to be experienced by the wise. For those with other views, other satisfactions, other aims, other teachers, it is difficult to know. That being the case, I will now cross-question to you. Answer as you see fit. What do you think, Vacha? If a fire were burning in front of you, would you know that this fire is burning in front of me? Yes. And suppose someone were to ask you, Vacha, this fire burning in front of you, dependent on what is it burning? Thus asked, how would you reply? I would reply, this fire burning in front of me is burning dependent on grass and timber as its sustenance. If the fire burning in front of you were to go out, would you know that this fire burning in front of me has gone out? Yes. And suppose someone were to ask you, this fire that has gone out in front of you, in which direction from here has it gone? East, west, north, or south? Thus asked, how would you reply? That doesn't apply, Venerable Gautama. Any fire burning dependent on a sustenance of grass and timber being unnourished, from having consumed that sustenance and not being offered any other, is classified simply as out. Even so, Vacha, any form by which one describing the Tathagata would describe him, that the Tathagata has abandoned, its root destroyed, made like a palmyra stump, deprived of the conditions of not destined for future arising, freed from the classification of form, Vaka the Tathagata is deep, boundless, hard to fathom, like the sea. Reappears doesn't apply. Does not reappear doesn't apply. Both does and does not reappear doesn't apply. Neither reappears nor does not reappear doesn't apply. Any feeling, any perception, any fabrication, any consciousness by which one describing the Tathagata would describe him, that the Tathagata has abandoned, freed from the classification of consciousness. Vacha, the Tathagata is deep, boundless, hard to fathom, like the ocean. MN 72. The Four Noble Truths, the central core of everything the Buddha taught. On at least two occasions, the Buddha said that all he taught was dukkha and the ending of dukkha. MN 22, SN 22, 86. This means that if you want to understand his teachings, dukkha is a good word to know. Its primary meaning is simple enough, pain, but it covers all levels of pain, from acute physical suffering and mental anguish to subtle levels of stress and very refined, even blissful states of mind. Unfortunately, There's no single English word that can encompass all these levels of intensity. Fortunately, though, the fact that we have separate words for pain, suffering, and stress helps to clear up some of the difficulties that the Buddha faced, given that his language had only one word to cover all these things. In the course of this book, I will usually translate dukkha as suffering, but occasionally I'll use pain or stress where they seem to fit better into the context. The main point to remember, though, is that dukkha is the primary focus of everything the Buddha taught. If you're interested in solving the problem of suffering, then his Dhamma, or teaching, is where to look. If you're interested in other issues, you can look somewhere else. In his first talk, the Buddha taught that the path to the end of suffering started with right view concerning four noble truths: suffering, its origination, its cessation, and the path to its cessation. Here, too, it's good to look at the words the Buddha used for truth and noble, Sakka and Arya. The early Buddhist text defined Sakka as whatever is undeceptive and doesn't turn out to be other than what it seems. The way the text used this word shows that a truth can mean either one, a fact as a reality in and of itself, or two, an accurate statement about that reality. This double meaning is important to keep in mind for two reasons. The first is that it's directly related to the solution of the problem of suffering. In the search for an end to suffering, you're looking for accurate statements that describe how to reach the reality of suffering's end. The second reason is that the Buddha made statements about truth that sometimes seem contradictory if you assume that truth can be only a reality or only a statement. But once you realize that the word has these two meanings, the seeming contradictions disappear. And not only that, understanding the Buddha's insight into the relationship between pain as a reality and the words inspired by that reality helps you understand how best to make use of the four truths in practice. Chapter 1. The Four Noble Truths contain all skillful teachings. The Buddha called these truths Arya, noble, for at least four reasons. The first is that they inform a path of practice that leads not just to the temporary ending of individual pains, but to a deathless dimension where all pain and suffering is transcended for good. Only a search that seeks the deathless, he said, can be rightly called noble. MN 26. Any search aimed at a lesser happiness was, in his eyes, not noble at all because that lesser happiness would inevitably lead to disappointment. The noble truths are noble because they show the way to the noblest of goals, a happiness that would never disappoint. The second way in which the truths are noble has to do with the fact that the Pali word for noble also means universal. These are truths that apply to all beings everywhere, regardless of gender, race, nationality, or cultural background. They're true even for beings on other levels of the cosmos, because they focus on the structure of how suffering is caused in any mind. Because these truths are universal in serving the noblest of goals, they're also noble in the sense that they're preeminent. On the one hand, they're preeminent in the world at large in pointing to the unique way to the best goal possible: deathless happiness. All other truths are subordinate to them in this regard. On the other hand, they're preeminent specifically in their relation to the other truths the Buddha taught. Even though he learned many, many things in the course of his awakening, he realized that all the lessons with the potential to lead others to awakening were contained within these four truths, SN 5631. So they form the context in which all the other truths he taught have to be understood. An image from the Pali Canon, the earliest extant record of his teachings, states that just as the footprint of the elephant can contain all the footprints of all land animals, the Four Noble Truths contain all skillful teachings, MN 28. And finally, The truths are noble because they're ennobling. They require you to adopt a noble attitude toward your suffering. To begin with, this means admitting the suffering inherent in the way your mind normally clings and craves. To adopt the truths is to step back from your likes and dislikes and to acknowledge that they're precisely the things causing you to suffer. At the same time, the truths also ask you to become noble in taking responsibility for ending your sufferings in a way that harms no one. In so doing, they put power in your hands and show you how to use that power responsibly. They open the possibility of finding happiness with true dignity. When the Buddha explained the Four Noble Truths in his first talk, he noted that each truth carried a duty. Suffering was to be comprehended, its origination abandoned, its cessation realized, and the path to its cessation developed. Once he had fully completed these four duties, he stated, he knew that he was fully awakened. He was now released from suffering of every sort. SN 56:11. What this means is that the truths are not just interesting facts, they're a call to action. Because the Four Noble Truths form the context for all the Buddha's other teachings, they're like sorting boxes to determine what that call to action means in any given instance. Once you know which box a particular teaching is in, then you know what to do with it. Is it a teaching that helps you comprehend suffering? Or is it one that helps to abandon its cause? Only when you know what to do with a teaching can you reap its full benefits. But even though the Four Noble Truths form the context for understanding and applying all of the Buddha's other teachings, the truths themselves fall into the larger context of his teachings on truth and the normal human response to pain, MN 95 and 663. Once we understand these larger contexts, we can better make use of the Four Noble Truths, in particular to grasp why the Buddha formulated the truths in the way he did. It's good to know how he understood the mind's normal reaction to pain, both what was normally wrong with that reaction and what was potentially useful toward providing an opening for going beyond pain and suffering altogether. To grasp the role he had in mind for the truths, it also helps to know how he saw the social dimension of telling the truth and learning the truth in the context of the search to find a reality that truly ended the reality of pain. This is the main purpose of the podcast series, to explain the Four Noble Truths. 1. In and of themselves. 2. As the context for understanding the Buddha's other teachings. And 3. In the light of the larger context provided by the Buddha's understanding of the mind's natural response to pain and how that response shapes the desire for truth. I hope that understanding the words of the Four Noble Truths in this way will provoke insights leading to the deathless reality to which they point. Chapter 2: The Desire for Truth. The search for truths about pain starts with a truth in the form of a reality, the experience of pain itself. As the Buddha explains it, there are two natural responses to this reality, bewilderment and a search, in 663. The bewilderment comes from not knowing why the pain is happening. This is especially true for infants experiencing pain. But because the causes for pain can be so complex, unpredictable, and seemingly beyond our control, this bewilderment can last throughout life. The search comes both because we're bewildered and because we desire another reality. We want the pain to stop. It's in the psychological and social space defined by these responses that the Buddha formulates his teachings on truths in general and on the Four Noble Truths in particular. The social space is defined by relationships, your relationships with other people, your relationship to the words you use to communicate with those people, the relationship between those words and reality, and the relationships among the realities you want your social interactions to influence. These relations start within the context of a duality, the difference between pain and the cessation of pain. Because this is a duality of realities, the truths that take you to the second reality will have to acknowledge this difference. The cessation of pain differs from pain and is preferable to the pain. Any teaching that denies this duality and the way we evaluate it won't satisfy your desires or needs. Within this duality, the Buddha articulates the search for the cessation of pain in these terms. Who knows a way or two to the cessation of this pain? In 663. The way this question is articulated carries many implications. Three in particular stand out. One, the fact that we're looking for knowledge from other people brings in the personal dimension of our desire for the truth about pain. We interact with others because we're looking for someone who has A, true knowledge about the reality of ways to end the pain, and B, the compassion to convey that knowledge to us. This is the context in which we begin to look for truth in the form of words, words that convey genuine knowledge, spoken by a person who truly knows the relevant realities and wants us to know them too. It's important to note that our desire for personal relationships is strongly shaped by the fact of our suffering. The role of pain and suffering in shaping this desire is so basic and strong that it sometimes makes you wonder, if there were no such thing as pain and suffering, if our experience were already totally blissful, would we be interested in personal relationships at all? For these reasons, truth in this social dimension is a matter of true relationships within two further dualities. First, assuming a duality between reality and words, we're looking for a true relationship between the reality of the ending of pain on the one hand and the words pointing to that reality on the other. The statements about that reality have to correspond to what that reality actually is. It's because of this duality that the Buddha used the word truth with a dual meaning, the truth of the reality and the truth of the words describing that reality. Second, assuming a duality between ourselves and the people we hope will teach us the way to the reality of the ending of suffering, we want a true personal relationship in which the person teaching us not only knows true words about the ending of suffering, but also has enough genuine compassion to teach us those words in a way that we can understand them and put them to use. We, in turn, will have to do our best to give the teachings contained in those words a genuine try. Only when a relationship is genuine on both sides like this can it be called true. 2. The fact that we desire the end of the pain is what shapes our attitude toward the words we're taught about pain. We're not interested in true words for their own sake. We want true words that help guide us to the reality we want. In this way, the words have to serve our desires. They prove their truth by genuinely leading us to a reality where those desires are satisfied. 3. The question behind this search divides reality into 4 parts, based on 2 dualities, one of which we've already noted: the difference between the reality of pain and the reality of the cessation of pain. One side of this duality, pain, is not desired, while the other side, the cessation of pain, is. The other duality relates to the fact when you think of a way that accomplishes an aim, you're assuming 2 types of real events: causes and effects. The way you're looking for is the cause. The end of suffering is the effect. These 2 dualities taken together divide reality with regard to the problem of pain into 4 parts: the undesired effect, pain; the unskillful cause leading to the undesired effect, the desired effect, the cessation of pain; and the skillful cause leading to the desired effect. Chapter 3. Mental suffering is the Buddha's primary focus. In teaching the 4 noble truths, the Buddha takes all these considerations into account. To begin with, It's because of the double duality in the last point that the noble truths are four rather than three or five. The Buddha offers to teach us these four truths in words that correspond to the reality of how pain can be understood and brought to an end, and he promises to be truthful in conveying his knowledge of that reality. He teaches these words not as ends in themselves, but as means to an end, the reality of the ending of suffering. As we will see, he identified true Dhamma as what passes the test in actually bringing that end about. The fact that he devoted his entire teaching to these issues is what makes the Dhamma unique and radical in its focus. But even though the question, who knows a way or two to the cessation of this pain, sketches out the basic framework for how the Buddha's teaching on the Four Noble Truths is supposed to function, still, it leaves many issues unclear. The way the Buddha clarified these issues is what makes the Dhamma unique and radical in its particulars. If we separate the question into three parts, we can see where it's unclear. Who knows a way or two? What kind of way are you looking for? Do you want the other person to take the pain away for you? Or are you willing to do the work yourself? To the cessation, are you looking for a total ending of all pain? Or will you be content to settle just for the ending of this particular pain? Of this pain? What kind of pain are you talking about? Physical, mental, both? In presenting the Four Noble Truths, the Buddha sharpens these three parts of the question, at the same time answering the question as a whole. Let's look at these 3 points in reverse order. We start with the nature of pain and suffering. In the first noble truth, the Buddha lists many events that count as suffering. The list starts with a combination of physically and mentally painful events: birth, aging, and death, sorrow, lamentation, physical pain, distress, and despair, association with the unbeloved, separation from the loved, not getting what is wanted. These are all forms of suffering familiar to everyone. But when the Buddha summarizes what all these events have in common and makes them stressful, his analysis doesn't sound familiar at all. The common thread in all these forms of suffering, he says, is the act of clinging to the 5 aggregates of form, feeling, perception, fabrication, and consciousness. But here it's enough to note that the suffering of clinging is primarily mental. Without clinging, none of the other events in the list, even though they might be physically painful, can cause suffering to the mind. So mental suffering is the Buddha's primary focus when he talks about the ending of suffering. However, he states in the second noble truth that the cause of clinging is any craving that leads to further becoming, a self-identity in a world of experience. But here we can simply note that the craving leading to becoming not only leads to mental suffering in the present moment, but can also cause you to act in ways that will lead to both mental suffering and physical suffering in the future. When the mind is freed from craving, it opens to an unconditioned dimension in which there is no birth, aging, or death at all. This means that a fully awakened person, after the death of his or her last body, is freed not only from mental suffering, but also from any and all physical pain. Because this deathless dimension lies outside of space and time, this freedom is total, once and for all. This connects with the second point. People, if asked for their most heartfelt desire around pain, would most likely respond that they'd want total freedom from all pain. That's our most primal desire about pain. We'd never like to experience it ever again. But day to day, life has led us to believe that that's an unrealistic goal, as we go from one pain to the next and then the next. So we tend to lower our sights, abandoning our primal desire and trying to content ourselves with efforts to end individual pains as they occur. The Buddha, however, felt that life would be worthwhile only if he could hold to the heart's primal desire for a total cessation of pain and do his best to find it. The main message of his first talk was that he had succeeded in his search. This is the point of his third noble truth. The craving that causes suffering can be ended without leaving a trace, which is why the total end of suffering is possible. As for the way to the end of pain and suffering, even though we might prefer that someone else do the work for us, the Buddha found that that was impossible. We suffer because we haven't completed the duties with regard to the Four Noble Truths, which means that we suffer from our own lack of skill. No one else can make us skillful. Other people, like the Buddha, can point out the way to develop our skill, but we ourselves have to follow that way if we want to stop suffering. DHP 276. This way is described by the Fourth Noble Truth. It consists of three basic mental skills: virtue, concentration, and discernment, divided into a total of 8 factors. Discernment is divided into the factors of right view and right resolve, virtue into the factors of right speech, right action, and right livelihood, concentration into the factors of right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Chapter 4: Virtue, Concentration, and Discernment. These factors will be discussed in detail in future podcasts, but here we can point out 3 important features of this path. A. The factors of the path are all fabricated or assembled from the same 5 aggregates that, when clung to, constitute suffering. Right view, for instance, is composed of perceptions and thought fabrications, the labels the mind applies to things and the thoughts it assembles from those labels. Right concentration makes use of all 5 aggregates. Also, an important part of right effort is the desire to master skillful action. This means that the path must be used strategically. The factors are developed until they have served their purpose. Then they're abandoned along with the cause of suffering. The Buddha's image, which we'll have reason to cite frequently in the course of this book, is that the path is like a raft. You're currently standing on the unsafe shore of a river, while safety lies on the far shore. There's no bridge to the other side and no boat, no Nibbana yacht to ferry you across. So you build a raft from the branches and twigs you find on this shore. Hold on to it as you swim across the river, and then, when you reach the safety of the far shore, you put it aside to go on your way. MN 22, SN 35, 197. A more modern image would be of a load of bricks you're carrying on your shoulders. To suffer is to refuse to put the bricks down. To follow the path is to take the bricks off your shoulders and use them to build a runway. When the runway is done, you can take off and fly. B. Right view is one of 2 factors that the Buddha highlights in his discussions of the path. To have right view is to see things in terms of the 4 noble truths. Because these truths are part of the path, this means that we will have to put them aside when we reach the reality on the other side. This connects to the point we made above, that the 4 noble truths are true because they work. The technical term is that they're instrumental. They're meant to be used for a certain task aimed at a certain goal, like a carpenter's tools for building furniture, and then put aside when the task is done. Because they act directly or indirectly as guides to action, they contain inherent value judgments as to what's worth knowing for the sake of actions worth doing. C. The other factor that the Buddha often highlights is right concentration. This factor he compares to food in that it gives you the strength to follow the path. N763. The levels of right concentration are defined by their feeling tone, levels of rapture or refreshment, pleasure, and equanimity. The fact that these feeling tones can be consciously fostered means that they can provide temporary relief from suffering as you follow the path. The path doesn't save all its rewards for the end. Still, it requires work. Even though the Four Noble Truths respond to your desire for a total end to suffering, they don't pander to your desire that the way there be easy or that it will follow your preconceived notions. This means that you need to be convinced that the path is at least worth a try. As the Buddha notes, the repeated reality of suffering and stress forces you to place conviction in at least some way to end suffering. For you to place that conviction in the Buddha's analysis of suffering and the way to its end, you need to develop conviction in the person teaching the way and in the words explaining the way itself, to the point where you're willing to give the way a genuine try. These three issues define the social dimension of the Four Noble Truths. In the next episodes, we'll discuss how the Dhamma analyses these three issues with the aim of arriving at the reality beyond the social dimension, where the desire for the end of suffering is fully met. What is the cause of suffering? How did Buddha realize this? The second noble truth teaches that dukkha, suffering, pain, unsatisfactoriness, has its causes and origins. It meticulously and comprehensively examines and acknowledges suffering more than ever before. It posits that suffering arises from dependent origination. In other words, suffering comes into being due to various conditions. Suffering is not an absolute truth. It is a noble truth, and we need to pay attention to this distinction. We do not say that in this world everything is suffering, but we do say that there is suffering associated with the world we live in and with the limitations of this life. Viewing suffering from this perspective allows us to see our limitations and what we are attached to and bound by in our lives. The body is one of the things we are attached to. According to natural law, the human body is born, grows, ages, and dies. It is not ours alone, yet we always treat it as if it were. For example, if you say you do not like my appearance, I immediately think, this person does not like my face. This face is me. So, he does not like me. I am very dissatisfied with him about this. If I identify this body as myself, then when someone insults it, I will be upset. But if I realize that this body is not mine, then whatever anyone says about my face does not bother me. My face is what it is at that moment. It looks like that. It is not something of my own. It belongs to the natural world, and according to natural law, it will age and die. When we reduce our identification with this body, we will have less trouble with it. The body comes into being due to various conditions. Just let it be, that's all. If we adopt such a perspective towards the body, we will also encounter fewer difficulties with the people around us. We often face difficulties with others when we carry the mindset of, this is me and that is you. If we disagree on a matter, we end up arguing fiercely. We cling to our views of others and feel disappointed when they do not live according to these views. How many times in life have we gone through relationships filled with illusions, where we hope and wait for each other only to end up utterly disappointed? We wait, desire, and then get disappointed because almost no one in this world can make us completely happy and satisfied. If we relate to life in this way, expecting others to live according to our wishes, everyone will inevitably disappoint us in one way or another. And we will also always be disappointed with ourselves because we will never fully become what we wish for. The second noble truth advises us not to cling to our opinions or perspectives about things, but to recognize the arising or origination of these things. We often fail to see the origination of things. When we look at something, we instantly generate liking and chase after it, or generate dislike and resist it. However, to see the origination of something, we must be truly awake and mindful. And when we see that suffering has its beginning or is something that arises due to conditions, we will change our perspective on suffering itself. Part 1. The direct cause of suffering, craving, tanha. In the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, the setting in motion of the wheel of Dhamma, the Buddha taught that it is craving, appearing in many forms, that gives rise to all forms of suffering and the cycle of birth and death. In Buddhism, tanha, Pali, is a critical concept denoting craving, desire, longing, thirst, greed, either for material possessions or for spiritual attainment. It is typically translated as craving, and the three types of cravings are kama tanha, sensual pleasure, bhava tanha, existence, and vibhava tanha, non-existence. And to eradicate these three cravings, one must understand or realize the three cravings in their true nature. However, it must first be acknowledged that craving is craving for happiness. Therefore, ending suffering means ending the craving for happiness, not ending happiness itself. What is sensual desire? Sensual desire is understood as greed, craving for pleasures and happiness that come from sensual desires through the five senses. When the senses come into contact with objects that are beautiful, fragrant, delicious, smooth, craving and desire for those pleasurable sensations arise. Sensual desire can be divided into two types: craving for material happiness, such as the desire for delicious food, beautiful clothes, owning a lot of money and property. This type of desire is crude and easy to recognize. Craving for spiritual happiness, such as the longing to be praised, admired, living a noble ideal life. This type of desire is more subtle and harder to detect. However, both types of sensual desire are deep-rooted causes of all suffering, social conflicts, and turmoil in the human soul. They lead people to compete, harm each other, commit many sins, even kill each other just for the pursuit of these desires. Humanity values spiritual happiness over material happiness, as shown by the fact that although one might be alone at home with a dirty face and filthy clothes, they must clean up before going out. Very few people commit suicide due to poverty, lack of conveniences, or loss of property, but many do so because of heartbreak, wrongful accusations, loss of reputation, or humiliation from bankruptcy. Conflicts rarely arise when living with pets, but are frequent within families or among people due to spiritual life's superiority, rights and wrongs. Farmers living in remote villages have a simpler spiritual life, so their spiritual suffering is much less than that of successful singers, actors, writers, poets, and celebrities. Giving up the craving for material happiness, profit, is very difficult, and giving up the craving for spiritual happiness, fame, is even more challenging. The only way to end suffering is to practice the noble eightfold path to eradicate all desires. The focus is on developing wisdom, deep understanding to see through the impermanent nature of sensual pleasures. Then the mind will reach a state of peace, completely liberated from all bonds of desire and suffering. Thus, the essence of ending suffering is to eradicate craving, not to end happiness. When erroneous cravings are eradicated, one can attain true happiness, peace. What is bhavatanha, craving for existence? Bhavatana is understood as the greed, clinging to life, and fear of death. It originates from the erroneous understanding and ignorance of mundane beings who consider life to be noble and happy, whereas death is perceived as suffering, a total loss. Therefore, people dominated by bhavatanha always crave to live and fear death to the point of obsession. Bhavatana compels them to cling to life at all costs, causing them to cycle through birth and death, enduring immense suffering in each life. The power of Bhavatana becomes even more evident when facing death. It makes people terrified of death, even though some materialists believe that death is the end. However, in reality, Bhavatana can cause a strong consciousness of rebirth at the moment of death. Bhavatana is not only an obsession with the fear of death, but also the direct cause of continuous rebirth, trapping beings in the cycle of existence across the six realms. To end Bhavatana and the cycle of suffering, one needs to develop right view and wisdom to see the true nature of life as suffering. When one deeply realizes to live is to suffer, all attachments to Bhavatana come to an end. At that point, the mind is completely liberated, no longer clinging to any form of existence. What is Vibhavatana, craving for non-existence? Vibhavatana is understood as the greed, the desire to exist forever after death in an ideal realm, free from the constraints of the physical body. This represents the illusion of the soul's immortality or the ego after death. Many religions propose the belief that after death, the soul will be liberated and exist forever in an ideal spiritual world, such as heaven or the pure land of the Buddha. This is the manifestation of Vibhavatana. People long to live forever after death to enjoy eternal happiness. However, Vibhavatana is still a subtle form of craving and attachment, because any ideal world, however conceived, still constitutes existence, still involves clinging. Vibhavatana makes it difficult for people to let go, to achieve enlightenment, and to escape the cycle of birth and death. To end this subtle Vibhavatana, one needs to develop transcendent wisdom, to clearly see that all things lack inherent existence and are impermanent. When deeply realizing that everything is emptiness, that there is no unchanging self, all attachments to Vibhavatana come to an end. At that moment, the mind is completely liberated, no longer clinging to any form of existence, whether with or without a physical body. Thus, Vibhavatana, while subtle, is also just an illusion. Only when wisdom clearly sees the principles of impermanence and not self can it be completely eradicated. Sensual desire, kamatanya, the lowest level of craving, craving for passions, pleasures, and delights in the five senses. Examples: craving for delicious food, drug addiction, sex addiction, craving for money and material possessions. Though the lowest sensual desire immediately leads to consequences such as violence, crime, loss of happiness. Craving for existence, bhavatana, a higher level of craving, craving clinging to life, fear of death. Examples: fear of death leading to efforts to extend life, praying for personal safety and health, willing to trade all wealth for curing a serious illness. Bhavatana causes beings to continuously cycle through birth and death. Craving for non-existence, vibhavatana, the highest level of craving, craving to live forever, even after death, in an ideal world. Examples: dreaming of the soul ascending to heaven, merging with the universal self. Some extremists in Islam intensely believe that their soul will exist in paradise if they die for their faith. Thus, they are ready to commit suicide bombings without fear of death. Vibhavatanha is the most subtle and hard to recognize, but still causes beings to cycle through rebirth. Craving, desire, and longing, appearing in many forms, give rise to all forms of suffering and the cycle of birth and death. However, it should not be considered the primary cause, as according to Buddhism, everything is interdependent, So there cannot be a first cause. Even craving, considered as a cause or source of dukkha, suffering, depends on another factor for its arising, which is feeling, vedana, and feeling arises dependent on contact, phassa, thus forming a cycle known as dependent origination, paticcasamuppada. Therefore, craving is not the first or only cause of sufferings arising, but it is the most direct and apparent cause. That's why in the Pali scriptures, the origin of suffering or the second noble truth is defined as the impurities beyond craving, always considered as a primary element. Here, it's important to remember that the focus of craving is the erroneous notion of self, arising from ignorance. Part 2. Ignorance as the root cause of suffering, dukkha. In the previous chapter, we examined the truth that all of us crave happiness and wish to overcome suffering, and how we tend to create conditions that exacerbate suffering despite this natural desire, simply because we do not know how to create the causes of happiness. We recognize that the root of this situation is a fundamental misunderstanding, or what is termed in Buddhist terminology as basic ignorance. This misunderstanding is not only in the way we perceive things, but also in our understanding of causal relationships. Therefore, in Buddhism, we talk about two types of ignorance, or avidya, ignorance regarding the law of cause and effect, specifically the law of karma, and ignorance about the absolute nature of reality. These correspond to the two levels of understanding of dependent origination that we briefly touched upon in the introduction. The first level is understanding the causality dependent nature, which helps dispel the ignorance about the law of cause and effect. The deeper level is understanding the absolute nature of reality, which helps eliminate the basic ignorance. What is reality? Reality is understood as the totality of objects, phenomena, and events occurring at the present moment. Reality comprises two parts: objective reality. These are the objective objects and phenomena that exist externally. Human perception of reality. This involves the subjective process where the senses receive information from the outside world and respond to it. Specifically, when the eyes see an object, the brain recognizes what it is. Then attitudes arise, followed by responses through words, actions, and finally, the result is either happiness or suffering. A similar process occurs with the other senses. Thus, objective reality plays a significant role in shaping human perception and responses. However, each person's understanding of reality varies based on both materialism and idealism. In Buddhism, reality is divided into two categories: form, material, and name, mental. Yet, each person combines both perspectives when perceiving the surrounding world. No one adheres entirely to either materialism or idealism. Therefore, reality is complex, comprising both objective and subjective elements. Each individual perceives reality based on their own cognitive foundation. Right view, wrong view. From the materialist perspective, the material world is the ultimate reality. Materialism holds that matter is inherent, eternally existing, neither created nor destroyed, but simply transformed from one state to another. The mind, consciousness, is merely a byproduct of the movement and interaction of material elements in the universe and the human brain. Accordingly, all phenomena, objects like shapes, sounds, smells, emotions, joy, sorrow, belong to the material world. They exist naturally, not created by the mind. Materialism also believes that happiness and suffering are inherent in the material world, created by objective circumstances. Therefore, according to materialism, the only way to end suffering is to change and improve external material conditions. Materialism completely denies the existence of the soul, the spiritual world, and rejects the law of karma and rebirth. However, Buddhism considers this viewpoint to be mistaken, because no matter how much one improves the material environment, the suffering in the human mind cannot be ended without a correct understanding of the deep causes of suffering. Thus, Buddhism refers to this as right view, attachment to existence, wrong view. Annihilationism, denial, regarding reality. From the idealist perspective, there exists an immutable, eternal spiritual world alongside this impermanent material world of phenomena. This spiritual world is referred to as God, the Creator, Allah, Buddha nature, etc., depending on the religion. Idealism posits that the entire material universe, with its myriad phenomena and objects, is created and governed by the spiritual world. It is this spiritual world that formed the human body and endowed each person with an immortal soul, happiness and suffering. According to idealism, happiness exists in the material world, such as in money, property, beauty, and pleasant sounds. Suffering is present in difficult, adverse circumstances. However, the material goods or adverse conditions people experience are the result of the reward and punishment by the spiritual world. All human emotions of joy, sadness, fortune, misfortune also stem from the spiritual world as rewards or punishments. Those who do good deeds receive blessings, while the wicked are punished with suffering. Therefore, the only way to liberation from suffering is to pray and worship the spiritual world. However, Buddhism regards this as a mistaken view called annihilationism, because no matter how much one prays or repents, suffering cannot end without understanding its deep-rooted inner causes. To fully liberate from suffering, one must develop wisdom to see the impermanent nature of all phenomena. The Buddha's enlightenment on the reality of feelings. Whether through materialism or idealism, humans understand reality as the external world consisting of form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and dharmas. Historically, only the Buddha achieved self-enlightenment that reality is truly feelings. In the Pham Vong Sutra, the Buddha declared hundreds of times, through the clear vision of birth, the allure, the danger, and the escape of feelings, the Tathagata is fully liberated. This indicates that the Buddha's enlightenment on reality was on feelings when the six sense bases contact the six sense objects. Thus, to understand the Buddha's enlightenment, one must contemplate the reality of feelings when the senses contact the external world. Reality as experience. For example, a healthy person eating an apple realizes its sweetness, implying that sweetness is a material property, inherently present, consistently present, and permanently residing in the apple. This is the materialist perspective. However, with the same apple and the same person, if they are ill for 6-7 days, and most notably with COVID, loss of taste, when eating, it may taste bitter, leading to the conclusion that sweetness is not in the apple. Sweetness is not real. Sweetness is created by the mind. This is the idealist perspective. If one carefully observes the truth according to the principle of dependent origination, the law of cause and effect, many causes interact, contact condition with each other, then together cease, giving rise, originate, to one or more effects. The apple is one cause and the tongue is the second cause. With two causes but no contact between them, no sweetness or bitterness arises. When the two causes, the tongue and the apple, come into contact, the feeling of sweetness, or bitterness, depending on health or illness, immediately arises, and simultaneously, the direct sensory perception really recognizes and records the feeling of sweetness. Tongue contacting the apple, taste object, gives rise to when contact arises, arises, and when contact ceases, ceases. Therefore, the feeling of sweetness and direct perception arise and then cease are not permanent, do not permanently reside in the apple or in the tongue, thus they are impermanent. The feeling of sweetness and direct perception are not owned by the tongue, nor are they owned by the apple, thus they are ownerless, without possession, anatta. Hence, the object of reality as perceived is the feeling of sweetness or bitterness, belonging to the category of name, mental, and not the sweet apple belonging to the material world. Direct perception knows the feeling of sweetness, not the sweet apple. The truth is, the mind knows the mind, feeling, not the mind knows the scene, world, as humanity understands. Similarly, eye contacting form object gives rise to, ear contacting sound object gives rise to, nose contacting smell object gives rise to, tongue contacting taste object gives rise to, body with touch object gives rise to, mind contacting mental object gives rise to. The five senses of vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch are stored in memory as encoded information. When the mind, manas, contacts mental objects, dharmas, these sensations are replayed, termed as the sensation of mental objects, and the recognition or awareness of these sensations is known as thought consciousness, mano-vijnana. The object of reality, that is, what is seen, heard, felt, are the six types of sensations, including the sensation of images, sound, smell, taste, touch, and mental objects belonging to the mental category, not the material world of form, sound, smell, taste, touch, dharmas, as misunderstood by humanity. These sensations arise from the contact of the sense bases with their objects. Thus, they are impermanent, ownerless, and without possession, anatta. The truth is, eye consciousness perceives the sensation of images, not the form object. Ear consciousness hears the sensation of sounds, not the sound object. Nose consciousness feels the sensation of smell, not the smell object. Tongue consciousness tastes the sensation of flavor, not the taste object. Body consciousness feels the sensation of touch, not the touch object. Mind consciousness knows the sensation of mental objects, not the mental object itself. The reality objects that humanity lives with, such as size, shape, length, color, taste, texture, gender, buildings, trees, vehicles, etc., that humans see, hear, and feel are sensations, feelings, arising from the contact of the sense bases with their objects, not the external world of form, sound, smell, taste, touch, dharmas. In situations like deep sleep without dreams, deep anesthesia during surgery, or fainting in an accident, the six sense bases, neural sensory cells, are inactive. Hence, there is no contact, and therefore no reality object. Objects of sensation and cognitive awareness arise simultaneously. The six sense bases. Contacting the six objects give rise to six sensations and six cognitive awarenesses summarized as follows. Contact, feeling thought. The six thoughts are the six direct sensory cognitions, abbreviated as intuition, consisting of eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mind consciousness, which are responsible for recognizing or being aware of the six feelings, psychologically referred to as sensory perception of objects. Direct cognition. Thought arises and ceases simultaneously with the object of sensation, neither before nor after, As observation of the truth shows, contact arises. Contact ceases. When there is no longer contact, ceases. This truth contradicts materialism, where the material object is known to exist first and the cognition of the object follows, and also contradicts idealism, where the cognition of the object exists first and the material object is known to exist afterward. Recent discoveries in quantum physics also align with this truth. The observer, consciousness, and the observed object appear at the same time, neither before nor after. Indirect cognition, mental consciousness. Mental consciousness arises in the sequence: contact, attention, contemplation. Cognitive behavior occurs with information provided by the cognition of thought, thus giving rise to concepts, and simultaneously, mental consciousness that knows the concept just arisen. The cognition of the object and the object known as concept also arise and cease together, not as materialism and idealism conceive. Mental consciousness arises from thinking, reasoning. Thus, it is an indirect cognition based on information stored from the past in the memory bank. But the stored information is about sensations, not about the world. So human understanding of mental consciousness is about sensations, not about the material or spiritual world. However, humanity, with the perspectives of idealism and materialism, imposes the notion that it is about the world. If reasoning, logical contemplation based on the experience of sensations, one may conclude there is a world. As for what the world is, mental consciousness cannot fully comprehend. For instance, based on the visual sensations perceived by eye consciousness, one can logically infer that the forms are interacting according to a law. Two causes interact and together cease, giving rise to a result. Thus, forms are impermanent, ownerless, and without self, anatta. This is the limit of humanity's understanding of the material world, about the nature of form. Therefore, some distinguished scientists have acknowledged the truth. Up to now, one thing is certain: we, humanity, do not know for sure what matter is. Therefore, humanity's current understanding of the material world and the spiritual world is based on inferences, imagination, which are delusions, not an accurate understanding of the truth. In summary, the enlightenment content of the Buddha is the wisdom of seeing the arising and ceasing of sensations, their allure, their danger, and the escape from them is another way of expressing the Four Noble Truths. Such an expression highlights the truth of suffering, the truth of the cause of suffering, the truth of the cessation of suffering, the truth of the path to the cessation of suffering, all pertain to inner experience and not to the material world or the spiritual world as misunderstood by idealism or materialism of humanity. He also declared, I declare the world, the origin of the world, the cessation of the world, and the path to the cessation of the world all lie in this fathom-long body with its perceptions and consciousness. Therefore, to practice to realize the Four Noble Truths is to practice within this body, directly knowing the 6 sense bases within this body, without the need to practice in deep caves or remote mountains, explore the structure of the universe, or enter into a state of seeing the nature, hearing the nature, or any unarising and unceasing spiritual realm. Part 3. Misunderstanding the truth about greed, hatred, delusion. Greed, hatred, and delusion are 3 crucial mental actions, but the understanding of these 3 is divided into 2 types. One type of understanding, which is incorrect about greed, hatred, and delusion, is called ignorance, avidya, illusion, and the lack of true understanding pertaining to ordinary beings. beings. An accurate understanding of greed, hatred, and delusion is called wisdom, prajna, insight or enlightened understanding pertaining to the enlightened ones. Misunderstanding about greed, hatred, delusion due to ignorance. Misunderstanding due to ignorance involves dualistic mind-object consciousness, meaning the knowing is the mind, and the known object is the seen, the world of form, sound, smell, taste, touch, dharmas. With such ignorance, the Four Noble Truths of suffering, its origin, cessation, and the path are all located in the external scenes of form, sound, smell, taste, touch, dharmas, not in the mind. Ordinary beings understand suffering and the cause of suffering as uncomfortable and neutral circumstances. The cessation of suffering is happiness, comfortable circumstances. Thus, naturally, the path to the cessation of suffering is to change living conditions, replacing uncomfortable and neutral circumstances with comfortable ones. Once the sense bases contact and recognize an object through direct sensory cognition, ignorant consciousness will arise, determining whether the object is comfortable, uncomfortable, or neutral, and ignorance regarding the Four Noble Truths simultaneously arises. For comfortable objects, attachment or greed arises due to ignorance. Believing that this object brings happiness ends suffering. For uncomfortable objects, aversion or hatred arises because ignorance believes that this object will bring suffering. For neutral objects, neither liking nor disliking, but not resting on that object, seeking another comfortable object to replace this neutral one, because ignorance believes that even neutral objects bring suffering. Only comfortable objects are happiness, ending suffering. This seeking behavior is called delusion. The behavior of greed towards comfortable objects and hatred towards uncomfortable objects is easy to recognize, but delusion towards neutral objects is very subtle and hard to detect. Delusion leads to the intention towards another object, occupying about 70% of an ordinary person's life, while greed and hatred only about 30%. Both enlightened and ordinary beings can recognize greed, hatred, and delusion, but their understanding of them differs significantly. Ordinary beings' understanding of greed, hatred, and delusion is as follows. Greed, sensual desire, craving for existence, and craving for non-existence. Sensual desire. Ordinary beings perceive the enjoyment of pleasurable objects, happiness as the inherent good nature of humans. Anyone who does not enjoy happiness, beauty, praise, delicious flavors, fragrances, and gentle touches is considered insane. Without the greed for happiness, there would be no motivation, no striving to achieve wealth, comfort, beauty, fame, love, and the values that humanity holds high. Sensual desire, the greed for material and spiritual happiness, is praised and honored by life. All media and fields such as music, poetry, literature, arts, philosophy, politics aim to encourage, inspire, and incite people to greed for sensual pleasures. Without sensual greed, how could there be love? And without love, life becomes meaningless. Without love, how could poetry, music, art, essentials in human life come into existence? How could humanity survive? Without greed, how could there be maternal love, sibling love, spousal love, love for the homeland, nation, and people? Craving for existence is the craving for being, for life. Humanity deems life as noble, mysterious, bringing happiness to mankind, while death is suffering, entering into the unknown, indefinite, full of uncertainty, fear, and pain. Thus, humanity craves life, desires to live forever. This is a human instinct, and thanks to this instinct, humans have survived. Without the craving for life, humanity would not exist, would not overcome the bitter challenges of life. Craving for existence, though subtler and harder to discern than sensual desire, is much more intense. Craving for non-existence is the craving for the absolute happiness of nirvana, or complete bliss, the joy of liberation realms when there is no longer a physical body, no existence of the body. The liberation realms of different religions vary based on the doctrines and faith of each religion, but without craving for non-existence, without the craving for absolute liberation happiness, religion could not exist. And if religion did not exist, the lives of most of humanity would be in a deadlock because religion is an indispensable part of human life. Without craving for non-existence, the practitioners of various religions would not have the motivation to endure hardships in their practice. Hatred, aversion, anger, and animosity toward an unpleasant object. Humanity understands hatred as an appropriate attitude towards unpleasant objects, as it leads to actions that protect interests that have been infringed upon or insulted to gain benefits for oneself. Hatred is seen as the best response to violence, evil deeds, injustices, and insults to human dignity. Without hatred, there would be no indignation to fight against injustices, no passion to protect one's homeland and country, no ability to avenge oneself or defeat those who have harmed us. Without hatred, there would be no strength to overcome oppression, injustice, brutality, nor to protect the noble values that humanity has worked hard to establish. Delusion, seeking behavior for a pleasurable object. Delusion is the behavior of seeking a pleasurable object to replace a neutral one. In other words, searching for happiness, joy, here and there like sensual desire, craving for existence, and craving for non-existence. Thanks to delusion, humanity has invented one thing after another, from cars, trains, airplanes, computers, audiovisual devices, to various medicines, etc. Without delusion, this world could not emerge from the darkness, poverty, backwardness, and ignorance of the primitive era. There would be no science, no modern conveniences, no material and spiritual life as we know it today, no development. Delusion is not stupidity, but the driving force behind human intelligence. The behavior of seeking happiness here and there is the motive for life's development, the driving force behind invention and creativity. Humanity's understanding of greed, hatred, and delusion as beneficial for life is as described. This understanding has been accumulated, stored in the knowledge, understanding, experience bank of each person. So, when the path of wrong view of ordinary beings arises, wrong thought activates this information, and wrong contemplation analyzes it, leading to the dualistic cognition that misunderstands greed, hatred, and delusion in this way. Humanity lives with such understanding of greed, hatred, and delusion, and this world, this life, operates based on them. For ordinary beings, when the mind harbors greed, one is still aware that the mind harbors greed. When the mind harbors hatred, one is aware that the mind harbors hatred. When the mind harbors delusion, one is aware that the mind harbors delusion, not unaware, but such awareness is a misunderstanding of the truth, a mistaken belief that greed, hatred, and delusion are good, reasonable, leading to happiness, ending suffering. With such recognition of greed, hatred, and delusion, they grow instead of ceasing. Part 4. How did Buddha realize the truth about greed, hatred, and delusion? Humanity perceives greed, hatred, and delusion as beneficial, believing they will bring happiness and end suffering. However, the truth is not so. Greed, hatred, and delusion may bring temporary happiness and may end one form of suffering, but they give rise to another form of suffering, often much more severe than the original. Greed, hatred, and delusion delusion merely exchange one form of suffering for another, failing to end suffering or achieving the ultimate goal of ending suffering. Take, for example, a woman who believes her suffering stems from loneliness due to not having a compatible partner. But when she finds a partner she harmonizes with and marries, she ends her suffering from loneliness only to discover that the happy family life she enters into spawns myriad other forms of suffering, perhaps even more severe than the loneliness she felt before. An author in a piece titled, "I Want to Be Six Again," repeats throughout the text the desire to return to being 6 years old, to return to innocence, to simplicity, to the joy found in simplicity, to a state of not knowing filled with life's knowledge and experiences. Now, as an adult, mature, successful, having experienced material and spiritual happiness, having a family, spouse, children, owning property, and especially having gained much knowledge about science, the world, people, life, love, and hate, including the true, the good, and the beautiful. But comparing present life to when they were six, they exclaim, "I want to be six again." From this example, the wise can infer how progress and modernity lead humanity away from its ultimate goal of ending suffering. Buddha's enlightenment revealed that greed, hatred, and delusion are not pathways to happiness or liberation from suffering. Instead, they are the very chains that bind us to the cycle of suffering. His insight showed that the true path to ending suffering involves understanding the nature of these mental states, seeing them not as sources of happiness, but as obstacles to be overcome. Through his teachings on the Four Noble Truths, the Buddha provided a framework for understanding suffering, its origin, cessation, and the path leading to its cessation, emphasizing the importance of wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental discipline as means to achieve true freedom and happiness. Humanity believes that without greed, hatred, and delusion, the world would remain in darkness, backwardness, and poverty, and would not develop. But what is the purpose of development, of modernity and wealth, if it does not lead humanity to the ultimate goal of ending suffering? Thousands, even tens of thousands of years ago, the world was in poverty, darkness, and backwardness, and humans were in suffering. Yet today, despite the world's development, luxury, and advancement, humans have not escaped suffering. Instead, the problems and sufferings of humanity have deepened. No matter how much the world develops, humans still endure the eight sufferings of birth, aging, illness, death, not getting what they want, being separated from loved ones, encountering what they dislike, and the suffering of despair and distress. This means as long as there is attachment to the five aggregates, as long as there are the five grasping aggregates, there will be suffering. Not that the development, modernity, or wealth of the world can end human suffering. Human efforts driven by greed, hatred, and delusion to achieve material and spiritual happiness will never end suffering. For instance, Elvis Presley, despite reaching the pinnacle of wealth and success, and perceived by humanity as at the peak of happiness, what did he say before he died? It was, "Why do I keep seeking when disappointment comes every time?" This refrain, repeated over and over in his last song, moved many to tears and was his admission. He spent his life seeking happiness, yet suffering persisted. Unlike the ignorant understanding of humanity that places suffering and its cause in external conditions, in the world of form, sound, smell, taste, touch, dharmas, the enlightened ones understand the truth. Suffering arises within the mind. Its cause originates within the mind, and it is greed, hatred, and delusion. Greed as the cause of suffering. When there is a pleasurable object or sensation, essentially a pleasant feeling or joy, ordinary beings influenced by ignorance cling to this joy. Due to clinging to this joy and attaching themselves to it, when the joy is impermanent and fades away, suffering such as sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair arises in that person. The arising of suffering upon losing joy, in Buddhist terminology, is called the suffering of change. Pleasurable object, joy. Greed, attachment, suffering of change. If there is joy without greed for it, then there will be no grasping, no attachment to it. So when it changes, fades away, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair cannot arise. Therefore, greed for joy is the cause of suffering. Greed for a pleasurable object leads to the desire to possess it, which requires strenuous effort. Thus, suffering arises. Effort without fulfillment brings suffering. Fear of losing what one has gained brings suffering. Losing what one has gained brings suffering. Daily life observations reveal that greed for joy, happiness, is the cause of suffering. Because of greed for joy, there are killings, theft, sexual misconduct, lying, and alcohol consumption. Because of greed for joy, there is strife between parents and children, spouses, clans, classes, and nations. Because of greed for joy, there are countless scams, bankruptcies, murders, massacres, and mutual harm. Because of greed for joy, people produce and trade drugs to harm each other, manufacture modern weapons, nuclear bombs, and chemical weapons for mass destruction. Because of greed for joy, countless crimes and deep sufferings arise in this world. This is sensual desire, the greed for sensual pleasures. Craving for existence is the craving for life and existence, the cause leading to the suffering of rebirth, aging, illness, and death in the cycle of samsara. Craving for non existence is the craving for liberation realms, heavenly bliss, leading to the suffering of numerous austere religious practices around the world. Suicide bombings by extremists aiming for heaven with 72 virginal maidens as wives are also a manifestation of craving for non existence. Hatred as the cause of suffering upon suffering. When there is an unpleasant object, essentially an unpleasant feeling or suffering, ordinary beings influenced by ignorance develop aversion or hatred towards this suffering, termed hatred. Due to hatred towards suffering, there is also attachment to that object. Because of this attachment, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair arise. This type of suffering in Buddhist terminology is called suffering upon suffering. Unpleasant object, suffering, hatred, attachment, suffering upon suffering. Observe this in life to gain insight. Delusion as the cause of conditional suffering. When there is a neutral object, essentially a neutral feeling or neither suffering nor joy, ordinary beings influenced by ignorance develop delusion, seeking a pleasurable object to replace the neutral one. Due to delusion, there is attachment to the sought object, and because of this attachment, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair arise. This suffering is termed conditional suffering in Buddhist terminology. Neutral object, neither suffering nor joy. Delusion, attachment, conditional suffering. The search for a pleasurable object to replace the neutral one, delusion, can lead to encountering a pleasurable object, resulting in suffering of change. Encountering an unpleasant object, resulting in suffering upon suffering. Encountering another neutral object, again resulting in conditional suffering as described. This deluded mind seeks happiness in the past, desires happiness in the future, experiences joy and sorrow with the past and future, wandering in thoughts about the past and future, thus giving rise to conditional suffering. Imagine a person who, if left alone in solitude without anything to do, no TV, and no means of entertainment, would continuously think to escape from that neutral situation, and would be in great distress facing that neutrality even for just 10 minutes. In the dying moments, Delusion seeking a state of existence leads to the arising of rebirth consciousness, continuing the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, enduring the suffering of these conditions. Conclusion: your real world is sensations, not material objects. In this world, anyone, regardless of age, gender, wealth, ethnicity, or religion, except for the enlightened ones who have realized the truth, faces pleasurable objects with greed arising, experiencing the suffering of change, unpleasant objects with hatred arising, experiencing suffering upon suffering, neutral objects with delusion arising, experiencing conditional suffering. This is a universal truth, the truth about suffering. The suffering of change, suffering upon suffering, and conditional suffering arise within the mind, not in the external environment of form, sound, smell, taste, and touch. The cause of suffering is greed, hatred, and delusion originating within the mind, not from external circumstances. Regardless of whether circumstances are satisfactory or unsatisfactory, if there is greed, hatred, and delusion, suffering arises. This is also a universal truth, the second noble truth of the Four Noble Truths, the truth of the cause of suffering. Thus, wisdom, recognition, clear seeing, and thorough understanding of greed, hatred, and delusion not only require an accurate understanding that they are dangerous and the cause of suffering, but also a comprehensive understanding according to the formula of the Four Noble Truths. Meaning, wisdom recognizes greed, hatred, and delusion as the cause of suffering, as dangerous, not beneficial as the delusion of ordinary beings. Wisdom understands the dependent origination of greed, hatred, and delusion. They arise on the path of the ordinary mind's wrong view, contact, feeling, thought, wrong attention, wrong thinking, wrong view, greed or hatred or delusion. When the sense base's contact triggers sensation and direct sensory cognition, thought, followed by wrong attention, it activates ignorant information, including incorrect information about greed, hatred, and delusion, stored in the knowledge, experience, understanding bank. And wrong thinking arises to analyze, compare, and contrast, such as better or worse, mine or not mine, and the information about the newly appeared sensation with the information activated by wrong attention. Because of such wrong thinking, arises the cognition of wrong view carrying ignorant content about the Four Noble Truths, about suffering, its origin, cessation, and the path, about greed, hatred, and delusion. Such wrong view consciousness is the cause, the condition for the arising of greed, hatred, and delusion. Can you truly achieve awakening in Buddhism? What the mind can do? What is the mind? The mind is anything. Ajahn Chah. The mind is neither good nor evil, but it's what knows good and knows evil. It's what does good and does evil. And it's what lets go of good and lets go of evil. Ajahn Lee. A Brahmin once asked the Buddha, will all the world reach release, awakening, or half the world, or a third? But the Buddha didn't answer. Then, Ananda, concerned that the Brahmin might misconstrue the Buddha's silence, took the man aside and gave him an analogy. Imagine a fortress with a single gate. A wise gatekeeper would walk around the fortress and not see an opening in the wall big enough for even a cat to slip through. Because he's wise, he would realize that his knowledge didn't tell him how many people would come into the fortress, but it did tell him that whoever came into the fortress would have to come in through the gate. In the same way, the Buddha didn't focus on how many people would reach awakening, but he did know that anyone who reached awakening would have to follow the path he had found, abandoning the five hindrances, establishing the four frames of reference, and developing the seven factors for awakening. What's striking about the Buddha's knowledge is the implied if. If people want to gain awakening, they will have to follow this path, but the choice as to whether they want awakening is theirs. The Buddha's knowledge of the future didn't mean that the future was preordained, for people are free to choose. They can take up a particular course of action and stick with it or not, as they see fit. The Buddha thus based all his teaching on freedom of choice. As he said, if everything were predetermined by the past, there would be no point in teaching a path to awakening. The number of people who would reach awakening would already have been set a long time ago, and they would have no need for a path or a teacher. Those preordained to awaken would get there inevitably as a result of a long past action or an essential nature already built into the mind. Those preordained not to awaken wouldn't stand a chance. But these things are not preordained. No one is doomed never to awaken, but until you've had your first sight of the deathless at stream entry, neither is awakening assured. It's contingent on intentional actions chosen in each present moment. And even after stream entry, you're constantly faced with choices that will speed up final awakening or slow it down. Nibbana, of course, is independent and unconditioned, but the act of awakening to Nibbana depends on a path of practice that has to be willed. It happens only if you choose to give rise to its causes. This, as the Buddha noted, involves determining to do four things: not to neglect discernment, to preserve truth, to develop relinquishment, and to train for peace. Chapter 1: Assumptions about the mind. To stick with these four determinations, the mind has to make some assumptions about itself, its power to do the necessary work, and to receive the anticipated benefits. But one of the central features of the Buddha's strategy as a teacher was that even though his primary focus was on the mind, he nowhere defined what the mind is. As he said, if you define yourself, you limit yourself. So instead, he focused his assumptions on what the mind can do. To begin with, the mind can change quickly. Normally, a master of the apt simile, even the Buddha had to admit that he could find no adequate analogy for how quickly the mind can change. We might say that it can change in the twinkling of an eye, but it's actually faster than that. And it's capable of all sorts of things, neither inherently good nor inherently bad. It can do a huge variety of good and bad actions. As the Buddha said, the mind is more variegated than the animal kingdom. Think of the many species of fish in the sea, birds in the sky, animals on the land and under the ground, whether extant or extinct. All of these species are products of minds, and the mind can take on a wider variety of forms than even that. This variety comes from the many different choices the mind makes under the influence of ignorance and defilement. But the mind doesn't always have to be defiled. Past karma is not entirely deterministic. Even though past karma shapes the range of options open to the mind in the present, it doesn't have to determine present karma. The intentions by which the mind chooses to fabricate actual experiences from among those options. Thus, present karma can choose to continue creating the conditions for more ignorance or not, because present choices are what keep ignorance alive. Although no one, not even a Buddha, can trace back to when the defilement of ignorance first began, the continued existence of ignorance depends on conditions continually provided by unskillful karma. If these conditions are removed, ignorance will disband. This is why the Buddha said that the mind is luminous, stained with defilements that come and go. Taken out of context, this statement might be construed as implying that the mind is inherently awakened. But in context, the Buddha is simply saying that the mind, once stained, is not permanently stained. When the conditions for the stains are gone, the mind becomes luminous again. But this luminosity is not an awakened nature. As the Buddha states, this luminous mind can be developed. In the scheme of the Four Noble Truths, if something is to be developed, it's not the goal, it's part of the path to the goal. After this, luminosity has been developed in the advanced stages of concentration. It's abandoned once it has completed its work in helping to pierce through ignorance. The fact that the mind's own choices can pierce its own ignorance underlies the Buddha's most important assumption about the mind. It can be trained to awaken, to see the causes of ignorance, and to bring them to an end. The primary step in this training is the first determination, not to neglect discernment. This phrase may sound strange. To what extent do we consciously neglect discernment? But it points to an important truth. Discernment is insight into how the mind fabricates its experiences. This process of fabrication is going on all the time right before our eyes, even nearer than our eyes. And yet, part of the mind chooses to ignore it. We tend to be more interested in the experiences that result from the fabrication, the physical, mental, and emotional states we want to savor and enjoy. It's like watching a play. We enjoy entering into the make believe world on the stage and prefer to ignore the noises made by the backstage crew that would call the reality of that world into question. This ignorance is willed, which is why we need an act of the will to see through it, to discern the backstage machinations of the mind. Discernment, thus, has two sides: understanding and motivation. You have to understand the mind's fabrications as fabrications, looking less for the what, that is, what they are, than for the how they happen as part of a causal process. And you have to be motivated to develop this discernment, to see why you want it to influence the mind. Otherwise, it won't have the conditions to grow. The understanding comes down to the basic insight of the Buddha's awakening, seeing things as actions and events in a pattern of cause and effect. It also involves seeing how some actions are unskillful, leading to stress and suffering, while others are skillful, bringing stress to an end, and that we have the freedom to choose skillful actions or not. This understanding, which forms the basic framework of the Four Noble Truths, is called appropriate attention. The motivation to develop appropriate attention grows from combining goodwill with this understanding. You set your sights on a happiness totally harmless. You see that if you make unskillful choices, you're going to cause suffering. If you make skillful ones, you won't. This motivation thus combines goodwill with heedfulness, the quality that underlies every step on the path. In fact, heedfulness lies at the root of all skillful qualities in the mind. Thus, in encouraging people to awaken, the Buddha never assumed that their awakening would come from the innate goodness of their nature. He simply assumed something very blatant and ordinary, that people like pleasure and hate pain, and that they care about whether they can gain that pleasure and avoid that pain. It was a mark of his genius that he could see the potential for awakening in this very common desire. Chapter 2: Building on Discernment. When you stick with the understanding and motivation provided by this first determination, it sets in motion the other three. For instance, the determination to preserve the truth grows from seeing the mind's capacity to lie to itself about whether its actions are causing suffering. You want to be honest and vigilant in looking for and admitting suffering, even when you're attached to the actions that cause it. This truthfulness relates to the path in two stages. First, when looking for unskillful actions that keep you off the path, and then, as the path nears fruition, looking for the subtle levels of stress caused even by skillful elements of the path, such as right concentration. Once they have done their work and need to be let go for the sake of full liberation, the determination to develop relinquishment can then build on this truthful assessment of what needs to be done. Relinquishment requires discernment as well, for not only do you need to see what's skillful and what's not, you also need to keep reminding yourself that you have the freedom to choose and to be adept at talking yourself into doing skillful things you're afraid of and abandoning unskillful actions you like. The determination to train for peace helps maintain your sense of direction in this process, for it reminds you that the only true happiness is peace of mind, and that you want to look for ever increasing levels of peace as they become possible through the practice. This determination emulates the trait that the Buddha said was essential to his awakening: the unwillingness to rest content with lesser levels of stillness when higher levels could be attained. In this way, the stages of concentration, instead of becoming obstacles or dangers on the path, serve as stepping stones to greater sensitivity, and through that sensitivity, to the ultimate peace where all passion, aversion, and delusion grow still. This peace thus grows from the simple choice to keep looking at the mind's fabrications as processes, as actions and results. But to fully achieve this peace, your discernment has to be directed not only at the mind's fabrication of the objects of its awareness, but also at its fabrications about itself and about the path it's creating. Your sense of who you are is a fabrication, regardless of whether you see the mind as separate or interconnected, finite or infinite, good or bad. The path is also a fabrication, very subtle and sometimes seemingly effortless, but fabricated nonetheless. If these layers of inner fabrication aren't seen for what they are, if you regard them as innate or inevitable, they can't be deconstructed, and full awakening can't occur. No innate nature. This is why the Buddha never advocated attributing an innate nature of any kind to the mind, good, bad, or Buddha. The idea of innate nature slipped into the Buddhist tradition in later centuries, when the principle of freedom was forgotten. Past bad karma was seen as so totally deterministic that there seemed no way around it unless you assumed either an innate Buddha in the mind that could overpower it, or an external Buddha who would save you from it. But when you understand the principle of freedom, that past karma doesn't totally shape the present, and that present karma can always be free to choose the skillful alternative, you realize that the idea of innate natures is unnecessary, excess baggage on the path, and it bogs you down. If you assume that the mind is basically bad, you won't feel capable of following the path and will tend to look for outside help to do the work for you. If you assume that the mind is basically good, you'll feel capable but will easily get complacent. This stands in the way of the heedfulness needed to get you on the path and to keep you there when the path creates states of relative peace and ease that seem so trustworthy and real. If you assume a Buddha nature, you not only risk complacency, but you also entangle yourself in metaphysical thorn patches. If something with an awakened nature can suffer, what good is it? How could something innately awakened become defiled? If your original Buddha nature became diluted, what's to prevent it from becoming diluted after it's reawakened? These points become especially important as you reach the subtle levels of fabrication on the more advanced stages of the path. If you're primed to look for innate natures, you'll tend to see innate natures, especially when you reach the luminous, non dual stages of concentration called themeless, emptiness, and undirected. You'll get stuck on whichever stage matches your assumptions about what your awakened nature is. But if you're primed to look for the process of fabrication, You'll see these stages as forms of fabrication, and this will enable you to deconstruct them, to pacify them, until you encounter the piece that's not fabricated at all. Exploring freedom. So instead of making assumptions about innate natures or inevitable outcomes, the Buddha advised exploring the possibility of freedom as it's immediately present each time you make a choice. Freedom is not a nature, and you don't find it by looking for your hidden innate nature. You find freedom by looking at where it's constantly showing itself, in the fact that your present intentions are not totally conditioned by the past. You catch your first glimmer of it as a range of possibilities from which you can choose, and as your ability to act more skillfully, causing more pleasure and less pain than you ordinarily might. Your sense of this freedom grows as you explore and exercise it, each time you choose the most skillful course of action heading in the direction of discernment, truthfulness, relinquishment, and peace. The choice to keep making skillful choices may require assumptions, but to keep the mind focused on the issue of fabrication. The Buddha saw that these assumptions are best kept to a bare minimum, that the mind wants happiness, that it can choose courses of actions that promote happiness or thwart it, that it can change its ways, and that it can train itself to achieve the ultimate happiness where all fabrications fall away. These assumptions are the Buddha's starter kit of skillful means to get you on the path of goodwill, heedfulness, and appropriate attention. As with any journey, you do best to take along only the bare essentials so that you don't weigh yourself down. This is especially true as you test the limits of freedom, for the closer you come to ultimate freedom, the more you find that things fall away. First, the nouns of natures and identities fall away as you focus on the verbs of action and choice. Then the verbs fall away too. When the Buddha was asked who or what he was, he didn't answer with a who or what. He said simply, awakened, a past participle, a verb that has done its work. Similarly, when the suttas describe the awakening of an arahant, they say that his or her mind is released from fermentations. But when they describe how this release is experienced, they simply say, with release, there is the knowledge, released. No comment on what is released, not even as it's sometimes translated, it is released. There's no noun, no pronoun, just a past participle. Released. That's all, but it's enough. Chapter 3. Faith in Awakening. The Buddha never placed unconditional demands on anyone's faith, and for anyone from a culture where the dominant religions do place such demands on one's faith, this is one of Buddhism's most attractive features. We read his famous instructions to the Kalamas, in which he advises testing things for oneself, and we see it as an invitation to believe or not whatever we like. Some people go so far as to say that faith has no place in the Buddhist tradition, that the proper Buddhist attitude is one of skepticism. But even though the Buddha recommends tolerance and a healthy skepticism toward matters of faith, he also makes a conditional request about faith. If you sincerely want to put an end to suffering, that's the condition. You should take certain things on faith as working hypotheses and then test them through following his path of practice. There's a hint of this need for faith even in the discourse to the Kalamas. Don't go by reports, by legends, by traditions, by scripture, by logical conjecture, by inference, by analogies, by agreement through pondering views, by probability, or by the thought, this contemplative is our teacher. When you know for yourselves that these mental qualities are skillful, these mental qualities are blameless, these mental qualities are praised by the wise, these mental qualities, when adopted and carried out, lead to welfare and to happiness, then you should enter and remain in them. And 3.65. The first few phrases in this passage, refuting the authority of scripture and tradition, are so strikingly empirical that it's easy to miss the phrase buried further on, asserting that you have to take into account what's praised by the wise. That phrase is important, for it helps to make sense of the Buddha's teachings as a whole. If he had simply wanted you to trust your own unaided sense of right and wrong, why would he have left so many other teachings? So the Buddha's advice to the Kalamas is balanced. Just as you shouldn't give unreserved trust to outside authority, you can't give unreserved trust to your own logic and feelings if they go against the genuine wisdom of others. As other early discourses make clear, wise people can be recognized by their words and behavior, but the standards for wisdom are clearly measured against the Buddha and his noble disciples, people who've already touched awakening. And the proper attitude toward those who meet these standards is faith. Faith, empiricism, and awakening. For a disciple who has conviction in the teacher's message and lives to penetrate it, what accords with the Dhamma is this: the Blessed One is the teacher. I am a disciple. He is the one who knows, not I. For a disciple who has conviction in the teacher's message and lives to penetrate it, what accords with the Dhamma is this: gladly would I let the flesh and blood in my body dry up, leaving just the skin, tendons, and bones. But if I have not attained what can be reached through human firmness, human persistence, human striving, there will be no relaxing my persistence. MN 70. Repeatedly, the Buddha stated that faith in a teacher is what leads you to learn from that teacher. Faith in the Buddha's own awakening is a requisite strength for anyone else who wants to attain awakening, as it fosters persistence, mindfulness, concentration, and discernment. This faith can take you all the way to the deathless. So there's a tension in the Buddha's recommendations about faith and empiricism. I've discussed this point with many Asian Buddhists, and few of them find the tension uncomfortable. But Western Buddhists, raised in a culture where religion and faith have long been at war with science and empiricism, find the tension very disconcerting. In discussing the issue with them over the past several years, I've noticed that they often try to resolve it in the same ways that, historically, the tension between Christian faith and scientific empiricism has been resolved in our own culture. Three general positions stand out, not only because they are the most common, but also because they are so clearly Western. Consciously or not, they attempt to understand the Buddha's position on faith and empiricism in a way that can be easily mapped onto the modern Western battle lines between religion and science. The first interpretation has its roots in the side of Western culture that totally rejects the legitimacy of faith. In this view, the Buddha was an embodiment of the Victorian ideal of the heroic agnostic, one who eschewed the childish consolations of faith and instead advocated a purely scientific method for training and strengthening one's own mind. Because his method focused entirely on the present moment, questions of past and future were totally irrelevant to his message. Thus, any references to faith in such issues as past karma, future rebirth, or an unconditioned happiness separate from the immediate input of the senses are later interpolations in the text, which Buddhist agnostics, following the Buddha's example, should do their best to reject. The second interpretation has roots in the side of Western culture that has rejected either the specifics of Christian faith or the authority of any organized religion, but has appreciated the emotion of faith as an essential requirement for mental health. This view presents the Buddha as a romantic hero who appreciated the subjective value of faith in establishing a sense of wholeness within and interconnectedness without. Tolerant and opposed to dogmatism, he saw the psychological fact of a living faith as more important than its object. In other words, it doesn't matter where faith is directed as long as it's deeply felt and personally nourishing. Faith in the Buddha's awakening means simply believing that he found what worked for himself. This carries no implications for what will work for you. If you find the teaching on karma and rebirth comforting, fine, believe it. If not, don't. If you want to include an all powerful god or goddess in your worldview, the Buddha wouldn't object. What's important is that you relate to your faith in a way that's emotionally healing, nourishing, and empowering. Because this second interpretation tends to be all embracing, it sometimes leads to a third one that encompasses the first two. This interpretation presents the Buddha as trapped in his historical situation. Much like us, he was faced with the issue of finding a meaningful life in light of the worldview of his day. His views on karma and rebirth were simply assumptions picked up from the crude science of ancient India, while his path of practice was an attempt to negotiate a satisfying life within those assumptions. If he were alive today, he would try to reconcile his values with the discoveries of modern science, in the same way that some Westerners have done with their faith in monotheism. The underlying assumption of this position is that science is concerned with facts, religion with values. Science provides the hard data to which religion should provide meaning. Thus, each Buddhist would be performing the work of a Buddha by accepting the hard facts that have been scientifically proven for our generation, and then searching the Buddhist tradition, as well as other traditions, where appropriate, for myths and values to give meaning to those facts, and in the process, forging a new Buddhism for our times. Each of these three interpretations may make eminent sense from a Western point of view, but none of them do justice to what we know of the Buddha or of his teaching on the role of faith and empiricism on the path. All three are correct in emphasizing the Buddha's unwillingness to force his teachings on other people, but by forcing our own assumptions onto his teachings and actions, they misread what that unwillingness means. He wasn't an agnostic. He had strong reasons for declaring some ideas as worthy of faith and others as not. And his teachings on karma, rebirth, and nirvana broke radically with the dominant worldview of his time. He was neither a Victorian nor a romantic hero, nor was he a victim of his times. He was a hero who, among other things, mastered the issue of faith and empiricism in his own way. But to appreciate that way, we first have to step back from the Western cultural battlefield and look at faith and empiricism in a more basic context, simply as processes within the individual mind. There, they play their major roles in the psychology of how we decide to act. Although we like to think that we base our decisions on hard facts, we actually use both faith and empiricism in every decision we make. Even in our most empirically based decisions, our vision is hampered by our position in time. As Kierkegaard noted, we live forwards but understand backwards. Any hard headed business entrepreneur will tell you that the future has to be taken on faith, no matter how much we know of the past. What's more, we're often forced into decisions where there's no time or opportunity to gather enough past facts for an informed choice. At other times, we have too many facts, as when a doctor is faced with many conflicting tests on a patient's condition, and we have to go on faith in deciding which facts to focus on and which ones to ignore. However, faith also plays a deeper role in many of our decisions. As William James once observed, there are two kinds of truths in life: those whose validity has nothing to do with our actions, and those whose reality depends on what we do. Truths of the first sort, truths of the observer, include facts about the behavior of the physical world, how atoms form molecules, how stars explode. Truths of the second sort, truths of the will, include skills, relationships, business ventures, anything that requires your effort to make it real. With truths of the observer, It's best to stay skeptical until reasonable evidence is in. With truths of the will, though, the truth won't happen without your faith in it, often in the face of unpromising odds. If you don't believe that democracy will work in your nation, it won't. If you don't believe that becoming a pianist is worthwhile, or that you have the makings of a good pianist, it won't happen. Truths of the will are the ones most relevant to our pursuit of true happiness. Many of the most inspiring stories in life are of people who create truths of this sort when a mountain of empirical evidence is against them. In cases like this, the truth requires that faith actively discount the immediate facts. If we dig even deeper into the psychology of decision making, we run into an area for which no scientific evidence can offer any proof. Do we actually act, or are actions an illusion? Are our acts already predetermined by physical laws or an external intelligence, or do we have free will? Are the results of our acts illusory? Are causal relationships real or only a fiction? Even the most carefully planned scientific experiment could never settle any of these issues. And yet, once we become aware of them, we have to take a stand on them if we want to continue putting any energy into our thoughts, words, and deeds. These were the areas where the Buddha focused his teachings on empiricism and faith. Although his first noble truth requires that we observe suffering until we comprehend it, we have to take on faith his assertion that the facts we observe about suffering are the most important guide for making decisions, moment by moment, throughout life. Because his third noble truth, the cessation of suffering, is a truth of the will, we have to take it on faith that it's a possible goal, a worthwhile goal, and that we're capable of attaining it. And because the fourth noble truth, the path to the cessation of suffering, is a path of action and skill, we have to take it on faith that our actions are real, that we have free will, and yet that there's a causal pattern to the workings of the mind from which we can learn in mastering that skill. As the Buddha said, the path will lead to a direct experience of these truths, but only if you bring faith to the practice will you know this for yourself. In other words, faith in the Buddhist context means faith in the ability of your actions to lead to a direct experience of the end of suffering. Chapter 4: Why People Search and What They're Searching For. The Buddha offered these teachings to people seeking advice on how to find true happiness. That's why he was able to avoid any coercion of others. His teachings assumed that his listeners were already involved in a search. When we understand his views on what it means to search, why people search, and what they're searching for, we can understand his advice on how to use faith and empiricism in a successful search. The best way to do this is to examine 5 of his similes illustrating how a search should be conducted. The first simile illustrates search in its most raw and unfocused form. 2 strong men have grabbed another man by the arms and are dragging him to a pit of burning embers. The Buddha notes, wouldn't the man twist his body this way and that? The twisting of his body stands for the way we react to suffering. We don't bother to ask if our suffering is predetermined or our actions have any hope of success. We simply put up a struggle and do what we can to escape. It's our natural reaction. The Buddha taught that this reaction is twofold. We're bewildered. Why is this happening to me? And we search for a way to put an end to the suffering. When he stated that all he taught was suffering and the end of suffering, he was responding to these 2 reactions, providing an explanation of suffering and its end so as to do away with our bewilderment, at the same time showing the way to the end of suffering as a way of satisfying our search. He had no use for the idea, often advanced by later writers in the Buddhist tradition, that our suffering comes from our struggle to resist suffering, that the search for an end to suffering is precisely what keeps us from seeing the peace already there. In the light of the above simile, simply relaxing into a total acceptance of the moment means relaxing into the prospect of being burned alive. The present keeps morphing into the future, and you can't turn a blind eye to where it's taking you. This simile also explains why the idea of a Buddhism without faith holds little appeal for people suffering from serious illness, oppression, poverty, or racism. Their experience has shown that the only way to overcome these obstacles is to pursue truths of the will, which require faith as their rock solid foundation. The second simile: a man searching for fruit climbs a tree to eat his fill and to stuff his garments with fruit to take home. While he is there, another man searching for fruit comes along. The second man can't climb the tree, but he has an axe, so he chops the tree down. If the first man doesn't quickly get out of the tree, he may break an arm or a leg or even die. This simile shows the perils of looking for true happiness in the wrong place, in sensual pleasures. If your happiness depends on anything other people can take away from you, you're putting yourself in danger. As the Buddha notes, we hope for happiness in sensual pleasures, not because they've ever really satisfied us, but because we can't imagine any other escape from pain and suffering. If we allowed ourselves to believe that there is another alternative, we'd be more willing to question our strong faith in our cravings and attachments, more willing to look for that alternative and give it a try. And as the third simile argues, if we look in the right way, we'll find it. A person searching for milk tries to get milk out of a cow by twisting its horn. Another person searching for milk tries to get milk out of the cow by pulling at its udder. The Buddha taught this simile in response to an assertion that there is nothing a human being can do to attain release from suffering. We can attain it, he said, as long as we follow the right method, like the person pulling at the udder of the cow. The right method starts with right understanding, and this is where faith in the Buddha's awakening comes in. As the Buddha once stated, he didn't tell us everything he awakened to. What he told was like a handful of leaves. What he learned was like the leaves in the forest. Still, the leaves in the handful contained all the lessons that would help others to awaken. Right understanding begins with learning what those specific lessons are. The most important lesson and the most important item of faith is simply the fact of the awakening itself. The Buddha achieved it through his own efforts, and he did so not because he was more than human, but because he developed mental qualities that we each have the potential to develop. To have faith in his awakening thus means having faith in your own potential for awakening. However, the specifics of what he learned in his awakening are important as well. It's not simply the case that he found what worked for him, while what works for you may be something else entirely. No matter how much you twist a cow's horn, it'll never produce milk. The Buddha's insights penetrated into how things work, what it means for them to work. These insights apply to everyone throughout time. When summarizing his awakening in the most condensed form, the Buddha focused on a principle of causality that explains how we live in a world where patterns of causality fashion events, and yet those events are not totally predetermined by the past. The principle is actually a dual one, for there are two kinds of causality interweaving in our lives. The first is that of a cause giving results in the immediate present. When this is, that is. When this isn't, that isn't. When you turn on a stereo, for example, the noise comes out. When you turn it off, the noise stops. The second type of causality is that of a cause giving results over time. From the arising of this comes the arising of that. From the cessation of this comes the cessation of that. If you study now, you'll have knowledge long into the future. If you damage your brain, the negative effects will be long-term as well. Applied to karma or intention, the dual principle means this. Any moment of experience consists of three things. One, pleasures and pains resulting from past intentions. Two, present intentions. And three, pleasures and pains resulting from present intentions. Thus, the present is not totally shaped by the past. In fact, the most important element shaping your present experience of pleasure or pain is how you fashion, with your present intentions, the raw material provided by past intentions. And your present intentions can be totally free. This is how there's free will in the midst of causality. At the same time, the pattern in the way intentions lead to results allows us to learn from past mistakes. This freedom within a pattern opens the way to a path of mental training that can lead to the end of suffering. We practice generosity, virtue, and meditation to learn the power of our intentions, and in particular, to see what happens as our intentions grow more skillful, so skillful that present intentions actually stop. Only when they stop can you prove for yourself how powerful they've been. And the spot where they stop is where the unconditioned, the end of suffering, is found. From there, you can return to intentions, but you're no longer their captive or slave. In presenting his teachings on karma and suffering to his listeners, the Buddha would offer empirical evidence to corroborate them, noting, for instance, how your reaction to another person's misery depends on how attached you are to that person. But he never attempted to back these teachings with full-scale empirical proof. In fact, he heaped ridicule on his contemporaries, the Jains, who attempted to prove their more deterministic teaching on karma by claiming that all those who kill, steal, lie, or engage in illicit sex will suffer from their actions here and now. Haven't you seen the case, the Buddha asked, where a man is rewarded by a king for killing the king's enemy, for stealing from the king's enemy, for amusing the king with a clever lie, for seducing the king's enemy's wife? Even though the basic principle of karma is simple enough, skillful intentions lead to pleasure, unskillful intentions to pain. The dual principle of causality through which karma operates is so complex, like a Mandelbrot set, that you would go crazy trying to nail the whole thing down empirically. So instead of an empirical proof for his teaching on karma, the Buddha offered a pragmatic proof. If you believe in his teachings on causality, karma, rebirth, and the Four Noble Truths, how will you act? What kind of life will you lead? Won't you tend to be more responsible and compassionate? If, on the other hand, you were to believe in any of the alternatives, such as a doctrine of an impersonal fate or a deity who determined the course of your pleasure and pain, or a doctrine that all things were coincidental and without cause, what would those beliefs lead you to do? Would they allow you to put an end to suffering through your own efforts? Would they allow any purpose for knowledge at all? If, on the other hand, you refuse to commit to a coherent idea of what human action can do, would you be likely to see a demanding path of practice all the way through to the end? This was the kind of reasoning that the Buddha used to inspire faith in his awakening and in its relevance to our own search for true happiness. The fourth simile. The fourth simile stresses the importance of not settling for anything less than the genuine thing. A man searching for heartwood goes into a forest and comes to a tree containing heartwood, but instead of taking the heartwood, he takes home some sapwood, branches, or bark. Faith in the possibility of nirvana, the heartwood of the path, is what keeps you from getting waylaid by the pleasures of the sapwood and bark. The gratification that comes from being generous and virtuous, the sense of peace, interconnectedness, and oneness that comes with strong concentration. Yet, surprisingly, modern discussions of the role of faith in the Buddha's teachings rarely mention this point and focus on faith in karma and rebirth instead. This is surprising because nirvana is much less related to our everyday experience than either karma or rebirth. We see the fruits of our actions all around us. We see people being born with distinct personalities and differing strengths, and it's only a short leap to the idea that there's some connection between these things. Nirvana, however, isn't connected to anything we've experienced at all. It's already there, but hidden by all our desires for physical and mental activity. To touch it, we have to abandon our habitual attachment to activity, to believe that such a thing is possible and that it's the ultimate happiness is to take a major leap. Many in the Buddha's time were willing to take the leap, while many others were not, preferring to content themselves with the branches and sapwood, wanting simply to learn how to live happily with their families in this life and go to heaven in the next. Nirvana, they said, could wait. Faced with this honest and gentle resistance to his teaching on nirvana, the Buddha was happy to comply. But he was less tolerant of the stronger resistance he received from Brahmas, heavenly deities who complacently felt that their experience of limitless oneness and compassion in the midst of samsara, their sapwood, was superior to the heartwood of nirvana. In cases like this, he used all the psychic and intellectual powers at his disposal to humble their pride, because he realized that their views totally closed the door to awakening. If you think that your sapwood is actually heartwood, you won't look for anything better. When your sapwood breaks, you'll decide that heartwood is a lie. But if you realize that you're using bark and sapwood, you leave open the possibility that someday you'll go back and give the heartwood a try. Of course, it's even better if you can take the Buddha's teachings on nirvana as a direct challenge in this lifetime, as if he were saying, here's your chance. Can you prove me wrong? The fifth simile. An experienced elephant hunter, searching for a big bull elephant, comes across a large elephant footprint in the forest. However, he doesn't jump to the conclusion that it's the footprint of a big bull elephant. Why? Because there are dwarf female elephants with big feet. It might be one of theirs. He follows along and sees some scratch marks and tusk marks high up on the trees, but still doesn't jump to the conclusion that he's on the trail of a big bull elephant. Why? Because there are tall female elephants with tusks. The marks might be theirs. He follows along and finally sees a big bull elephant under a tree or in a clearing. That's when he concludes that he's found his bull elephant. In explaining this simile, the Buddha said that all the preliminary steps of the practice, going into the wilderness as a monastic, adhering to the precepts, developing restraint, contentment, and strong concentration, seeing past lives and gaining vision of the beings of the cosmos dying and being reborn in line with their karma, are simply footprints and scratch marks of the Buddha's awakening. Only when you have your own first taste of awakening, having followed his path, do you really know that your faith in his awakening was well placed. Touching the dimension where suffering ends, you realize that the Buddha's teachings about it were not only true, but also useful. He knew what he was talking about and was able to point you there as well. What's interesting about this simile is the way it combines healthy faith with honest skepticism. To act on this faith is to test it, the way you test a working hypothesis. You need faith to keep following the footprints, but you also need the honesty to recognize where faith ends and knowledge begins. This is why, in the Buddhist context, faith and empiricism are inseparable. Unlike a monotheistic religion, where faith centers on the power of another, faith in the Buddha's awakening keeps pointing back to the power of your own actions. Do you have enough power over your intentions to make them harmless? Do harmless intentions then give you the freedom to drop intention entirely? The only way you can answer these questions is by being scrupulously honest about your intentions, to detect even the slightest traces of harm, even the slightest movement of intention itself. Only then will you know the deathless, totally unconditioned by intention for sure. But if you claim to know things that you don't, how can you trust yourself to detect any of these things? You need to make your honesty worthy of your faith, testing its assumptions until you find true knowledge in the test. This is why science will never be able to pass valid judgment on the truths of awakening, for the path deals in matters that outside experimenters can't reach. Although others may sympathize with your suffering, the suffering itself is an experience you can share with no one else. The honesty and skillfulness of your intentions is an affair of your internal dialogue, something that is also purely your own. Scientists can measure the neurological data indicating pain or intentional activity, but there's no external measurement for how the pain feels or how honest your intentional dialogue may be. And as for the deathless, it has no physical correlates at all. The closest that outside empirical measurement can get is to pictures of the footprints on the ground and the marks in the trees. To get to the bull elephant, you have to do what the Buddha's disciple Sariputta did. He kept following the path without jumping to dishonest conclusions until he saw the elephant within. Then, when the Buddha asked him, "Do you take it on faith that these five strengths, faith, persistence, mindfulness, concentration, and discernment, lead to the deathless?" Sariputta could answer honestly, "No, I don't take it on faith. I know." As Sariputta stated in another discourse, his proof was experiential but so inward that it touched a dimension where not only the external senses, but even the sense of the functioning of the mind can't reach. If you want to confirm his knowledge, you have to touch that dimension in the only place you can access it, inside yourself. This is one of two ways in which the Buddha's method differs from that of modern empiricism. The other has to do with the integrity of the person attempting the proof. As in science, faith in the Buddha's awakening acts like a working hypothesis. But the test of that hypothesis requires an honesty deeper and more radical than anything science requires. You have to commit yourself, every variation on who you feel you are, totally to the test. Only when you take apart all clinging to your inner and outer senses can you prove whether the activity of clinging is what hides the deathless. The Buddha never forced anyone to commit to this test, both because you can't coerce people to be honest with themselves, and because he saw that the pit of coercion enough. Karma and five important principles in Buddhism. All beings have their own karma. The middle length discourses. The law of cause and effect in the moral and spiritual realm is karma. Rebirth is the natural corollary of karma. Karma and rebirth are two fundamental doctrines in Buddhism that are closely related. Before the time of the Buddha, the doctrines of karma and rebirth were already widely disseminated in India. However, it was the Buddha who provided detailed explanations and presented the profound teachings that have been preserved to this day. Why is there disparity among humanity? How do we explain the apparent injustices in the world? Why are some people born into palatial luxury, wealth, brilliance, moral integrity, and robust health, while others endure abject poverty, suffering, and hardship? Why does one person possess immense wealth while another struggles to make ends meet? Why is one individual incredibly intelligent while another is dull? Why are some born with the gentle nature of saints, while others have a violent temperament from birth? Why are there prodigies in languages, mathematics, painting, literature, music, etc.? Why are some children born blind, deaf, mute, or with physical deformities? Why do some children enter the world blessed with every advantage, while others are seen as burdens from birth? Are there specific causes for the disparities in the world? If not, then these differences must be random occurrences, entirely due to chance. The wise cannot believe in blind luck and do not accept explanations based on randomness. In this world, nothing happens to anyone without one or more causes. The joys and sorrows that people experience are the results of good or bad deeds created either in the present life or in past lives. However, with ordinary intellect and understanding based on sensory perception, it is not easy to comprehend the invisible and complex causes of the world's mechanisms. We see the results before us, but do not see all the subtle causes that allowed these results to arise, because those causes are not entirely created in the present life, but may have been sown over countless past lives. Are there enlightened beings who, with their wisdom, can perceive what ordinary eyes and ears cannot? Buddhism affirms that there are. Some belief systems claim that all differences in life are due to a single cause, and that cause is the supreme decision of a creator. The Buddha did not acknowledge an omniscient, omnipotent creator who created the universe. Chapter 1. How do modern scientists explain human disparities? Based on sensory perception, scientists attribute these disparities to a combination of physical and chemical causes, tradition, and environment. The renowned physiologist Julian Huxley wrote, "The initial germ that constitutes a human is a physiological unit called gene. Genes are minute cells in the sperm through which the traits of the father are transmitted to the child, known as the law of inheritance. There are types of genes that determine the color of the body. Some influence height and weight. Others affect reproductive ability, lifespan, and health. There are also genes that influence physical form. Most hereditary traits, if not all, are governed by these physiological units called genes. As for mental traits, more complex and subtle, it is difficult to provide concrete proof. Although there are clear examples of mental inheritance, no phenomenon confirms that mental characteristics from grandparents and parents must follow a pattern similar to physical inheritance. All traditions, both mental and physical, in one way or another, depend on the interaction between the inherited genes each person carries from the moment of conception. We must acknowledge that all the physical and chemical phenomena modern scientists mention explain part of the problem. However, these phenomena cannot be the sole cause determining the subtle differences among individuals. If the theory of inheritance were entirely correct, if children were certain to resemble their parents, how do we explain the case of identical twins who inherit the same life force, the same genes, and are raised identically, yet each has a different disposition? Their intelligence and character vary significantly. Inheritance cannot fully explain the deep and extensive issue of life's disparities. This theory explains similarities more than it proves differences. The extremely minute gene, 1/30 millionth inch, explains only part of the problem, the material part. For mental, intellectual, and moral differences, which are far more complex and subtle, we still need many more insights. Inheritance cannot explain why there are cruel, murderous children in a family known for its kindness, nor why there are gentle children born into a violent family. It also cannot account for prodigies, geniuses, or great teachers. On the theory of heredity, Dr. Thay Pascal wrote in his book Reincarnation. Regarding the role of genetic inheritance in the issue of heredity, we reiterate that physical inheritance, or genes, explains the material aspect of humans. However, regarding intellectual abilities and moral conduct, genetic inheritance sheds no light. If genetic inheritance fully constituted a person, we would find all traits of the parents in every individual and never see any other traits. Thus, there would be no murderous children in virtuous families, nor would there be saints born into wicked families. In daily life, we may encounter twins born from the same parents, inheriting the same traits, born under identical conditions, and raised in the same environment, yet one is virtuous and the other is violent. Moreover, the existence of numerous prodigies baffles scholars who support the theory of heredity. If we trace back the lineage of prodigies, can we always find ancestors who were equally gifted? Hence, not all traits and intelligence of a person come from their parents or grandparents, nor are they entirely passed down to their offspring. Evidence shows that among the descendants of Mozart, Beethoven, and Dante, there are no prodigies or great figures. In the realm of materialists, there has been no conclusive proof of the theory of heredity. Physically, not all characteristics of the parents are passed down to the children. The intelligence and character of each child differ, causing many virtuous families sorrow when they have delinquent children. Buddhism acknowledges the influence of heredity and the environment, but considers it insufficient. Buddhism adds the law of karma, which is the cumulative result of past and present actions. We must take responsibility for our actions in the past and reap the circumstances of happiness or suffering in the present. We create our own heaven and our own hell. We build our future and create what is called destiny. The cause of disparities. During the Buddha's time, a young man named Suda, puzzled by the inequalities among people, sought the truth and asked the Buddha, "Blessed One, why are some people short-lived while others are long-lived? Why are some sickly while others are healthy? Some ugly while others beautiful? Some powerless while others influential? Some poor while others rich? Some born into lowly families while others into noble families? Some foolish while others wise?" The Buddha briefly replied, "All beings have their karma as their inheritance, their own actions as their kin, as their refuge. It is due to their different karma that beings are born unequal." Majjhima Nikaya, Kulakama Vibhanga Sutta, No. 135. Then the Buddha explained each case to Suda. If a person kills living beings, such as a hunter with blood-stained hands who lives without compassion, upon rebirth, they will have a short life. If a person refrains from killing, lives away from weapons, and treats all beings with kindness, upon rebirth, they will have a long life. If a person is cruel, always seeking to harm others, using fists and weapons against others, upon rebirth, they will be sickly. If a person does not harm others and is kind and gentle, upon rebirth, they will be healthy. If a person is rude, always angry, insulting, and cursing others, upon rebirth, they will be ugly. If a person is refined and courteous, never retaliating even when insulted, upon rebirth, they will be beautiful. If a person is envious, always coveting the wealth and fame of others and does not respect the honorable, upon rebirth, they will be powerless, their words unheeded. If a person is not envious, does not covet others' wealth and fame, respects the honorable, upon rebirth, they will be influential, their words followed. If a person is stingy, never giving to others, clings to their possessions, upon rebirth, they will be poor. If a person is generous, loves to give, upon rebirth, they will be wealthy. If a person is arrogant, does not respect the honorable, upon rebirth, they will be lowly. If a person is humble, respects the honorable, upon rebirth, they will be noble. If a person does not seek the company of the wise to learn and discern right from wrong, upon rebirth they will be foolish. If a person seeks the company of the wise to learn and discern upon rebirth, they will be intelligent. In the cycle of rebirth, people are more influenced by past karma than by heredity. Take the case of the Buddha. He was born through the sperm and egg and genetic inheritance of his parents, like all beings. Yet, physically and spiritually, none in his lineage could compare to him. The Buddha once taught that he did not belong to the lineage of kings, but to the lineage of Buddhas, undoubtedly making him a supernatural being. He was born with extraordinary karma that he had accumulated over countless lifetimes. According to the Lakkhana Sutta, the Buddha was born with 32 extraordinary marks due to the vast merits he had accumulated in countless past lives. The Lakkhana Sutta explains in detail each good mark of the Buddha and the specific cause that produced it. The unique case of the Buddha proves that the power of karma not only influences the body, but also surpasses and diminishes the effect of genetic inheritance. Thus, he taught, I am the heir to my deeds. My actions are my heritage. Regarding the differences among beings, the Athasalini states, due to the different karma of each being, there are disparities in rebirth. Some are born noble, some lowly. Some are born into contempt, others into respect. Some are happy from birth, others suffer. Due to the different karma of each being, there are disparities in appearance. Some are beautiful, others ugly. Some tall, others short. Some handsome, others deformed. Due to the different karma of each being, there are disparities in society. Success or failure, fame or infamy, praise or blame, happiness or suffering. Karma drives the world. Karma sustains beings. And through karma, beings are bound, connected like a wheel, assembled, clinging, and revolving around the hub. Karma brings beings to honor. Karma brings beings to servitude, to oppression and downfall. Knowing that karma bears fruit, why believe that in this life there is no karma? In summary, according to Buddhism, disparities in spiritual, moral, intellectual, and innate qualities largely depend on our past and present actions, that is, karma. Not everything is due to karma. Although Buddhism teaches that the main cause of disparities in life is the different karma of beings, it does not assert that everything is due to karma. In other words, karma is not the sole cause of differences among beings. The law of karma, though important, is just one of the 24 conditions, pakaya, described in Buddhist philosophy. To correct the misconception that all good, bad, or neutral outcomes arise from past actions, the Buddha taught. If one insists that it is due to past actions that a person becomes a murderer, thief, adulterer, liar, rude, frivolous, greedy, deceitful, or wretched, then one has a basis to rely on the past and not strive to perform or avoid certain actions, whether they are worth doing or not. This important passage corrects the misunderstanding that all occurrences in the mental and physical realms are due to past karma. If the present life were entirely governed by past actions or karma, the law of karma would be nothing more than fatalism or predestination. No one would have the freedom to improve their lives in the present or future, and free will would be an illusion. Life would be entirely automatic, and humans would be no different from machines. Believing that we are born by the decree of an omnipotent creator who predetermines our fate, or believing that karma determines our fate and governs our lives, what is the difference? The difference is only in terminology. Such fatalism is not the law of karma in Buddhism. The 5 niyama, laws. According to Buddhism, There are 5 laws or processes, niyama, that operate in the physical and mental realms. These are 1. UTU niyama, the physical law related to the processes of inorganic matter, such as weather phenomena, rain, wind, heat, cold, the 4 seasons, and the characteristics of each season like summer's heat and winter's cold. 2. Bija niyama, the physical law related to the processes of organic matter, such as plant life. This law explains why a seed produces its specific plant, rice from rice seeds, orange trees from orange seeds, sweetness from sugar, cane, and honey, etc. Scientific theories about cells and genetic inheritance in conception are also governed by this law. The physical resemblance of twins is explained by this law. 3. Kama niyama, the law of cause and effect, or the progression from actions, whether good or bad, to their outcomes, either pleasant or unpleasant. Good deeds bring good results. Bad deeds bring bad results. This natural law dictates that the effect must arise from its cause, not as a form of reward or punishment. The progression from cause to effect is as natural and necessary as the moon's orbit around the sun. This principle of cause and effect is the essence of the law of karma. The principle of cause and effect is continuous. A scientist who accumulates knowledge and experience in life upon death and rebirth carries that knowledge and experience to the next life. Sometimes we vaguely remember past life experiences and knowledge, but often we forget, just as we forget some childhood experiences and knowledge in this same life. This principle explains prodigies in music, art, history, linguistics, etc., who, without prior learning, exhibit extraordinary talents. 4. Dhamma niyama, the law of nature, including phenomena that occur when a bodhisattva is born into his final life, the law of gravity, and other natural laws of the universe. 5. Siddha niyama, the psychological law governing mental processes, mental formations, and mental powers such as telepathy, knowledge of past and future, clairvoyance, clairaudience, mind reading, and other phenomena that modern science has yet to explain. These 5 natural laws explain all psychological and physical phenomena. Karma is just one of these 5 laws. Like all universal laws, these 5 processes operate independently, without the need for a supernatural force. The laws governing physical processes, both inorganic and organic, as well as the law of nature, Dhamma niyama, are relatively automatic, although human intelligence can control them to some extent. For example, fire burns and cold freezes, but some can walk on fire without burning or sit naked in the snow without harm. Skilled gardeners can create beautiful out-of-season gardens, and yogis can use mystical powers to levitate heavy objects. The laws governing mental processes operate as naturally and mechanically as other laws. When a cause is established, the effect must follow due to karma. Buddhist practice aims to control the mind, achievable through right understanding and pure thought. The law of cause and effect operates mechanically. When karma is too heavy, it is impossible to alter its severe consequences. However, right view and pure intention can partially mitigate karma's effects. To some extent, good karma can alleviate bad karma. The law of cause and effect is complex, understood fully only by the Buddha. The ultimate goal for a Buddhist is to eradicate karma. Chapter 2. What is karma? Intention is karma, the increased discourses. Karma, according to its proper meaning, is action or deed. The ultimate definition of karma is intention, satana. Thoughts, words, and deeds often arise from the intention to act, which creates motivation. Buddhism calls this intention to act Satana. All intentional actions, whether expressed through body, speech, or mind, create karma. All intentional actions, whether good or bad, create karma. Actions that are not intentional, even if expressed through words or deeds, do not create karma. The Buddha said, "Monks, I declare that intention is karma. Having the intention to act leads to action through body, speech, or mind." Except for the actions of the Buddhas and Arahants, every intentional action is called karma. Although the Buddhas and Arahants are still influenced by past actions, they no longer create new karma because they have transcended both good and evil, having eradicated ignorance and craving, the two sources of karma. The Ratana Sutta, the Jewel Discourse, states, "The seed is destroyed, selfish desires no longer arise." This does not mean that the Buddhas and Arahants live passively. They continuously engage in activities that promote the well-being and happiness of sentient beings. Their actions, often considered virtuous, do not have the power to create karma. Understanding the true nature of all phenomena, they break all the bonds, fetters, that bind beings in the cycle of rebirth, the long chain of cause and effect. Some belief systems also recognize that all societal differences are due to karma, but when they refer to karma, they claim that all actions, intentional or not, create karma. According to this view, a person who kills their parents, whether intentionally or accidentally, commits the same grave sin. Just as with fire, whether one accidentally or intentionally puts their hand into the fire, one must be burned the same way, no more, no less. Such reasoning naturally leads to an illogical conclusion. A fetus causing pain to its mother unintentionally, or a mother accidentally causing pain to her unborn child, would also be creating bad karma. Moreover, using one event to explain another similar event, like someone putting their hand into the fire and someone committing an evil act, is an argument that cannot stand. For example, according to this logic, if Mr. A orders Mr. B to commit a murder, it is Mr. B who is guilty of the crime, while Mr. A is not, since only Mr. B put his hand into the fire. Furthermore, according to this reasoning, an unintentional evil act could be more harmful than an intentional one. In other words, intentionally doing evil is less harmful than unintentionally, because in the example of putting one's hand into the fire, knowing that fire burns, the intentional person would be more cautious and thus less burned. The unintentional person, without prior intention, would not have time to prevent it, and thus be more burned. In the law of karma, the mind is the most important factor. All deeds, words, and thoughts are influenced by the mind. When the mind is not disciplined, naturally one cannot control their deeds, words, and thoughts. Disciplining the mind means controlling body, speech, and mind. The mind leads the world, the mind pulls the world, and all people are governed by the mind. The Dhammapada says, "The mind precedes all actions. The mind is the master. The mind creates everything. If one speaks or acts with an evil mind, suffering follows as the wheel follows the ox's hoof." One might wonder how an invisible thing like the mind can cause disturbances in the material world. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. The most powerful machines capable of transforming the modern world are products of the rich mind. The invisible mind creates all the retributive actions of karma. Karma is not necessarily only past actions, but encompasses both past and present. Thus, in one sense, how we are in the present depends on how we acted in the past, and how we will act in the future depends on our actions in the present. In another sense, we must also add that how we are in the present is not entirely because of our past, and how we will be in the future does not entirely depend on how we are in the present. The present is certainly the child of the past and the mother of the future. But in the immensely complex retributive system of karma, we cannot look at the present to definitively assert the past and future. For example, today's thief and murderer could become a saint tomorrow. A virtuous person today could become corrupt tomorrow. A mother's advice to her child: if you are good, you will be loved and be happy. If you are not good, you will not be loved and will be sad, is the teaching of karma. Like attracts like. Good brings about good and bad brings about bad. This is the law of cause and effect. In summary, karma is the law of cause and effect in the moral realm, or as Westerners often say, the influence of actions. Karma and its results, kama and vipaka. Karma is action. Vipaka is the reaction to that action. In other words, vipaka is the consequence of the action. Just as every object is accompanied by its shadow, every intentional action, satana, is accompanied by its result. Karma can be compared to a seed with the potential to become a tree. The result is like the fruit, the leaves, flowers, and other external differences such as health, prosperity, wealth, sickness, and misfortune in material life, which no one can avoid, are all results. Precisely speaking, karma and its results both depend on the mind. Actions, karma, and their consequences, vipaka, are created by the mind. Since karma can be good or bad, its results can be pleasant or unpleasant. If actions belong to the mind, so do their results. Sometimes we feel happiness, peace, and contentment, or sadness, suffering, etc. These are the mental results of karma. The results manifest as good or bad depending on the nature of the cause. In the material realm, anisamsa are the blessings such as wealth, health, longevity, etc., while adinava are the sufferings such as poverty, ugliness, illness, short life, etc. Karma consists of the wholesome and unwholesome states of mind, kusala, akusala, lokiya, chitta, and vipaka is the resulting states of mind, lokiya, vipaka, chitta. According to the Abhidhamma, karma includes 12 types of unwholesome consciousness and 8 types of wholesome consciousness in the sensuous realm, kamavakara, 5 types of wholesome consciousness in the form realm, rupavakara, and 4 types of wholesome consciousness in the formless realm, arupavakara. In total, there are 29 mundane states of mind, lokiya, chitta. Additionally, the 8 supramundane states of mind, lokutara sita, are not considered karma because these states tend to eliminate karma. The driving force of all mundane states of mind is intention, satana, whereas the primary factor in supramundane states is wisdom, pana. The 9 types of wholesome consciousness in the form and formless realms, 5 wholesome in the form realm and 4 wholesome in the formless realm, are purely mental and do not manifest as actions or speech like the 20 types of consciousness in the sensuous realm. All actions are mental. The mind manifests through body, speech, or thought. All 29 types of consciousness mentioned, 12 plus 8 plus 5 plus 4, are called karma because they have the automatic potential to produce results without any external influence. Joy, sorrow, happiness, or suffering are the inevitable outcomes of wholesome or unwholesome consciousness, called resultant states of mind in the sensuous realm. The 5 resultant states in the form realm and the 4 resultant states in the formless realm are the natural outcomes of karma. Having sown the seed, one must reap the fruit now, later, here, or elsewhere, in the present life or in future lives. Today, we reap what we have sown in the present or the past. The Samyutta Nikaya says, whatever seed is sown, that is the fruit one shall reap. Whosoever does good shall gather good. Whosoever does evil shall gather evil. Sow the seed of good, and you shall reap happiness. Karma is a law with its own unique domain, unaffected by any external force. The potential to bear fruit is inherent in karma. In actions, through body, speech, or mind, there is the latent power to produce results, just as a seed inherently has the potential to become a tree and bear fruit. Cause produces effect. Effect explains cause. The seed produces fruit. Seeing the fruit, we know the seed. The relationship between seed and fruit is like that between karma and vipaka. The seed inherently contains the potential of the fruit. Happiness and suffering, which often occur to humanity, are the inevitable results of certain causes. Buddhism does not advocate for rewards and punishments by an omniscient, omnipotent supernatural force. Theistic theories attempt to explain everything through an eternal future life without acknowledging the past. They believe that the soul of the deceased undergoes judgment, with blessings and suffering entirely due to the will of a supreme creator who governs the universe and decides the fate of beings created by himself. Buddhism does not recognize an eternal soul created randomly and arbitrarily. It believes in natural law and justice, not created by an all-powerful deity or a benevolent Buddha. According to this natural law and justice, every action causes a corresponding reaction, which people often mistake for reward or punishment. Some people, based on their understanding, claim that the Buddhist doctrine of karma is a form of opiate to soothe and lull the unfortunate with arguments like, now you must endure poverty because you created bad karma in the past. That person is wealthy because they created good karma. So accept your fate of poverty and strive to create good karma in the present to be wealthy in the next life. In this life, you are oppressed and exploited because you created bad karma in the past. Accept this miserable fate and patiently endure suffering. From now on, live virtuously, and you will be wealthy and happy in the next life. The Buddha never taught such things. The doctrine of karma in Buddhism never advocates for judgment after life. The Buddha, with boundless compassion, taught karma not to protect the rich and comfort the poor with promises of future happiness. According to the law of karma, we are not necessarily bound by any condition, as karma is not destiny or predestination determined by some irresistible external force. Our good or bad actions create corresponding reactions. Therefore, we are entirely free to create new reactions to mitigate the power of karma. We have the ability to modify our karma to some extent according to our will. Thus, beings are not forced to completely reap what they have sown. In certain situations and within certain limits, with proper effort, we can alter our karma. The origin of karma. Ignorance, avijja, or the lack of thorough understanding of the true nature of things, is the main cause of karma. In the 12 links of dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada, it states, dependent on ignorance, formations arise, avijja, pakaya, samkhara. Because of ignorance of the true nature of all phenomena, actions that create karma arise. Craving, tanha, which goes hand in hand with ignorance, is another cause that conditions the arising of karma. Ignorance and craving are the roots of all evil. All actions of ordinary beings, puthujjana, beings still within the three realms, are rooted in the three pure bases: generosity, alobha, non-greed; compassion, adosa, non-hatred; and wisdom, amoha, non-delusion, but still create karma because ignorance and craving have not been eradicated. In contrast, the supramundane consciousness, Magasiddha, path consciousness, does not create karma because The nature of such consciousness tends to eradicate ignorance and craving. The creator of karma. Who creates karma? Who reaps the results? Is karma an accumulation in the soul? To answer this delicate question, Venerable Buddhaghosa wrote in the Visuddhimagga, the path of purification, there is no doer of karma. There is no experiencer of the result. There are only processes moving on. This is the true understanding. According to Buddhism, there are two realities, the apparent reality and the ultimate reality. The apparent reality is conventional truth, sammutisaka, and the ultimate reality is absolute, ultimate truth, paramathisaka. For example, a table, a fan, a person, an animal, etc., are apparent realities that our senses can perceive. By convention, we agree to use terms like table, fan, person, animal, etc., to refer to these objects. Therefore, the table is an apparent reality, a conventional truth. However, if we analyze the table, we see that what we call a table is merely a combination of cells, and cells are merely combinations of energies and properties. Thus, when analyzed to the ultimate level, matter is simply a composition of energies and properties. These energies and properties are the ultimate reality, the absolute truth. When conversing with people, a scientist calls water water, but in the laboratory, the scientist refers to water as H2O. Water is the conventional term, while H2O is the scientific term, representing the ultimate reality. Similarly, in everyday conversations, we use conventional terms like man, woman, sentient being, etc. These so-called forms, when meticulously analyzed, reveal that they are merely a combination of constantly changing mental and physical elements, not remaining the same even for 2 consecutive moments. Thus, Buddhism does not believe in a permanent entity such as a person or an eternal soul that acts apart from actions, perceives apart from perceptions, or is conscious of something apart from consciousness. In other words, Buddhism asserts that there is action but no actor, perception but no perceiver, consciousness but no conscious being. So who creates karma and who reaps the results? Intention, satana, or the will to act, which motivates actions through body, speech, and mind, is the creator of karma. Feeling, vedana, is the experiencer of the results. Beyond these mental factors of intention and feeling, there is no being who creates karma or experiences the results. Venerable Buddhaghosa taught that when physical components combine to form what is called a tree, at some point it will bear fruit, and we say, the tree bears fruit. Similarly, the 5 aggregates, form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness, combine to form what is called a god or a human, and at some point, good or bad results arise, and we say that the god or human is fortunate or unfortunate. On this point, Buddhism aligns with Professor William James when he refutes Descartes' argument and asserts, it is the thought that thinks. Where is karma stored? A spiritual analyst wrote, karma is stored within the mental realm, but usually only a few people can access and penetrate the deep recesses of the mind. Karma is the complete absorption of all experiences undergone, feelings felt, and influences absorbed by an individual. The subconscious not only faithfully records personal experiences, but also retains initial emotions and tendencies, which, though seemingly diminished in civilized individuals beneath the formalities of society, still hold a powerful potential that can manifest unexpectedly with formidable force. Buddhists also recognize this, but with a fundamentally different understanding. Buddhism asserts that karma is not stored in a specific place within the mind because there is no evidence of such a repository within the complex and ever changing human mechanism. However, each experience, each feeling, each influence recorded, and each characteristic, whether mundane or sublime, of an individual, develops according to the continuous changes in that individual's mental and physical phenomena, like an ever flowing stream. In summary, all karmic forces depend on the flow of mental energy, sita santati, and are always ready to manifest in various phenomena whenever conditions are favorable. One day, King Melinda asked Venerable Nagasena, "Venerable Sir, where is karma stored?" "Great King, we cannot say that karma is stored in the ever changing mind or elsewhere in the body. However, dependent on mind and body, karma manifests at an appropriate time, just as we cannot say that a mango is stored in the mango tree, but dependent on the tree, it will bear fruit at the right time and season. Just as we cannot say where wind or fire resides, we cannot assert that karma is stored inside or outside the body. Karma is an individual force transferred from one life to another. Karma plays a crucial role in shaping a person's character. Karma explains the remarkable phenomena we call great individuals, geniuses, prodigies, etc. A clear understanding of the law of karma is essential for creating peace and happiness in the world.
Love you. Ow. How you doing? Let's go potty really quick.
forth, 3 in that clutch.